Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they start a series tonight with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's a 3-game series that will last over the weekend. Also from Steelers training camp, Aaron Rodgers' first pass attempt was intercepted by Patrick Queen. So that's something. Also, there was an undisclosed injury to tight end Jonnu Smith, and right now he is day-to-day. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that starts next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant, 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the Elder Law Firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princecade Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louhace Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecade Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Riverview Chevrolet in North Huntington. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months, or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring, a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But He's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning and happy Friday. It's the end of the week. And we're halfway through a week of Steelers training camp. A little bit to talk about there. You can give me a call, 412-928-9370, react. Aaron Rodgers had his first pick, or his first pass attempt intercepted, picked by Patrick Queen. I thought that was kind of amusing. He said something along the lines of only go up from here, right? You know, we'll do that again. Just funny to me. Jonnu Smith, undisclosed injury right now, keeping him off the field. It's a story. Not great, but maybe if it's undisclosed, they know he'll recover quickly. They just don't want the public to know, perhaps, exactly what he's going through. We did get an official diagnosis on Justin Fields over with the New York Jets. Apparently dislocated his toe. That's got to be subtly painful, but definitely less serious than something else. I know Austin Bechtold got briefly fooled. There's an account called Adam Schefter. That's the real guy who reports for ESPN. Then there's Adam Shelfer, who has a distinct close spelling to Schefter, but it's Shelfer, who likes to get engagements by posting fake news, making it seem like it's Adam Schefter. And yeah, said he had a torn Achilles. Austin fell for it briefly. They corrected it. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, we thought maybe it could have been more serious. It was not. So it's good for Justin Fields. He's probably going to recover from the dislocated toe. Definitely painful, but also explains why, you know, he was limping as he was and being carted off, because you don't want to walk on a bad toe, on a dislocated toe. So happy about that. Happy it wasn't something even more serious that couldn't be recovered from, like a torn Achilles. That's not what it was, and I'm sure we're all grateful for that, and I'm sure he's grateful that something wasn't more serious. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see him week 1. It seems all the more likely now after that diagnosis. I'm pumped, though, to see this. It's awesome. We got football, and football's being played, and we got news to report on, news to react to. If there's any story that you want to touch on, anything you have an opinion on, 412-928-9370. You're welcome to give me a call, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. So, let me just say this, because I'm focusing on the Aaron Rodgers interception, not to generalize perhaps how he could perform this season, but I do want to mention, I want everybody to not be surprised if he doesn't perform as well as everybody's saying that he may. I know Ray Fittipaldo this week on Wednesday, he's on every Wednesday on the Fan Morning Show at 8 o'clock, he told Crowley that Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback that the Steelers have had since Ben Roethlisberger, and that's great. But think about what that means. I saw people reacting as well. It got amazing reactions on all social media, because I think a lot of people may be mistaking that with that he's going to be a great quarterback. I mean, remember Ben Roethlisberger in his time, he was also making mistakes toward the end of his career with age. A lot of that was attributed to Matt Canada's construction of the offense, but still, I mean, there were mistakes made. There was age definitely showing. Just because he's the best one since Ben Roethlisberger doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play all that well either. Like, he's not going to be perfect. I don't think he's going to be that elite. That's not to insult him and his work ethic and his efforts out there, but if I'm looking at this from a neutral perspective, like, I have my concerns about how he's going to play quarterback. And he's exciting and he's interesting, but I said this from the beginning. I don't think he's going to necessarily light things up. I don't think he's necessarily going to regain some form that he had 10 years ago. It's going to make him, this all-pro and this super fascinating, productive individual. I think there's going to be a lot of bumps. I think there's going to be a lot of hiccups. And you see it on the first play of training camp. Me trying not to overreact to that, but, his first pass attempt got picked. These things could happen. And maybe the Steelers' defense, now that T.J. Watt's been paid a boatload of money, maybe T.J. Watt, every time Rodgers throws a pick, will get a sack and a fumble recovery that'll give them the ball right back. Maybe that's what they're going for, and maybe that's a possibility. Maybe the offense will be better and not go 3 and out every time to start a game like they used to a few years back. But Aaron Rodgers is the individual. I just want everybody to tame some expectations on him. I mean, he may be the best one since Ben Roethlisberger, but what does that, what does that mean? What does it really mean? I want you to think about it. Tame your expectations out there of Aaron Rodgers as he continues to be a Steeler. And just remember, too, I mean, when we're talking about training camp, just consider as well as you look. Remember how great the Steelers seem to look at training camp over the last few years as well, and everybody's reporting they look great. Look at them scheming. They look like they're fluid. They look like they know what they're doing. Then they would go into the preseason games, and they'd look great, and they'd be moving the ball, and everything would be wonderful. And then they'd get into the regular season, and they'd have 5 straight 3-and-outs on offense before struggling and making desperate attempts to come back in those games, right? So training camp's not necessarily an indicator either. I mean, it's not everything that he does in training camp, everything everybody does in training camp may not hold as much weight. But I do think that I will hold this opinion steady, which is that to be intercepted on the first play of training camp, it just tells me that maybe, again, I don't want to be surprised, and I don't want you to be surprised if something happens to him where he's not as spectacular as I think everybody is assuming that he will be. And he may improve the offense. And, again, I mean, the Steelers' defense was already pretty strong, and it's going to be even stronger. Again, with T.J. Watt getting paid and Minka now gone and the defense starting to restructure itself. All right, maybe the defense can continue to protect the offense by making big splashy plays, and that's what the Steelers' formula was before. There's a lot more weapons on offense now, too. Well, they also might be able to not go 3-and-out every time. So, again, just because Aaron Rodgers is the best since Ben Roethlisberger, I mean, remember the days with Kenny Pickett. And this isn't just blaming Kenny Pickett. There's several offensive factors in this one, but just remember the rage that you felt watching the Steelers in the 2022 and 2023 season when they would have 5 to 6 3-and-outs in a row before actually starting to move the ball on offense. This is an improvement from that, but it also doesn't mean that Aaron Rodgers is going to play up with players and quarterbacks and other teams in the league. I do believe he's better than the New York Jets. Everybody else, though, some of the league's best of the best. That's yet to be seen. What do you think, Aaron Rodgers? Do you have hope that he's going to perform well this season? Are you overreacting? Do you have an opinion on? Do you think it's significant that he threw a pick in his first pass attempt to training camp? Let me know. 412-928-9370. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. How about that Johnny Smith injury as well? Just looking at that, I mean, an undisclosed injury. I mean, it seems he'll be okay. Jeff Hathorn posted a story about that on 937thefan.com about 13 hours ago. Yeah, hopefully nothing going on there. That's just something that's a little bit rough. Like, I wanted to hear stories about him. I wanted to see him early on. I wanted to just see how they would scheme him in the offense. Just see how he would line up. I know everybody's expecting him, or not everybody, but many. Doran Dickerson being one of them. I think accurately predicting that he's going to be more of a receiving option for them and not play traditional tight end as much. So I'm just interested to see. Like, he's one of the players that I really wanted to see when I was hearing reports from the first day of practice. But nobody could see him, and that's tough. But again, I think the undisclosed injury part of it means that it's not as serious. They just are keeping him out for something, and they can only hope for the best. Or maybe they're hiding a bigger injury, which I think is less likely, but I guess is possible. But I think it'll be all right. Again, I'm just sad. I'm like, yeah, I wanted to see him. I wanted to hear reports about him, and did not get to do that because he's not practicing right now. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Callis, it's Donovan.
What's up?
Nothing much. I think Aaron Rodgers will be decent, but I was even skeptical when we even tried to get him at first. I was like, why are we trying to get him? Like, if it was prime time Aaron Rodgers, I'd be like, oh, heck yeah, you know what I mean? But he even said that this is probably his last season. So why not just give the reins to Will Howard or even Rudolph, for that matter, you know what I mean? And go from that. Because we have the draft in Pittsburgh, like we've been saying ever since this last draft ended, you know what I mean? And, like, I know they probably wanted Howard to learn the ropes under Rodgers, is probably what they were thinking maybe. But I just don't see why we would want Rodgers if it's not primetime Rodgers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and thanks for the call. So I do have an explanation on that, actually. The Steelers have this obsession with being interesting all the time, being perpetually interesting. That's the issue. Logically, I think it makes more sense to go with a Will Howard, right? Young guy, give him a shot. I don't necessarily agree with even playing Mason Rudolph all that much. I mean, I think it would have been interesting to see how Mason Rudolph did as the starter. But our expectations may be too high for him as well, and we may not come to the realization that he actually might not be able to perform as well as we'd want him to. Will Howard right now has got a ceiling that's near infinite because he's young and well, that's really it. He's young and he's never played in the NFL before, and he's a quarterback. Yeah, throw him right in and just see how I'd play. And just go from there. See if there's anything super magical that you can find in Will Howard. But the motivating factor behind signing Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers was that he is interesting and he gives them an extra status just because of his reputation in the league. That's it. So, I mean, it makes sense from a let's be interesting standpoint. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't make as much sense if you're talking about hey, let's really structure this team the way we want and set ourselves up for years of future success kind of feeling. 412-928-9370. Like Donovan, you can talk to me. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. You can talk to me on the phones, like I said, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And we got a YouTube chat that the 93.7 the fan official account was reprimanding me for yesterday chatting on while I'm working. I try to serve the people, but sometimes I guess I go a little too far. I don't know. But if you do want a live chat, I mean, I do read the live chat as well on YouTube.com. Just go to YouTube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, and you'll find our black and yellow logo right there on the profile picture, and you can see all of our archive streams from when we started doing this. You can find little clips in the video section of interesting things that we've talked about throughout a week on all 3 daytime shows. And, of course, you can watch the current live stream, which is this one that you're listening to right now. You can find those there on youtube.com and see the studio, see our faces. Maybe you don't want to see our faces, but maybe you do. I don't know. We do have faces for radio sometimes. I think people joke with us a lot. Indeed. But if you do like the video option, you can. Again, go to 937 The Fan on YouTube. All right, coming up next, we'll react more to some training camp reports and news. Maybe talk about anything. I mean, training camp's here. Football is the official gateway to the National Football League season. It all starts at training camp. So talk to me about what you want to talk about. 412-928-9370. I have the phone lines open for you. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Jets quarterback Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe on his right foot at practice Thursday. Fields is listed as day-to-day and is expected to miss some significant time, according to the team. Head coach Aaron Glenn expressed his confidence in backup Tyrod Taylor, saying there's no drop-off in play calling from Fields to Taylor. Meantime, Aaron Rodgers making his long-awaited Steelers training camp debut in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Rodgers saying that any given year, there are usually 6 to 8 teams capable of winning the Super Bowl, maybe 10 to 12 some seasons, and I believe the Steelers are one of them. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. said he's feeling more confident heading into year 2 and confident in his team, saying, "We should be the best in the league with the guys we've got around us. We should be unstoppable. That's our goal. We want to be number 1 in all categories." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Interesting start to the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Reports of rain in the area, so be careful. Keep the speeds under control. Roadways could be slick as a result. We do have a vehicle fire in Stowe Township. This is on Shafter Street near the intersection with Jefferson Drive. Parkway East outbound, the lane restriction in place between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed. Both should reopen at 2 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Washington Chevrolet. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months. Or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
This is Ryan Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Sweet, the iconic British glam rock band live at Jurgles Thursday, July 31st. Known for their unforgettable hits and dynamic performances, Sweet is ready to rock the stage alongside special guests, Cream Doors and Rattlebones. Don't miss your chance to be part of this epic night. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com and get ready to relive the magic of the 70s with Sweet. Another Trusky Entertainment event.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. We got a couple more minutes left to talk, so if you want to get a phone line, now is the time. 412-928-9370. Reacting a little bit to some reports out of Steelers training camp. Being grateful for the career of Justin Fields. Probably not too damaging there. A dislocated toe. Definitely could be painful. Definitely can't walk on it, but that's, I think, why he was carted off, because it's a toe. You can't walk if your toes aren't all there. But it was just a dislocated toe from what reports suggest. So that's something that he is way more likely to recover from quickly than the torn Achilles, the fake report that initially went out there by a fake Adam Schefter account yesterday. So, yeah, just a dislocated toe. Again, still could be painful for him. Still could be uncomfortable, but definitely something, again, that's more easy to recover from than something, like I said, like a more serious injury there. So, it's good to hear. Good to hear for the sake of Justin Fields' career. Crowley said it very beautifully yesterday. Just talking about, you want Justin Fields to be able to play against the Steelers. You want to see what he can do against the Steelers. And, if he weren't able to play this season, I mean, he would be reserved to a backup role, I think, for the remainder of his career. Because, he's running out of time to prove himself worthy of starter status. And the Jets were kind enough to pay him a hefty sum of money in the offseason. So now he, has the opportunity to go and show what he has. But it would definitely be less interesting without him. So it's nice to see that he should be okay after recovering from this dislocated toe. Crowell and I were also talking about during the break, just seeing some reports Noah Hiles talking about how the Yankees are interested in O'Neal Cruz. There have been rumors out there that the Yankees are interested in Ke'Bryan Hayes as well. I don't know if the Yankees need guys from the Pirates. There was some talk yesterday I heard on the PM team, and I agreed with a lot of what they said about how if O'Neal Cruz can bat in a lineup where he's not the main guy, but he's protected by some of the bigger names in the sport, that he himself could become truly great. Because it's no surprise that the Pirates' offense is not strong enough, really, as compared to the rest of the league, to make any significant breakthroughs. Yeah, it's possible. And maybe the Yankees have that too. I just don't know where O'Neal Cruz fits. Unless they were to trade like Anthony Volpe and move him back to shortstop, move Cruz back to shortstop in that trade. I don't really know where he fits into their outfield, though. And I don't really know if he's the best defensive center fielder for them or outfielder for them. And he'll probably hit better, maybe. But I don't know if he can field as well as the other guys that they have right now. So I don't know how much sense it would make for the Yankees to trade for O'Neal Cruz. And then Ke'Bryan Hayes as well. The Yankees do need a more consistent third baseman. Then you just have to worry about whether or not Ke'Bryan Hayes can stay healthy and can hit, because right now nobody on the Pirates can hit. I don't know if it's a disease only exclusive to the Pirates and you lose the disease whenever you go to another team. I don't know what the reality is here of that. But I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it, and it doesn't make the most sense to me. Or even if the Pirates decide to do that, who are they going to get back? And I also hear reports that maybe a lot of these trades are going to be based on getting rid of the contracts that these players are under. Like Ke'Bryan Hayes still has his extension that he's under. Or maybe the Pirates want to, get that off the books and try again. I don't know. They tried the extension thing. They tried to extend several players in-house, and it hasn't really yielded results, especially from an offensive front. Pitching's great. Offense is not. I don't know how many other teams, though, especially the Yankees, are going to be interested in any offensive players for the Pirates when none of them hit. Now, maybe they see something in either of these guys, too, that they think they can fix. And that's definitely been done before, where the Yankees have acquired players and other good teams have acquired players and worked with their coaches, and then the coaches have seemed to figure out a correction to make that makes the hitter more productive. It's possible. It's just right now, the way that they're performing, I would just be surprised if the Yankees showed extended interest. And I don't want, like I said, I don't want to trade anybody away when I feel like there's nothing that the Pirates are going to get in return in terms of player value. Like, I mean, they could dump salary all day long. It's not going to make me feel any better about them acquiring players if those players don't get or aren't Major League ready very soon. And if all the trades are just to dump salary, then I'm going to be disappointed in that as well. Because salary dumping doesn't necessarily rebuild this team. Good prospects rebuild this team. And Pirates are seeming to lack offensive ones of those as well. Connor Griffin's tearing it up, though, I hear. So that's something. That's good numbers. But he's, we'll see. We'll see when we see him in the majors. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Daily Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley's next right here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet clean, get one free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our office is canvassed all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of a wet start to the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Vehicle fire, this one in the Carrick section of the city. This ties up Brownsville Road between Birmingham Avenue and the Boulevard. The earlier vehicle fire in Stowe Township has been cleared, reopening Shafter Street near Jefferson Drive. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway east, the lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Twistvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Route 28 inbound to the Veterans Bridge is closed. That's due to the construction in that area. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Crowley. Mercifully, for your ears, Doran Dickerson will be back after the weekend. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. We have a humdinger of a show for you. Pat Narduzzi, Eli Holstein going to join us live in studio at 7 o'clock. Doran is not here to protect me. Will Pat Narduzzi punch me in the face?
I would like to see it. I would hold you up to him. I would just hold you still.
I think he'd be able to catch me.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs your help, but appreciate you having my back.
I'm just offering.
So Narduzzi and Eli Holstein in the 7 o'clock hour. Lot of football today, obviously. We'll react to day one of Steelers practice. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette was there. He'll join us at 8. Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette was there. He'll join us at 9. And the trade winds are blowing in Major League Baseball. There was a big deal made yesterday that saw the Seattle Mariners get better. A lot of winds swirling around O'Neill Cruz. Noah Hiles has been all over it, but the national media has added some color to those reports. Noah Hiles is going to jump on with us at 8:35. So super jacked up about today's show. We're going to send yins into the weekend the right way. We all got a big laugh yesterday. Jason Mackey was filling in for Pomp and Joe. Austin Bechtold behind the glass. And we all know that Justin Fields got hurt yesterday, and it seems like everything's going to be okay there. He dislocated a toe, which is a big ouchie. Actually, I opined 2 days ago, how important is the big toe really? I guess it's fairly important if you're a running quarterback. He dislocated his toe. The severity unknown, but I thought maybe when he was coming off the field, it was an Achilles or something, or an ACL or an MCL or something that would keep him out for the entire season. Adam Schefter was all over it, but so was Adam Schemmler, some fake Twitter account.
Adam Schofer.
Whatever. Austin Bechtold interrupted the proceedings on the Mackey show yesterday. Oh, whoa, Jason! Adam Scheffler. What's his name? Schemmler?
Schofer. Well, he didn't know. He didn't
he said Adam Scheffler is reporting that Justin Fields is out for the season, and it brought the entire show to a screeching halt. Austin Bechtold, City Limits, he was fooled by the internet. I figured without Starkey, without Cook, without Pomp, God bless them all, they're not the youngest, they're not the most internet savvy. I figured with Mackey and Bechtold, you're not getting fooled by the internet. Oh, they got fooled. They got fooled in a big way.
Doesn't that make you grateful sometimes that I don't pay that much attention to X, because then I can never get fooled and I can let you break the news instead of I bring the show to a screeching halt in other ways.
You do.
And they're more fun than that.
Yes, when you bring the show to a screeching halt, generally we can just spin it positively into content. Like, none of us are perfect. We like to lean into our mistakes here.
I gave a headline in the middle of an audio clip.
You sure did. And it's just on brand for Harry Kalas. Like, we will lean into our mistakes.
Well, Austin loves to break news. Like, he loves to be a part of the breaking news. I mean, I remember when Matt Canada got fired and he was in, because that was back when we were splitting time on the morning show. He decided, instead of just to go in your ear and use the IFB to be like, hey, this is happening, he waved you down. Like, he started waving his arms.
In the middle of a Tyler Kennedy interview.
Exactly.
Which is good process, but he starts waving me down. And he had to turn the mic on to make sure that he could announce the news himself.
Right.
Yes. On brand for Bechtold. And we love Bechtold, but definitely on brand. I don't know that anybody around here loves the sound of their own voice more than Bechtold. Again, we love him, but I think if you listen to the station, you would agree with that.
Well, at least he likes wiffle ball, and we have that in common, me and him.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Did you see who responded to me on X yesterday as well?
Yeah, it looks like Harry Kalas might have an opportunity to be an umpire in a Savannah Bananas game.
Something different.
Oh, well, that's more important.
We'll get to that. Cody Duncan responded to us and said that we're one of the best shows.
Duncan said that?
He used a clip of you, and then I retweeted it, and I was like, hey, thanks for tagging us. Like, you know, the fan or Rally or me.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, no issue, man. You have one of the best shows. Love you guys. I was like, oh, my God. I'm starting to find myself more fond of him than guys like Bechtold and intern Dom, who insulted me on the PM team yesterday. I'm feeling myself more drawn now to Cody Duncan than those two, because I was just mean to him because I didn't like how he reported on certain things on X, but he's complimenting us, and it made me feel good.
Yeah, I was actually stunned to see that, because you have been vicious to Cody Duncan.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe, you know, he's nice, I guess. I don't know. That was a nice thing to say, but, you know, especially intern Dom just being not nice to me, even though I've been extremely nice to him and been complimentary of how he's done at this station.
I love intern Dom with the PM guys, because Pony, I have found, will go out of his way to just throw a barb in his direction like once every 20 minutes. And intern Dom will always give this curt, quick, witty response. They let it sit for half a second, and then they just move on. I find it very funny.
Well, he said something at my expense. Like, he was texting our group chat, and he didn't have the sounder ready for one of their segments.
Yes.
And so
Pony called him out.
I texted Pony, and I was like, oh, he was texting us. That's why he didn't have it ready. Good on him. And then Pony outed me for outing him. And then Dom was like, well, at least I don't fall asleep during the show.
He does have a point there, Harry.
That's only happened once. I had a phantom headline. It happened one time.
You fall asleep during the show every single day.
During breaks, though. And
that's not the defense you think it is, pal.
But it might be, because how many times have I missed things that you've needed? That's right, never. I always play the sounders. I always have the music ready. The show flows. You have to admit.
You literally weren't in your position.
It was one time.
2 days ago.
It was one time.
To turn the music down and the bed music was just blaring at ignorant levels.
Okay, and I donated my own fan so that I don't have to go try to fix the air, but literally the air conditioning wasn't working. I was trying to press the buttons, the fans weren't working.
You can come up with as many excuses as you want, big guy, but we could spend the rest of the morning show talking about your screw-ups.
I love defending myself.
We could also spend the rest of the early morning show.
This is the pre-show.
Whatever. Talking about my prodigious screw-ups. We were talking about Bechtold getting fooled by the internet. I think I have one of the worst getting fooled by the internet moments in recent station history. There was an AI video of Justin Fields talking to the Pardon My Take podcast, where he was just talking about how Ohio State used to cheat big time back in the day. And I ran with it thinking it was real. Did a whole segment on it. Justin Fields is going to be the Steelers franchise quarterback? Really? He doesn't know not to out his former university. He's showing poor judgment. He's putting his foot in his mouth. He's going to get his head coach, Ryan Day, in trouble. They're going to get all kind of violations. They're going to have bowl wins vacated. They're not going to be able to compete for a national championship. What terrible judgment by the Steelers quarterback. If he can't show good judgment in that setting, then how's he going to show good judgment as the steward of the Steelers franchise? We did a whole segment on it. I got to the point where Doran was agreeing with me. We immediately had to break, find out, yeah, the audio was dubbed over. It was totally fake. All fabricated.
Well, there was somebody that used to...
I excoriated the man. I called him a poor decision maker. I was questioning his judgment all of a fake video.
Yeah, I had something similar happen once. Somebody that used to host on this station, I remember I was producing that day and tried to get me a clip of... I think it was Fields, too. It was somebody saying something. But the clip didn't have any audio to it. There was just a quote in the caption.
Yep.
And I was searching, and I'm like, why is this audio not working? And after 5 minutes, I figured it out. And I was like, hey, man, this isn't a real quote.
Yeah, that'll happen. Texter writes in, no mention of Hogan passing away. Come on, guys. Number one, I'm not a wrestling fan. Number two, he's got a pretty complicated past. So as somebody who doesn't remember the fond things that a lot of other people would remember about Hulk Hogan, he doesn't do it for me. Now, R.I.P., and I'm sorry to his friends and his loved ones, but I'm not going to talk in depth about a guy or eulogize a guy that I don't know enough about. I think that's the best thing I could do for Hulk Hogan today, is not fake a eulogy. So I'm not going to. R.I.P. Brett the Mailman writes in, intern Dom is a jagoff. Oh.
I agree with that.
Texter, I think Pony likes the sound of his own voice. You know how some people fall asleep to the sound of the ocean? I'm pretty sure he falls asleep to old clips of himself. Nate in the car. Well, we all like the sound of our own voice to a certain extent. That's why we have the jobs that we have. A lot of people don't like the sound of their own voice. Like if they'll hear themselves back on an old home movie or a recording of themselves, they don't like it.
I think that's different, though, because maybe, like, I hate hearing the sound of... When I listened to clips of myself when I was in high school announcing football, I did not enjoy...
I think you just get used to it doing what we do because we go back and we listen to things as a way to improve. It's called air checking. And we also have the headphones on. We hear our voice while we go all day, every day.
I think it's good to listen back because, like, myself, like, sometimes, like, we'll be talking, and I won't understand where you're coming from. If you give me, like, feedback, like, Callis, you shouldn't have sounded like that, or you shouldn't have said that. But then I'll listen back, and then I'll go, oh, my God, I sounded no good. Or, oh, that was a dumb thing to say. And then I improve from there.
Texter writes in, Crowley, shut up, dude. You legit talk about whether people are alive and dead constantly. Listen, I hate to do this, but Hulk Hogan, dead. I got that one. Ozzy, gone. Theo Huxtable. I know he's no longer with us. R.I.P. to all of them. I mean, what am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to eulogize guys? Just for who? For what? You want a Hulk Hogan eulogy, go online. There's a million of them.
Why are you so bothered by this?
I don't know. Good point.
It was just a suggestion, that's all.
Texter, The overnight host said WWE is considered a real sport. Agree? Well, it's all scripted, but you have to be incredibly athletic to do the things that they do. Nuance. How about that?
I don't know if it's a sport if it's pre-scripted, though. Usually sports is competition that you don't know what's going to happen. What's the definition of a sport?
I hate, though, when people, and I'll come to the defense of wrestling here. I hate when people are like, you watch wrestling, you're a dork. It's not real. Okay, neither's ER. You realize George Clooney ain't actually doing open heart surgery on people, right? Mm-hmm. It's entertainment. Right, Desperate Housewives. Like, Eva Longoria is not actually sleeping with her 17-year-old gardener. That's all fake. Like, the live element of WWE and the athletic prowess that all those dudes and ladies show, and the wear and tear on the bodies makes it an athletic achievement. And the fact that they're doing it all without the safety net of being pre-recorded in a lot of cases makes it super cool. It's never been my thing. When I was a kid, I dabbled in it. Now I'm so far behind on all of it. Like, I wouldn't mind catching up.
But, like, is acting a sport? See, that's the difference, though.
I'm not arguing, I guess, necessarily that it's a sport, but it is something you have to be incredibly athletic to take part in.
Yeah, nobody's saying that these guys aren't talented.
And I'm also saying the fact that it's scripted doesn't make it any less interesting.
No, it's impressive and it's interesting, but is it a sport?
I'm not interested in that conversation, clearly, Harry. That's
okay, great.
Why I've said the things that I've said.
You said Savannah Bananas. I got a contact from somebody. Can we talk about that?
Texter says my nephew can sell Callis a bus.
Really? I mean, I got a van now, and I kind of like the van better. The bus would be hard to park.
Another texter writes in, I was a producer in radio for over 10 years. I never slept in a break. We used to actually have to work in breaks, firing carts, doing live reads. You use the automation provided by New Tech to sleep? Shame on you. Well, all I read there was that you're old. You talk to people who did radio back in the day, they're like, you guys have no idea. Okay, maybe.
There's a reason they improved it.
That's right. So that you could sleep during breaks.
Bam. Life stuff, 2 jobs, no good.
People want you and Dom to have a verbal cage match.
We can. I mean, he just falls gracefully into being wrong a lot, and he squeaks when he does it. I mean, I don't always know things, but at least I know when to say that I don't know things, and I'm willing to learn.
I don't know about any of that, but I would agree on the squeaky part about intern Dom, whom I love. Do you guys like each other?
No.
Like, you actually genuinely don't like each other?
Yeah, I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah, he's no good. Look at what he's doing. What is his brand?
His brand is little guy who has hot takes that sometimes are so far out of left field, but you can't help but love him.
And why is he mean to me? Like, I was never mean to him, and then he just started, firing off the hot takes, firing off the, I'm going to double down on my ignorance. And I'm just like, and then he's attacking me, saying mean things about me.
I want to play a little game here. I'm going to throw names out there. You tell me whether or not you like this person.
Okay.
I don't need any qualifiers, nuance, nothing like that. Just
yes
a yes
or
or no. Yeah.
Okay.
Intern Dom.
No.
Austin Bechtold.
No.
Sean Myers.
Yeah.
Nelly.
Yeah.
Joe Starkey.
Yeah.
Bob Pompiani.
Yeah.
Andrew Filipponi.
No.
Chris Muller.
Yeah.
Donnie Football.
Yeah.
Craig Riley.
Yeah.
All right. Texter, my mailman sleeps between mailboxes. Take that nap, Callis. I met a dude at the softball game who was wearing a shirt that we all autographed that said Crowley smells like oatmeal. And I've always said that if I were not a radio host, and boy, my days might be numbered with pre-shows like this, that I wouldn't mind being a mailman. You get exercise. You're out there in the sun during the summer. The cold never bothered me in the winter. I just bundle up. The dude's a mailman. He said, Crowley, you're living my dream job. I'm living your dream job. I would love being a mailman. Texter, why and how does the 5th string producer on the station have his own intro?
Fifth? I'm not a 5th string. If anything, I'm the 1st string.
I don't know if you're 1st string. I think Donnie would be number 1, but
no, I mean
you're in the top 3.
He's the 3rd one in the order. I'm saying I'm like the leadoff. That's what I mean by strings. If we're talking who's better and more experienced, I mean Donnie, yeah, for sure.
Tommy Pham was a leadoff hitter for the Pirates. It has been a lot, actually, frequently. I'm not sure that means what you want it to mean.
Okay, well, we're 93.7 The Fan. We're considered one of the better teams in the league, right?
Damn right. One of the best sports talk radio stations in the country.
So the better station has me leading off. There you go. Bam.
Texter writes in, and I think this is a great way to end the pre-show today. Your mailman sleeps with your wife, Crowley. Aaron Rodgers didn't have a great start to his 11-on-11 Steelers career. We'll begin there in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
I think most of the 32 teams would probably say something to that accord at this time of the year. But I think that there's really only 6 to 8 that really have a legitimate chance. Sometimes it's 10 to 12, and there's teams that surprise you, but I would say on paper we're probably one of those 10 to 12.
Aaron Rodgers asked yesterday at Steelers training camp, St. Vincent College in Latrobe, whether he thinks the Steelers can win the Super Bowl or not. Now, that question was asked of the Tennessee Titans head coach and general manager the other day, and the GM said, our roster needs a lot of work. Other than the Titans, and maybe the Browns and the Saints, I think every quarterback of every other team in the NFL would say, yeah, we're competing for a Super Bowl. I think every coach, every GM of every other team in the NFL would say, yeah, we're competing for a Super Bowl. But Rodgers' answer there was interesting to me. I listened to his entire media availability yesterday, and let me tell you this. Aaron Rodgers, his honesty is a breath of fresh air compared to Russell Wilson. Rodgers asked if the Steelers can win the Super Bowl, and he says there are between 6 and 8 teams every year that could do so. Sometimes, depending on the year, could be 10 to 12. I think we're part of that 10 to 12. That is nuanced. That is honest. Russell Wilson would have said, oh yeah, baby. Steelers Nation, let's ride. Stairway to 7, let's ride. Of course we can win the Super Bowl. Let's ride. He's like Woody from Toy Story. You pull the string on his back. He's got like 6 or 7 canned answers. There's a snake in my boot. And that's what you get out of Russell Wilson. I don't believe he's a bad guy, but I think he's a human being that is controlled on the inside by a little Russell Wilson that's operating him with controls. He's like AI. Aaron Rodgers, like him, hate him, like what he has to say, dislike what he has to say, is an actual human being with feelings, emotions, and he gives some thoughtful answers. I thought that was a thoughtful answer. Can you win the Super Bowl? Well, every year there's 6 to 8 teams that realistically can. Some other seasons there's between 10 and 12. We're among that 10 and 12. He looks around. He knows they're not among the NFL's elite of the elite, but he thinks they've got a puncher's chance. I don't actually know that they've got a puncher's chance to win the Super Bowl. I have them winning a playoff game this year, but I thought that was a refreshing, honest answer from Rodgers. And it had me thinking, what is a good season for Aaron Rodgers in 2025? Is it winning the Super Bowl? Is it winning a playoff game? Is it getting to the playoffs? Is it merely staying healthy for 17 games? What is a good season in Aaron Rodgers' mind? What's a good season for Aaron Rodgers in your mind? And is Rodgers' goal the same goal that the organization has? That's what interests me. And you can comment on the phone line at 412-928-9370. You can text me at 412-928-9370. And you can tweet me at _Adam Crowley. Rodgers knows winning the Super Bowl is tough. Rodgers has played 20 years in the NFL. This is year number 21. His career is old enough to drink. My man has been around, and he's played this long, and he's played in a bunch of NFC championships. He's won one Super Bowl. He knows you can have a great year and not hoist the Lombardi Trophy. My man's won 4 MVPs and won the Lombardi Trophy just one time. So he knows it's difficult. What do we think his goal is this year? And do you think his goal is the same as the Steelers' goal? 412-928-9370. I think Rodgers would be thrilled if this is how his career ends. 17 games played in the regular season. Bunch of passing touchdowns. Leads the Steelers to the playoffs. I feel like Rodgers probably feels like that would be a good send-off for him in his swan song season. If he stays healthy, if reasonable football minds say, oh, he played well, and he gets the Steelers to the playoffs, I think Rodgers would walk into the sunset saying, you know what, I can hang my hat on the end of my career on a pretty good season. I think he wanted to go to the Jets and win a Super Bowl. Obviously, that went to hell in a handbasket. He played 12 snaps, and then his Achilles snapped. I watched the Rodgers Enigma documentary, and he was trying to work his way back from that Achilles injury to play in his first year with the Jets. He almost damn near did it, and I actually think he would have played had the Jets been in playoff contention. But the entire next offseason, he said, his words, was predicated on what can I do to stay healthy, play every game, pretty much just not embarrass myself. Prove to myself that I can still play at a high level, prove to myself that I can still stay healthy, and just not embarrass myself in what could be my final season. That's what he was working towards. Well, the team was an embarrassing display. They win 5 games, the coach gets fired, the OC gets fired. New York Jets things happened to the New York Jets. But he did stay healthy. He accomplished that portion of his goal. He threw for a lot of touchdowns. He didn't throw a lot of picks. I think he thinks he acquitted himself well. Well, now he's another year removed from that Achilles injury. I think the goal's still the same for him, stay healthy. I think he wants to go out as a playoff quarterback. And even if he loses a playoff game, I still think he'll look back fondly on his time with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He can walk off into the sunset knowing, you know what, I accomplished something. I think that's a reasonable goal for Rodgers, and I think if you gave him truth serum and you asked the question that way, I think he would answer, yeah, 17 games, good statistics, go to the playoffs, that's a good year. I don't think that Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, and Art Rooney II would see it that way. Now, Tomlin would be happy that his non-losing season streak continues. But I think while Omar Khan said just 2 days ago that he believes the Steelers can win the Super Bowl, I think Omar Khan would sign up for a playoff win. They haven't done it in 8 years. I think Mike Tomlin would sign up for a playoff win. I think Art Rooney II would sign up for a playoff win. This is a bridge year of sorts for the Steelers. They have not wasted any future assets to build this team. Omar still has an eye on the future while trying to make as competitive a bunch as possible this year. I think if they won a playoff game in what they consider to be a bridge year, I think publicly they'd say, man, yeah, we fell short of the ultimate goal. I think internally they'd be doing backflips. Mike Tomlin be doing cartwheels in his office. Art Rooney II, he of little emotion, might throw up a fist bump prior to walking in and meeting up with the media at the end of the year. I think the Steelers organization, those three, the holy triumvirate, if you will, wants to win a playoff game this year, would be satisfied winning a playoff game this year. I think Aaron Rodgers would be cool with just making the playoffs, just staying healthy all year, acquitting himself well, and leaving, in his mind, the Steelers in a pretty decent situation. He'd have his head held high. I think if Rodgers got the Steelers to the playoffs this year and played well in the process, that he would say he's retiring with something still left in the tank. Few players ever get to do that. Jerome Bettis won a Super Bowl on his way out the door. Ray Lewis won a Super Bowl on his way out the door. John Elway won 2 Super Bowls on his way out the door. Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl before retiring. It doesn't happen to a lot of guys. And even Peyton Manning and Jerome Bettis, I think you would argue, they gave everything they had. They probably had nothing left. I think Rodgers wants to convince himself, I'm walking away when I still could play another year. I think that's important to him. And by playing well and getting the Steelers to the playoffs, I think he'd be satisfied. What do you think Rodgers thinks of as a good last season? 412-928-9370. Do you think his goal is the same as the Steelers? And what would you consider to be a good final season for Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. Open phones until 7 o'clock when Pat Narduzzi joins the program. Would love to discuss this with you. You don't want to just hear me monologue for the next hour. You want to be part of the show, and we want you to be part of it. 412-928-9370. Rodgers did throw an interception on the first play of 11-on-11 drills with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get into his performance in day one of Steelers camp, what it might mean. But we'll take your calls on this when we come back. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a series with the Arizona Diamondbacks at PNC Park beginning tonight. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time's at 6:40. Coverage of the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This world lost 2 cultural icons who live life on the edge for sure, but loved entertaining people. Ozzy Osbourne and, of course, Hulk Hogan. I was fortunate to meet Hogan on numerous occasions and, of course, interviewed him. He was always very pleasant, a generous person, if you will, and he took the promotion of his sport to a whole new level. He loved America. He loved his fans. Rest in peace, Hulkster. You left quite the legacy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payment starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cloudy with thunderstorms today, the high 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of rain in the area could make the roadways slick and a bit dangerous. So definitely be careful. Keep the speeds under control wherever you're traveling this morning. Parkway East outbound, that lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Also Route 28 inbound, the ramp to the Veterans Bridge is closed. You'll be taking the ramp to East Ohio Street as part of the posted detour. And an earlier vehicle fire. This is on the line between the Carrick section and Mount Oliver. It's tying up Brownsville Road between the Boulevard and Birmingham Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And it's good to get that out the way. It's good to get it out the way. I mean, anybody that's watched me practice over the years, you know, you like to try certain throws at certain times. And anybody that's watched me in the games knows I've been pretty stellar taking care of the football over the years. So There's going to be picks for sure. I'm going to try to fit certain things in. You gotta deal with some sweat on the ball from time to time. So it's going to be a good challenge for me throwing this heat every single day. I look forward to it, but I'm going to throw some picks. But I'm going to throw some touchdowns too.
I really like Aaron Rodgers in the media setting when he's talking about football. I do. I think the guy is honest. Now, not always going to agree with everything he has to say, but I think he's honest from his own perspective. I don't think Russell Wilson was. I think Russell Wilson was the over-the-top optimist. Russell Wilson was the toxic positivity guy. And I think that can wear on you. I think Rodgers is going to be critical of his teammates when necessary, like Ben was. And I think Rodgers is going to be critical of himself when necessary, like Ben was. I think Rodgers, when asked if the Steelers can win the Super Bowl, gave as honest an answer as anybody around the team is going to give. Every year, there's between 6 and 8 teams that can win the championship. Some years, there's 10 to 12. I think we're among the 10 to 12. I think that's well said. That's how I largely view the team. I don't think they got a great chance to win the Super Bowl. I think they can win and will win a playoff game. But they're a fringe contender. I think the roster is that good. I think if the Steelers had one of the quote-unquote elite in their prime quarterbacks, when you looked at those lists from ESPN and NFL Network this offseason, ESPN said they had the 19th best roster in the sport. I think if they had a Joe Burrow, you'd be looking at the Steelers as a top 3 roster. I think quarterback is weighted super heavily. But if you go 1 through 53 and you weight the quarterback like you weight everything else, I think the Steelers do have a really good roster. I said that a couple of days ago. So they're a fringe-ish contender to me, and it sounds like Rodgers agrees with that. Rodgers did not, according to everybody who was there, Jeff Hathorn and others, have a great practice yesterday. I'm okay with that. He threw an interception to Patrick Queen on the first play, and he said, I'm going to throw some picks in practice. That does not come from a place of narcissism. I do think that he is a narcissist, but I don't think that answer was narcissistic in nature. Ben used to throw picks in practice all the time. Ben used to throw bad balls to wide receivers in a training camp setting to see if they could adjust and make plays on the football. Because in practice, things can be perfect. No one's coming at your legs. No one's ever going to hit you, even when you put the pads on. And so if Ben wanted to be fine and put the thing between the numbers every single time in training camp, he could do it. How do you find out about your receivers that way? You don't. Sometimes he'd try to throw the ball into windows he wouldn't throw the ball into in games. Rodgers saying he does the same thing. Mulsey brought this up yesterday. I did not remember this, and so I looked it up after their show and before our show. Marcus Mariota once went like 8 practices in a row. He had this long streak in Tennessee where he wasn't throwing picks, and Rodgers was asked about it, and Rodgers like, this is when you're supposed to throw picks. I buy that. Now, you want to see the relationship between Rodgers and DK Metcalf grow. They weren't on the same page, according to Brian Batko and others. Brian's going to join us on the show today. Chris Carter was there. He'll join us at 8 o'clock today. They're going to have to get crisp at some point. They weren't yesterday. But I'm not going to overreact to one non-padded practice. And I like the refreshing honesty from Aaron Rodgers. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What would be a good season for Rodgers? And is his goal the same as the team's goal? Forward-facing publicly, Omar Khan says, yeah, we believe we can win the Super Bowl this year. Aaron Rodgers puts them among a group of 10 or 12 that could win a Super Bowl. But I think Rodgers would be satisfied staying healthy all year, putting up good numbers, getting the Steelers to the playoffs, and I think he would walk into the sunset then with his head held high. I think Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, and Art Rooney II, if you gave them truth serum, I think they'd be okay if they won a playoff game, got that monkey off their back, and then they draft that rookie quarterback next year. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Let's go to Kenny in Greensburg first up today. Good morning, Kenny.
Rodgers would be satisfied staying healthy all year, putting up good numbers.
Yeah, you got to turn your radio down, Kenny. Let's go to Jim in Menneson. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, buddy. How about you? Happy Friday.
Good, happy Friday. Hey, I agree with you. I think that regardless, according to Rodgers, if he gets into the playoffs, I think he rides off in the sense that, like you said. But more importantly, I think about Steelers Nation and the Yinzers of Pittsburgh, I think that if they win a playoff game, now all of a sudden, just like you said, it gets the monkey off their back. We stop talking about not winning a playoff game, and it gives the Steelers Nation hope that second week of the season, and I think that that's what they'll ask for, giving us some hope of winning that first playoff game.
I appreciate the call. Jim, I think if the Steelers win a playoff game this year, and then you lose in the divisional round, that's going to hurt in the moment. Of course it is. Because if you win that playoff game, that monkey is off your back, a la Steve Young, and you go, oh, man, well, shoot. They just did the thing they ain't done in so long. Maybe they could do it again. And you start having visions of sugar plums dancing in your head. Can they actually make a run here? I think it would, when you zoom out, give Steelers fans some newfound faith in Mike Tomlin. If they win a playoff game this year, then you draft a rookie quarterback next year. We're all going to get excited about that rookie quarterback because this is a great rookie quarterback draft, at least right now, looking ahead. We'd go, okay, well, whoa. Tomlin actually showed he could win a playoff game. Now we might get our next quarterback. Let's see where this thing goes. And I think Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, and Art Rooney II would view it the same way. I don't think Rodgers, though, needs that to go, whew, all right, I ended my career on a good note. I think if Rodgers could lead the Steelers to the playoffs and he says healthy and he thinks he's still got something left in the tank as he goes into retirement, I think he'd say, you know what, that was a nice year. Now, people on the text line have said, why would Rodgers come here if he doesn't think he could win a Super Bowl? I do think, like he said yesterday, he gives them a puncher's chance. You're right. He ain't coming here if he doesn't think they've got a shot. But I think for him, it's a sliding scale of success. Like, if they don't win the Super Bowl, I don't think Rodgers goes, dang, I failed. Because that would mean Rodgers, in his mind, would think he's only had one good season in his entire 21-year career. I don't think he feels that way. I think each of those 4 MVP seasons, he feels pretty good about the way he played. Thinks those were pretty good years. Sure, he wants to win the Super Bowl. I think if they fall short, though, he can walk out of here going, I had a pretty nice season. Leave everyone with a nice taste in their mouth. Sounds dirty, but it's not. Let's go to Bob in North Versailles. Bob, you're back.
Yeah, and I'm really mad, Crowley, because you know why? My best friend was a mailman, and that's why I went to UPS to get a post office box, so I never had to deal with them again. So, and everybody has texted me and says, what about you don't have a woman? No, I got a dog. And unfortunately, I had to put that dog down. It was the most loyal thing to me. Now, Aaron Rodgers.
Wait a second, Bob. Bob.
Yeah.
Did you ever get another dog?
No.
Thank you, Bob.
Did you hang up on him? He had more to say.
Do you not understand what I just did there, Harry?
No. Oh, no, you did the same thing you did the first time.
Chris in the car next up. Hi, Chris.
What's up, Mr. Crowley? How are you today?
R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. I'm great. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fantastic. Call me crazy, man. Call me crazy. Here's a hot take for you. The Steelers win the Super Bowl. What better way for Rodgers to end his career than to win the Super Bowl with the team he beat in the Super Bowl?
So you're telling me, I mean, that would be, Chris, could you imagine that? If Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Green Bay Packers in the Super Bowl, that'd be the greatest thing ever.
I mean, call me crazy, man, but...
Oh, you are? You are, because it ain't going to happen. But that would be, seriously, Chris, maybe the best send-off in NFL history. And I start to think about these things quickly. Jerome winning the Super Bowl in his hometown, that's pretty damn good.
You know that year, the Super Bowl was on the 36th day of the year.
No, I did not know that. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the call. 36th day of the year. Big Jerome Bettis wore number 36. Let me tell you something. I watch a bunch of old games on YouTube this time of year. Been watching a bunch of Steelers games this week. I watched when the Steelers beat the Patriots and Eagles back-to-back in the 2004 season, Ben's rookie year. Jerome wasn't getting a lot of burn in 2004, but Deuce Staley missed the Eagles game with an injury. Steelers rushed for 200-plus yards, and Jerome Bettis, those feet were still so nimble in 2004. He was fresh because Deuce, they were relying on to carry the load. Jerome, he was so good in that Eagles game, man. Now, he would make a cut, and his belly would be 4 yards to the right, and the rest of his body would be 4 yards to the left. But those feet, they didn't go away. And he was blasting through the hole. Now, he was running behind like Alan Faneca and Jeff Hardings. They were opening up massive holes. But he still had it, baby. It was a lot of fun to watch. Go back and do that yourself today for a nice little Friday treat. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Coming up next, as I mentioned, Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf weren't necessarily on the same page in the first practice of Steelers training camp. Maybe their bathroom situation will help. What does that mean? I'll tell you when we come back, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' first pass attempt in training camp was thrown as an interception to Patrick Queen. Also, Jonnu Smith right now, he's out with an undisclosed injury. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. It is summer. It is the weekend. It is hot, and you need beer. Hampton Beer Outlet has all your summer favorites to cool you down. Summer Shandy, Blockhouse Poolside, Twisted Tea Variety Pack, Sam Adams Porch Rocker, Fathead Sunshine Daydream. Yes, even Icy Light Mango, all at the best prices around. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet to stock up on your favorite summer beers and beat the heat. Because, you know, you need beer. One place to go, Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That's the power of Bowser.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, Upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Kohl's friends and family, listen up, because this one's for you. Right now, you can take an extra 20% off during the Friends and Family sale. Save on summer must-haves for your home, comfy everyday outfits for your family, smart favorites for back to school, and so much more. Yep, it's your time to save. Shop Kohl's Friends and Family sale today. Select styles. Offer ends July 27th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Black and gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
No, I was surprised. I was here Tuesday night, and not many other guys were here other than the rookies. And when I got in the room, I realized we were sharing something. I was, secretly kind of hoping it wasn't a big lineman or something. Maybe somebody had, cared about their hygiene a little bit. So when I walked in, I saw like a standard suitcase. I said, "Oh, I think it's gonna be good. This is probably DK."
No, I didn't know. He knocked on my door, and I thought it was the front door, and it was actually my bathroom door because we share a bathroom. And he was like, "Oh man, I was hoping it was you." I was like, "I did not think I was gonna have a roommate, but glad to see you too there." But yeah, it was a good experience just to see his face and knowing that we could continue conversations outside the meeting room.
Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf were roomies up camp, sharing a bathroom, which is very funny to me. Aaron Rodgers has made more money than any player in the history of the National Football League, $380 million. DK Metcalf just signed a contract that's going to pay him $130 million over 5 years, $30 million a season, and they're living like Callis was at Waynesburg. They're living like I was my freshman year at WVU. It's one of the quaint things that I actually love about Steelers training camp. Like, the Steelers are one of a few teams that actually goes away for camp. I do think it's good for camaraderie. I do think it's good for the club. And it's great for Latrobe. Like, Donnie was at Dino's last night. He's going to be at Sharky's on the 30th. If you're headed to training camp, you can cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite and meet Donnie Football, broadcasting live at Sharky's on July 30th from 6 until 10. Training camp coverage on 93.7 The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Miller Lite. Aaron Rodgers had a lot to say yesterday, and I don't usually love playing audio in full form, but I thought he was really good yesterday. I'm not going to play the full 7+ minutes here, but you tell me if you're hearing a guy who is going to be a locker room cancer this year, because I don't think you are.
First day, Aaron. Oh, it was good. Good to be out here with the guys.
What's it like just being out here at St. Vincent College, and how is this kind of different from your many other training camps you've?
Not actually way different. We were at the dorms at beautiful St. Norbert's College for 14 years, first 14 years of my career. And in those years, I had to go from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. And finally, about year 6 or 7, I was on the 1st floor. So I'm on the 1st floor here, which is a good start. I got DK as my suite mate, so we're sharing a toilet and a shower. But I love this idea, this opportunity to be out here in Latrobe and to stay here and connect with the guys.
Is that your choice to have DK as a suite mate, or is that a Mike Tomlin assignment?
No, I was surprised. I was here Tuesday night, and not many other guys were here other than the rookies. And when I got in the room, I realized we were sharing something, and I was secretly kind of hoping it wasn't a big lineman or something. Maybe somebody had, cared about their hygiene a little bit. So when I walked in, I saw like a standard suitcase. I said, "Oh, I think it's gonna be good. This is probably DK." So.
Have you had roommates before in training camp?
I have, yeah. I've had a lot of different roommates over the years. Brett Good, our long snapper forever, probably my favorite roommate at St. Norbert's. We used to play a lot of pranks on some of the guys, and had some pranks played on us as well. But yeah, it's good.
How would you say the relationship between you and DK is developing on the field, and maybe how things went the first day?
Yeah, I think we completed one out of a couple that we had his way. But, DK and I have worked out in the off season together. Got a good relationship. We talked about, a lot of football stuff. We FaceTime. We texted during the off season after minicamp. So we got a good relationship. It's going to just keep on growing.
One thing that's happened since you signed on was the trade for Johnny Smith and Jalen Ramsey. Throughout your career, have you had rosters and moments where you had dual tight ends like you might have here in Freiermuth and Smith? I mean, what do you think about those two, how you can work with them?
Yeah, I mean, we always valued the tight end in Green Bay. We had, we kept 4 many times over the years. But these guys, the 4 that we got, the top 4, all have unique skill sets and all can do different things. So I like it. The tight end position, like the fullback position, has been undervalued, I would say, the last few years. But being able to have, being able to go in 12 personnel can be an advantage with so many teams playing nickel to 12 these days. So if you got guys that can block and also run routes, you got an advantage there.
Aaron, do you have expectations of yourself for this team?
Sorry, one more time?
Do you have expectations for this team and of yourself?
I do, yes.
And they might be?
I'm not telling you.
Aaron, can you tell us what you've been doing since OTAs till now to prepare for this season?
I've been working out. I've been hanging at the beach with my dog, as you can see by getting stalked by TMZ. I was in Tahoe for a week, but other than that, I was working out at Proactive and spending time at the beach.
And how did you work out with the team? You joined them later than you haven't previously. Is there anything you had to do different to be ready for the season?
Well, the guys came out for a few days. We had a good time. Calvin hadn't seen the ocean before, so that was cool. We had a couple nice throwing sessions, good workout sessions. We had a nice dinner at Nobu. The Dolphins kind of went by right at the perfect time, and one of the guys, I won't embarrass him, asked if they pay the Dolphins to do that, to go by at a certain time. So we had a lot of fun. That was a good time to have those guys out. But other than that, there's been just the conditioning part's been important in the weights part, but nothing out of the ordinary.
There's Aaron Rodgers, a portion of what he had to say yesterday. And Mark Kaboly tweeted about this after Rodgers spoke yesterday and after Will Howard spoke yesterday. Everyone has talked about Rodgers as this bad guy, this bad teammate. And you just hear the way Rodgers talks about his teammates. You hear the way Will Howard talked about Rodgers. And, hey, call me naive. I don't think he's going to be a problem this year. I think he's going to be a leader for this team because he wants to go out on top. And to him, that doesn't necessarily, like we discussed earlier, mean win a Super Bowl, but be a good leader, help Will Howard, help Mason Rudolph, get the Steelers to the playoffs, play 17 games, put up some good statistics, think there's something left in the tank. And that's when you call it quits. A lot of guys would sign up for something like that. And I believe Rodgers is sincere when he talks about how much fun he's having. Now, 2-game losing streak when the media is coming down on you in the middle of the season, in the middle of December, okay, maybe things change. But I think the intention is for Rodgers to come in here, be a good teammate, win games, see where it goes, and then you walk into the sunset and you feel like you've done your job. 412-928-9370. What is Rodgers' goal this year? What would constitute a good season for the Steelers quarterback? And is that the same as the Steelers' goal? That's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. More on that coming up later on in the program. Pat Narduzzi, Eli Holstein going to join the show. Coming up at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, the national media now reporting on O'Neal Cruz and whether or not the Buccos will trade him. We'll get to that coming up next before Pat Narduzzi. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a series with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And tonight, game time tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45. And that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, crews now on the scene of a vehicle into a structure accident, 500 block of Bellevue Terrace at the intersection with Forest Avenue. Also, an earlier vehicle fire in the Carrick-Mount Oliver area, still tying up the 1400 block of Brownsville Road near Birmingham Avenue. Parkway West, you're getting in line around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays are at Edgewood-Swissvale. Outbound heavy approaching the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Hi, I'm Patrick Sundis, owner of Totteridge Golf Course and Residential Community. Golf season is here at Totteridge. Play Reese Jones's finest design. Totteridge is an 18-hole link-style layout with panoramic views that will take your breath away. Totteridge has hosted countless PGA competitions, yet is accessible to anyone with 5 sets of tees. Named a top 15 residential community by Pittsburgh Business Times, Totteridge residents can enjoy golf and miles of walking trails. Visit Totteridge.com to book your tee time today.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Crowley
early here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter writes in, hey, you're naive. Rodgers sounds exactly the same as he did at his first Jets training camp. The guy has always been a good talker. Maybe so. Maybe I am naive. I think he knows this is it, and I think that can be a powerful motivator. He could also make me look incredibly stupid, but hey, what else is new? You know what would be stupid? The Bucks trading O'Neal Cruz. We'll get to that in 1 second. Pat Narduzzi, just a reminder, he's going to join us live in studio in 10 minutes. Really looking forward to that. All right, Cruz. So a bunch of reports out there. Noah Hiles, our friend, he's going to join us at 8:35 today. He's been all over this. He reported that he learned the Yankees are one of many teams who have checked in on O'Neal Cruz. Continued, I've also been told the Pirates don't expect to trade Cruz before this year's deadline. Now, Mark Feinstein, who covers Major League Baseball nationally, he wrote last night, some teams have reached out to Pittsburgh about O'Neal Cruz, but a source said that while the Pirates will listen, they're not prioritizing such a move. The source called a Cruz deal unlikely. Sounds like Pittsburgh would absolutely have to be bowled over by an offer. John Heyman, National Baseball Insider, he writes, the Yanks have talked to the Pirates about O'Neal Cruz and some others. Price is said to be steep, but that's no surprise. Okay, so it doesn't sound like O'Neal Cruz is going to be traded, and that's good. O'Neal Cruz is under team control for 3 more seasons, and while he has not lived up to his considerable hype or talent level, I still think he could be a 35, 40 homer, 60 steals guy. You can't trade that. I don't care who the general manager is, especially when you're a small market club. You ain't going to be able to buy 30 homers and 60 steals on the open market. You just won't. It's going to be $40 million a season. Now, that would tell you could get a good return for Cruz, but the team can't hit. I ain't trading one of the few professional hitters in the lineup. But here's what all this makes me feel. Like that they're listening, that there's some level of trade talks going on with the Yankees, with some other teams, according to Hiles. Like, I still don't think it's a fait accompli that Ben Cherington is out. I think there's a good chance he comes back. Now, we'll talk to Hiles about this at 8:35. But if you're Bob Nutting and you're allowing your general manager to have deep talks about one of, I thought, your franchise cornerstone pieces, you probably trust him enough to get a year 7, no? Maybe I'm reading this wrong. You can tell me at 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. But that's my read. I hope Noah says the opposite when we talk to him later on in the show. All right, Pat Narduzzi, fresh off ACC Media Days in Charlotte. He's going to jump on with us live in studio coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that in a second. Again, Pat Narduzzi live in studio next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Morning rain chances are back today, including a couple of isolated storms rolling through this morning. While most of the day is looking dry, I think everyone will see at least a little bit of rain. Some cells could bring fast-moving storms that could turn severe due to strong winds, and there's an additional flash flood threat from downpours. Highs today should be back up near 90 with morning temperatures in the mid to low 70s. I have noon temperatures already in the mid-80s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Another vehicle fire to report, this one in Brentwood on Hazelhurst Avenue at the intersection with Circle Way. We also have an earlier vehicle fire, this in the Carrick Mount Oliver area, 1400 block of Brownsville Road, near the intersection with Birmingham Avenue. Crews on the scene there. And also a collision involving a vehicle into a structure in Ross Township, 500 block of Bellevue Terrace at Forest Avenue. Parkway West, you are heavy inbound at the Sandpile. Parkway East inbound at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound near the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Harry, who's your 3 dudes who can hit taters if you're going back 25 years of Pirates history?
Jason Bay.
Jason Bay hit exactly 0 home runs during the Home Run Derby. Terrible pick.
Jason Bay's a great pick.
He hit 0! Craig Wilson getting a shell. Tremendous pinch hitter. Darryl Ward's a good call, too.
I'd pick Darryl Ward over Jason Bay. You're right.
You would?
No, I'm kidding. It was sarcasm.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The pit fight song. Doran's not here today, so something special must be going on. You know I ain't playing this. Something very special is going on. Not only are we joined by Pat from Pittsburgh, Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of the Pitt Panthers. We got him live in studio, fresh off of ACC Media Days in Charlotte. I don't know when you guys sleep, Coach.
We get a little sleep every once in a while, but sleep is overrated. You really don't need much sleep, do you?
As a morning show host, I would agree with that. With 2 kids who never sleep, I'm lighting the candle at both ends. Yeah, you don't really need sleep. You can sleep when you're dead, right?
That's right. We don't a lot of sleep there, but we're excited to be here today. It's been a while since I've been in the studio here, so it's always good to see you.
You knew your way in. I saw you coming out of the car, walking right up like you own the place.
I know exactly where to go.
You walk around, there's a nice jersey down the hall that pays homage to the relationship between Pitt and 93.7 The Fan. So this is a home game for you in here, and Eli Holstein is going to join us as well, so the 3 of us will shoot the breeze for a little bit in here. Jerry DePaula retires. And then the ACC says you got to release the injury reports 2 days before games. Do you think that's why Jerry retired? Do you think he might have had an inkling that was going to be going down?
Yeah, he wanted to have his own little injury report, but there's no doubt about it. I think Jerry's upset right now that he can't just get all the injury information. But that'll be another interesting thing in the ACC.
Yeah, just one of 8 million changes going on in college football right now. Now, you said in Charlotte, and I'm paraphrasing, that you didn't lose anybody in the portal that you were trying to keep. Now, I think a lot of coaches say the same thing. I know what your roster looked like last year. I know what your roster looks like now. I think you're actually telling the truth. So what's the secret to player retention at a time where, yikes, that doesn't seem very easy?
Yeah, Adam, I think you're right. I think a lot of people do say that, but, I'm always going to tell it like it is, not beating around the bush. But we certainly have everybody back. And I think it starts with it's not something that, once the portal opens up, we start to activate this hey, this is the guidelines, this is what we do. I think it's every day. I think it's how we are in the office every day. I think it's just the culture we've built. And I think that culture word is used all over the place, but I think it's just how we're around our kids. I think when our kids get in there and they're getting offered from different places, people are tampering all over the place, but I think they know how we treat them in that building. They know there's a real relationship. It's not fake. It's not what can he do for me today? Let me love him up today and be nice to him. It's every day. That's what we do. That's why I coach football is to be around our kids, and I love doing this, and that's the fun part about it.
There's a lot of college football that doesn't feel like college football anymore, a transactional element to it. When you watch Pitt, it feels like college football. I mean, your linebacker core, among the best, maybe the best in the country. Players that have been here, that the fan base loves, that now, hopefully, in Pitt fans' minds, going to go out as ACC champions. I mean, you guys still seem to have that soul of college football in that program, in the culture like you're talking about.
Yeah, we talk about team all the time, and I think, the team concept is so important. Our guys have fun playing the game, right? I mean, we play football, and we're not just out there to make money or do whatever. We want to go play football and have fun, and I think that's all part of it. And I think, one of those culture things we talk about is we make it fun. To me, if you're practicing every day and you're not having fun at practice, you got a problem. If you're not competing and having fun, that's when it becomes just strictly business.
Mm-hmm.
And it's transactional, like you're saying, and just like, hey, what can you do for me today? I think that's when you have problems. But I think we still play the game like Pee Wee football. We're having fun at Pitt.
Now, I mean, and Eli Holstein joins us as well. I didn't play football. I don't know if that's obvious just by taking a look at me. I'm not even big enough to kick or punt or do any of that stuff. But your defense, aggressive, bring in pressure, it seems like it would be a fun defense to play in. Your offense with Cade Bell, you're running plays every 6 seconds. You're throwing the ball all over the place. You, Eli, get to hand it off to Desmond Reed, throw it to Desmond Reed. Kenny Johnson, you got speed to burn. So speak to what Coach was talking about a little bit there in the fun element of playing for this program.
Like he said, this team has a lot of fun. I would say this is definitely the most put together and just well-bonded team that I've ever been a part of. I mean, we're always hanging out outside of the locker room. outside of the facility, just doing anything we can just to be around each other, because we love each other, and we're as close-knit as a team can get. And when you have a team like that, it makes football just even that more fun.
I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position, so I'll say things. You don't have to agree or disagree. The guess is that people were tampering with you. I'm not even going to look at you when I say it, and that there are probably teams sniffing around because you're damn good. So why here, and what do you think you personally can accomplish this year and the team?
Just because of the relationships that I've had since I've been here. I mean, the relationships with Coach Doozy and the city of Pittsburgh is what brought me here, and it's what made me stay. Just having a relationship with him and everybody on staff. I mean, that's one of the things that really spoke volumes to me and my family, is how great of people are on the staff and in this city. And the teammates, they're my brothers now. I'm gonna have relationships with these guys for the rest of my lives. I'm gonna be. Some of my guys have talked about us being, 60, 70 years old, just sitting there talking about, the day we beat West Virginia in the backyard brawl. Games like that. It makes football that much more fun, and it doesn't really matter if people are trying to, take me away from something like that. The ball's in my court, and I made the decision to stay here because of that.
This is a true story. So 2nd and 30, I'm sure you both remember that fondly, in the backyard brawl. I was trying to fall asleep that night, and when I closed my eyes, I saw you with your helmet off screaming at the student section, and I could see it vividly right now. You had a lot of highlights last year. The team had a lot of highlights last year. Was that your number one moment, backyard brawl, and what you were able to accomplish and do in that game?
Emotion-wise, probably that game was number one, just because of the rivalry, my first time being in a situation like that. But I would say the Cincinnati game. I feel like that comeback was, just a lot more monumental. And just where that was in our season, talking about that, the talks that I had with Kyle Lewis about that game. After we beat Kent State, everybody was talking about how great I did, but Kyle Lewis kept it real with me. Told me, hey, all the quarterbacks last year won their first game, but they didn't win anything after that. And so it kind of made me, think, hey, I got to keep working. And then after the first half, Kyle looked at me and kind of was like, hey, you need to remember that. And then I just want to calm down, apologize to dudes. We got everything together, and we just went out there and got the win and something like that. And I was talking to a bunch of seniors on the team, and that was the win that propelled us to, be 7-0 when we were. We were talking about, we lose that game, it's a whole different season. But being able to come back, win that game, just carry momentum on, through next games and all that stuff, and just really propelled us to have a great season.
Eli Holstein, Pat Narduzzi joining us live in studio. And again, I didn't play, but I've been in a lot of locker rooms, and I've heard from a lot of coaches that you can have a good team with great coach leadership, but you can have when you have great teams, you got great player leadership. And you hear that about Kyle Lewis, and you return those guys on a defense where you guys created a lot of havoc last year. You were 5th nationally, defensive touchdowns, 6th in sacks, 4th in tackles for loss. I think most of that was the Syracuse game. I'm just kidding. I just want to make fun of Pony. What can you say about the senior leadership, and do you agree that you've got a locker room that can lead itself?
I do. And, I think, this team obviously is different than last year's team, but I do believe, our guys have learned from some of the, the ups and downs that we've had throughout, really my 10 years so far. There was lessons last year that we learned, and I think our guys understand even more now how important that team, that locker room is to leading this football team. And our players are taking more ownership this summer as a whole. I mean, with Coach Stacchiotti in the weight room all year, their team runs together. They've bonded and really grown together.
Year 2 with Cade Bell, year 2 with Eli, and you guys could both answer this question. Your comfort level, trusting what they got going on, Coach, and then Eli, how you're feeling running this offense now in year 2.
Eli, you want to start or you want me to go?
You can go first.
I'll go. I think year 2, I sit out and watch practice yesterday morning. We get about 50 minutes on the field with the team, and just watching how sharp they are compared to last year. I mean, there's just everybody knows what's going on. You see Eli out there telling a receiver that he ran the wrong route or he's got to get more depth, whatever it is. Last year it was Cade Bell telling the receiver. Now it's Eli telling guys what to do, where to be, and what they got to, how they got to finish a play. And I think that's the important thing. That year 2 is huge. And, you watched the Kenny Pickett era. You've sat, I think Kenny Pickett sat right there a few years ago. and we won a championship. But that's kind of, what happens. I mean, year 2 is going to be better than year 1 with Eli and Coach Bell, and year 3 is going to be even better.
What about you? How's your offseason gone in terms of the work that you've put in? You feeling well physically and just your comfort level in the offense now?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm finally healthy. It's good to be finally healthy, 100%, being able to just go out there and play free, not have that in the back of my mind, just go out there and play ball, have fun, But like you said, year 2 is always going to be a lot better than year 1. We're a lot more comfortable in this offense. There's not a lot of questions and everything like that. We know exactly what's expected, what we need to do. And, the message to, the whole team this year from me has been, hey, we're light years ahead of where we were at this point last year. And we started off pretty dang good. Now, we need to finish, but, with as good as we played last year, we are 10, 20 times better than what we were last year. We got more experience. All these guys, we got a lot of guys coming back, playing ball. We're a lot deeper this year, so it's just going to make us play even a lot better in year 2, and great things are going to come.
Is your favorite thing just handing the ball to Desmond Reed, and then okay, I'm just going to start jogging down the field? Like, we're going to line that thing up like 35, 40 yards. Maybe he'll just take the thing the distance. What a player he is, guys.
He's a lot of fun to play with. I wouldn't say my favorite thing is to hand it to him. I like throwing it to him. He helps me out on that part.
That's what turned around that Cincinnati game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know that there's an angle you can take on that guy. And you're not going to catch him from behind, obviously. But, yeah, sure, rack up the throwing yards.
Oh, yeah, I'll take the throwing yards. I mean, it's nice to be able to throw it behind the line of scrimmage or 2-3 yards across the line of scrimmage, and he can take it 70 yards. I like to give him crap on one play. We were coming out of the end zone against UNC, threw it to him over the middle. He broke a safety tackle. And I started celebrating with the offensive lineman. I'm like, there's no way Dez is getting tackled. But it was towards the end of the game. And I'm sitting there celebrating with Bear, Coop, and all that. And I just hear Bell start calling another play in the headset. I'm like, what are you talking about? Are we going for 2 or something? And I look down, and then I see Dez on the ground. I gave him so much crap for that. Talking about, I thought you were this fast guy. Don't get caught and everything.
I love
like that. That dude could play. He ran him down and got him. But, we got the win. That's all that matters.
Coach, is there a ceiling you put on that guy? I mean, for what he can accomplish this year, all-purpose-wise?
There's really no ceiling because he can be in the return game. We just got to keep him healthy, keep him on the field. He's an offensive weapon. We want to make sure we got that. We've got other guys that can get involved in the return game, but there is no ceiling for him.
He's tough as nails, too.
He really is.
I feel like he can almost be his own worst enemy. Like, he's out there, I think at times, seeking contact. And, Mike Tomlin always says, he would say this about James Harrison, he's not small, he's short. Like, I don't think Desmond Reed knows he's not the biggest guy in the world because, he'll lower his shoulder now.
He knows it, but now he's jacked up. You see him with his shirt off in the locker room. This kid's got a different neck. I've never seen a neck like this. He's got things, I don't know what they are, and you certainly don't know what they are.
No. I don't even know if this is an ab. It's one ab. It's just one continuous ab. So I know expectations for you guys are sky high internally. And I don't know what to make. You read all these national publications about any team, returning starters, non-returning starters. I don't think the media knows what the hell they're talking about. And I say that as a member of the media. It's a totally different era in college football. I also heard you talking about, UNC should be there too, right? Because they got Bill Belichick. He's this great head coach. And if you guys, because you don't have him in the regular season, if you line up against North Carolina in the ACC championship game and you beat those guys, the amount of Steelers Pit fans that would be thrilled because you would be able to exact levels of revenge that are necessary on Bill Belichick. You'd have people, they might be burning couches like they would in Morgantown, Pat.
We don't burn couches in Pittsburgh. We got different ways of doing things.
Yeah, just turn on the victory lights and sing a couple songs. I think Pitt/Steelers fans, if that's how it all played out, I think it would be the perfect culmination for Pitt fans.
Let's get it done.
One last thing I wanted to say. So you didn't bring Eli to ACC Media Week because you say the last 2 times that didn't go so well. You're afraid of the jinx. I will remind you guys that the last time there was a quarterback who did a weekly show on The Fan, that was Kenny Pickett. He's 3rd in the Heisman voting. Wins an ACC championship. We might need to make something happen with Eli.
Let's get an NIL deal done. Let's get Eli on.
We're gonna get SPAC on the phone.
I'm all for it. Let's get it done.
We'll get him to sign it up. Oh, he's a guy who gets things done. Actually, I think he'd help you out in the recruiting side of things maybe a little bit.
He could get that done too.
SPAC would. Guys, this was great. Real pleasure. Thank you so much for coming in. And Hopefully we get a chance to talk a bunch during the season. And we usually talk Backyard Brawl Week. We talk a bunch during the year. So looking very much forward to it, guys.
No doubt. We need to get you in August on campus, get you at our practice facilities and do your radio show from there.
I would love to do that.
We're going to get it done. As long as you don't, write down some information, start sending it back.
You even think I know what I'm looking at? Hey, you think I know? You think I could pass
You're just like the rest of the media. You don't know what you're looking at, I guess, huh?
Exactly right, except for DePaula, and that's he retired. He knew what was going on with the injury designation. Thank you, guys. Seriously, this was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you having us on.
Take care, guys. Thank you, Eli. Nice to meet you. All right, coming up next, we'll react a little bit to what Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein had to say at the bottom of the hour. Big day of Steelers camp practice yesterday. We'll react to some of the good, some of the bad. What do we make too much out of? What do we not make enough out of? First, though, it's Nicholas Harry Callis, fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' first pass attempt at training camp was intercepted by Patrick Queen. Also, Jonnu Smith not practicing right now. Steelers have him out with an undisclosed injury. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. 2 days before a scheduled city council vote, the Washington Commanders reworked their proposed stadium deal to redirect nearly $1 billion in new revenue to the District of Columbia and expand community benefit. This just reveals the extent to which the Josh Harris-led ownership group is ripping off taxpayers in this deal once again. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Jefferson Hillsborough, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident shutting down Route 51 in both directions between Practice T Drive and Ray Large Road. Also, a couple of earlier vehicle fires, one in Brentwood on Hazelhurst Avenue near Circle Way, the other one in the Carrick Mount Oliver area on Brownsville Road near the intersection with Birmingham Avenue. Parkway West, you are heavy as you approach the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East inbound just a little heavy at Edgewood. Twistvale outbound jammed before the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit, heading into those lane restrictions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fun interview there with Pitt head football coach Pat Narduzzi, Pitt quarterback Eli Holstein. Thanks to Pitt for making those guys available. Thanks to them for not razzing me too much about my West Virginia fandom. I sense optimism from Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein. Eli Holstein says they're 20 times better than where they were at this time last year 2 of the system. Pat Narduzzi says he's got a comfort level in watching them practice on the offensive side because he feels really good about what they accomplished early last year before there was a bunch of injuries and where that can take them this year. They have one of the best linebacker cores in the entire country. We know it's going to be a good, aggressive defense. Can they be good up front offensively and defensively? Defensive line, offensive line. That's what's going to take this team from being a good team that wins 7 or 8 games to one that could contend for an ACC championship, in my opinion. And I think the schedule is manageable. You got Duquesne open, Central Michigan. I'm not going to say this with Pat right here because he'll think I'm jinxing him, but you should start the year 2-0, and then you're on the road in Morgantown, which is going to be one of the games of the early season, certainly, but maybe one of the games of the season overall, 13-9, on 9-13, Rich Rod coming back. You will not find a more vicious environment in all of college football than the environment in Morgantown that weekend. I'm talking about year-round. And while Pitt has a lot of returning guys, and West Virginia's got 70 new players, if Pitt goes in there and gets that dub, I think that's going to tell you a lot about the team. Now, Pitt, it's way early. They're a 5.5-point favorite. we'll see how that shakes out the closer you get to kickoff.
I think it's going to be an easy dub for Pitt. They should start the season 3-0.
Can you name 3 of Pitt's linebackers?
Linebackers?
You can leave it to me, Harry, to break down.
You got the outside linebackers and the inside linebackers and the linebackers on the bench. There you go.
Good one. So that's going to be a difficult road environment. And like I said, one of the more difficult road environments, maybe the most difficult road environments that any team's going to have to deal with all season long. And if Pitt can win that game, I think you're off and running. Anything can happen in a rivalry game. Each of the 3 games that have played since the series came back have been competitive. I wouldn't say the game in Morgantown with Phil Jurkovec was a fun game, certainly for Pitt fans, but for anybody who has eyes. That was one of the uglier football games of all time. I think both teams finished with exactly 232 yards. It was a street fight. So I'm expecting a competitive game. If Pitt goes in there and wins, I think it's a big win. Then they got Louisville, Boston College, at Florida State. We'll see if they're improved. One of the worst teams in college football last year after coming off of an undefeated regular season the year prior. Notre Dame comes to Acrisure Stadium. You know the place will be hopping at that point. It's a tough game. Miami's supposed to be improved this year. Tell me if you've stopped me, I should say, if you've heard that one before. I think Pitt's got a manageable schedule. They return a lot of guys. They have high expectations. I think if they can stay healthy and they're better on the offensive line, I think it'd be a great season for Pitt. And just reading between the lines and listening to Pat Narduzzi there, I think he thinks the same thing. And he rightly points out that Pitt is just one of 3 teams to win an ACC championship the last 10 years. The aforementioned Florida State, Clemson, and Pitt. Now, Pitt, I don't think Pat Narduzzi would look at it this way, but if you're a Pitt fan, I think you can. Pitt lucks out they don't have to play Clemson this year. And this might be the best Clemson team we've seen since they were winning national championships. They return their quarterback. He's the best thing since sliced bread. Mel Kiper thinks he could be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. They've got a bunch of guys that could go in round 1. This is the best Clemson roster in a long time. Pitt doesn't need to beat Clemson to get to the ACC championship game. Now, they might meet them there if they were to get there. But not having to play them, I think, is a good thing. College football's wonky these days. If you wanted to make the playoff before and you had high expectations for your team, you would want a squad like Clemson on your schedule. When Pitt won the ACC, Clemson was on the schedule. I don't think you need that anymore. Just have the second best first winning percentage in the ACC. Get yourself to Charlotte. You got to beat them there. Okay. And if you lose and you have a great season, you can still get into the dance. It's funny how college football's changed. That Pitt team with Kenny Pickett that did win the ACC a few years back, they would have been in the playoff if it were expanded. And I think they'd have had a puncher's chance. That was a really good football team. Best wide receiver in the country, a great defense, a great quarterback. This year's team has a really good wide receiver in Kenny Johnson, who I think is going to continue to grow. He's got speed to burn. They've got one of the best running backs, not just in the ACC, but in the country, a preseason All-American. They've got the best linebacker core in the ACC. Health in the trenches, that's what's going to determine how far Pitt goes. And I think it's a big year in year 2 of Cade Bell. Pitt, great start last season. I think depth caught up with them, but you heard Eli and Pat there say that they think they've got a lot more depth this season. Much more on Pitt as we get closer to the season. Coming up next, though, we're going to give you some of the big camp storylines from yesterday, including a Roman Wilson highlight that got hijacked by Broderick Jones. What do I mean by that? We'll tell you coming up next. You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight. Pirates are coming off a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Game time tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jalen Ramsey. At the ripe age of 30, Jalen Ramsey is ready to prove he ain't done yet. The former first-round defender spent his early NFL years with the Jaguars, quickly becoming one of the most feared quarterbacks in the league. He then spent time in L.A. and Miami, winning a Super Bowl and multiple Pro Bowl nods. Now, after being traded to the Black and Gold in June, Ramsey looks to make a career run on a star-studded defense.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture-day-perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
so adaptable and adjustable. You know, he's been around for long. You know, man, I remember watching A-Rod when I was in middle school, I believe, or high school. You know what I mean? So, early years in high school, and him winning Super Bowls. And, you know, this guy has seen everything there is to see. You know what I mean? And I'm going to continue to pick his brain, continue to build that chemistry with him. And, you know, like I said before, you know, I'm excited that he's the guy out there leading us.
This training camp update is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health.
That's right. Let's tell you a little bit about what happened yesterday in Steelers training camp practice number 1. The voice you heard there before our voice guy was Jonnu Smith. And I think he got his timeline wrong. Jonnu Smith, oh, yeah, I was watching Aaron Rodgers in middle school. I mean, you were. He was 8 when Aaron Rodgers entered the league. 8 years old, which is insane. I was listening to the PM team yesterday, and so's everybody in town, by the way. Ratings through the roof, PM team. It still is so surreal that Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback. It doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to do anything special this season. I think they're going to win a playoff game. But just watching the videos of Rodgers walking on to the field at St. Vincent College, hearing him ask questions or get asked questions by Kamoli and Fittipaldo and Batko and Chris Carter, it's a pinch me kind of thing. Surreal is the word. Jonnu Smith, unfortunately, day to day with an injury that Mike Tomlin has characterized as minor. But we said this yesterday. They poo-pooed the Isaac Seumalo injury last year. He missed 4 games. They poo-pooed the Russell Wilson injury last year. Russell Wilson missed 6 games. Now they're poo-pooing the Jonnu Smith injury. And I'm not saying it's definitely going to be a long-term thing, but my God, let's hope it's not. Because if we learned one thing yesterday, if only one thing yesterday in practice, it's that it's going to be a work in progress. It's going to take some time to work out the kinks. Aaron Rodgers throws an interception on the first play of camp, which I don't think is a big deal at all. But kink. You see the video. Media is not allowed to take video, but fans are. Explain to me why that makes sense. It's dumb. Media could take video up until a point, but none of the team drills, none of the 7-on-7 stuff, only fans could do that. So we're actually living off of you, folks, the citizen journalists. But there was a video out there of Rodgers throwing a slant pass to DK Metcalf, who was being covered by Darius Slay, and Metcalf dropped the ball. It wasn't a perfect ball placement from Aaron Rodgers. A couple times, according to some of the reporters, I'm going to talk to Chris Carter and Brian Batko today, they were just not on the same page. You need Jonnu Smith back and healthy ASAP. You need Isaac Seumalo back ASAP. If the Steelers are a playoff team this year, I don't think we're looking at a 13-4 outfit. I think we're looking at one that wins 10, 11 games. The early portion of the Steelers' schedule is where they can make a ton of hay, but you got to hit the ground running. And the only way you're going to do that is if you can be relatively healthy. There are going to be bumps and bruises. Some guys more important than others. Way I look at it, Jonnu Smith might be target share guy number 2. DK Metcalf going to be targeted more than anybody else in the offense. That's an obvious observation. Who's number 2? It ain't going to be Calvin Austin. He might be their quote-unquote number 2 wide receiver. I think their number 2 pass catcher this year could be Jonnu Smith. He lined up outside as much last season as he did in line. Watch the highlight reel of Jonnu Smith. He runs away from people. He's dynamic in space. He looks like a giant wide receiver. They're going to line him up outside. He's going to catch the ball a lot. But you got to get on the same page with the quarterback real quick. You got to make hay in your early season schedule. You got to be the anti-Bengals who come out of the chute slow every year. And that was the difference in whether or not the Steelers or the Bengals were a playoff team last year. Bengals finished strong, didn't make it. Steelers, disastrous finish, but because they started as quickly as they did, they got into the postseason. You ain't going to do it if he ain't going to be healthy. So hopefully this is just a minor injury for Jonnu Smith. Mike Tomlin says it is. Let's hope we can take him at his word. Roman Wilson caught a ball that was captured by the Citizen journalists. I guess the play was captured on film. The ball itself was not captured by the Citizen journalist. You get what I'm saying? That highlight was shared hundreds of thousands of times on social media. But not because, whoa, Roman Wilson, the guy who couldn't jump on the moving train last year, all of a sudden he looks the part. No. It's because Broderick Jones got worked at left tackle. And that's why this Isaac Seumalo injury is such a big deal to me. This is the year for Broderick Jones. Is Broderick Jones going to be the franchise left tackle? We're going to find out this year. And if he's not, Steelers have their eyes set on drafting a quarterback next year. They're going to do that in round 1. How much draft capital are they going to have to give up to get that guy? Probably a lot. Second round pick might have to be a tackle, which means it'd be like the 8th or 9th best tackle in the draft. You need Broderick Jones to pan out. And I think it would aid him in the process of panning out if he was playing next to a veteran and not a guy who's as young as he is, in Spencer Anderson. So you got to get both of those pieces back, and you got to get them back in short order. But Broderick Jones, by all accounts, and there's no pads on. You don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but he did not look good yesterday. Caleb Johnson was good. Again, no pads. But I saw Chris Carter, who's going to join us coming up in 20 minutes. He said his burst through the line of scrimmage, the zone blocking scheme that Najee Harris simply wasn't a fit for, he looks right at home in the Steelers' zone blocking scheme. And he's got a ton of speed. Jalen Ramsey, another note here. When the team splits into individual drills, he was with the corners for a little bit, then he split off and joined the safeties. The Steelers' defense last year was the highest paid in the entirety of the NFL. It's the highest paid defense in the NFL again this year. I think we can all agree, this ain't no hot take, they did not live up to expectations. Defense was really good for a while, fell apart down the stretch, and was absolutely destroyed by the Baltimore Ravens running attack when they compiled 299 yards on the ground. The Steelers' defense, which early in the season lifted them to their 9-2 record, let them down considerably down the stretch. Why do I say all of this? Well, I'm excited about the defensive roster. I'm excited about Jalen Ramsey. I am terrified that Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin are going to screw that thing up. Jalen Ramsey's still good enough at this point in his career to blanket the other team's best receiver. He played an equal amount of snaps last year on the left side as he did on the right side. Why? Because he's following around the other team's number 1 target. Any snaps he plays at safety are a waste. You had an all-pro safety. You got rid of an all-pro safety. I would much rather have an all-pro corner than an all-pro safety. I've said that numerous times on the show. It's a more important position. But if you're going to take that all-pro corner and play him at safety, you're not getting the best bang for the buck. You're not improving at safety, and you're not utilizing your best corner in man coverage. So, like, here and there, yeah, okay, fine. A little wrinkle every now and again ain't a bad thing. It's a good thing. But it better just be a wrinkle. I'm not optimistic that they're going to utilize him the correct way. 412-928-9370. That's the number. I tweeted out not to pump my own tires, but just had a great discussion with Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein. Pitt fans will want to hear it. I'll post the link soon. You can go back and you can listen to that interview on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, the Odyssey app. It'll also be on our podcast. And you can listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Penn State fans responding to that tweet. Neil writes, "Oh, you're interviewing the head coach of 1AA programs now?" Here's another one from Dennis. Penn State fans who turned on the radio on the way to work immediately changed the channel. Hope you had a good convo with little bro. Penn State fans be telling on themselves, man. Penn State fans, loyal breed, great fan base. Strange breed. Strange fan base. Because when you bring up the idea of Pitt and Penn State playing every year in football, whoa. We don't need that. We don't care about Pitt. We could give a rat's ass about Pitt. They're Akron. But then I just say, hey, Pitt fans, here's an interview I think y'all would enjoy, and Penn State fans come in to trash talk. But then they'll tell you out of the other side of their mouths they don't care. Okay, all right. You tell yourselves that. You tell yourselves you don't dislike Pitt. You tell yourselves you wouldn't be jacked up for an interstate battle. You tell yourselves that all you want. Because your actions, they're telling me something different. You don't like Pitt. Say as much as you want. But you seek out a tweet where I'm saying, hey, Pitt fans, go listen to this, and you want to talk trash on Pitt, you care more than you'd let yourself admit. Y'all telling on yourself. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Gave you some of the highlights and lowlights of Steelers camp yesterday. We'll talk more about that in great detail with Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette at 8 o'clock. But coming up next, some of the big camp storylines from around the NFL. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Diamondbacks start a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage beginning at 5:45. That's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Jefferson Hillsborough, crews remain on the scene of an earlier vehicle accident that has shut down Route 51 in both directions between Practice T Drive and Ray Large Road. Meanwhile, an earlier vehicle fires, one in Brentwood on Hazelhurst Drive near Circle Way. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you are jammed right below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound jammed right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28, that stacks between the 31st Street Bridge and East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by BeveragesToYou.com. Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with BeveragesToYou.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Let's go Black and Gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid, and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp. And for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Go grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It's a great time of the year. Our Around the NFL segment is back. Soon to be sponsored by ... This is how I tell our sales staff things. I don't send them emails. I just say things on the air. I'm not calling them out. I'm just letting them know. We talked to Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein at 7. They're going to start up their camp at the end of the month. Same with Penn State. James Franklin was bitching about media days being in Las Vegas. He likes to complain about a lot of things. I don't actually think he's wrong on that one. Las Vegas doesn't exactly scream Big Ten, but hey, that's the state of college football. West Virginia opens up with Rich Rodriguez at the end of the month. A ton of intriguing local college football storylines. And then the Steelers, they're going to practice for the second time at St. Vincent today. We've made it, baby. Harry, can you let out a woo? Woo. Oh, come on.
I'm more of a yay guy.
Oh, that's...
Yay football!
That's my fault.
Right?
I wanted a patented yay, but I called it a woo. My bad. All right, a lot of NFL storylines, and we're going to bring you the biggest ones every day here on the show. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette, he was live. He was live. He was at Steelers camp yesterday. We'll get his thoughts on practice number 1 at 8 o'clock. Justin Fields hurt at Jets practice. Turns out he's going to be okay. He dislocated a toe. You start reading reports from those who cover teams nationally. You start reading the reports that came out of Jets camp, and you see the word cart. Carted off the field. That doesn't mean the same thing at training camp as it does in a game. Like, you get carted off the field in a game, you ain't playing the rest of the game, you ain't playing the next week, bare minimum. You get carted off the field at training camp, it could simply be a function of the locker room being super far away, and you're not going to make someone with a dislocated toe walk a quarter mile to take his pads off and to get looked at. So it seems like things will be okay with Justin Fields. More details shall emerge. Is he going to be good to go week 1? I'm not sure about that. If he's not, it'll be devastating. You could have Justin Fields v. Aaron Rodgers. If Fields ain't ready to go, it'd be Tyrod Taylor against Aaron Rodgers. And sure, there'd be intrigue, there'd be storylines abound. Rodgers back on the turf where he tore his Achilles 2 years ago. Rodgers back against his former team that he gutted by himself. He fired the coach. He fired the offensive coordinator. He handpicked his wide receivers. They went 5-12. Great storylines. But from a Steelers fan standpoint, yeah, I want to see them play Justin Fields, not Tyrod Taylor. Kenny Pickett right now, the number 2 quarterback in Browns camp. And here's a prediction. Joe Flacco's number 1 right now. Kenny Pickett the number 2 right now, throwing to the likes of Deontay Johnson, who's a second-team wide receiver for the Browns. Whichever of those veteran quarterbacks doesn't win the job, I think they're going to get cut or traded, depending on how injuries shake out around the NFL. If Kenny Pickett beats out Joe Flacco, I think they probably trade Joe Flacco. If Joe Flacco beats out Kenny Pickett, I think they probably trade Kenny Pickett. Because I'm trying to wrap my head around what the Browns are doing at quarterback, and it's quite bizarre. They want to start the season with a vet. Okay, that'd be one of those 2 dudes. Well, you don't want to cut Shedeur Sanders loose. You don't want to cut Dylan Gabriel loose. You use draft capital on those guys. They're young. It's unlikely that either's the future quarterback of the Browns, but one of them could be. So if I were the GM, whoever loses the job, they ain't a Brown anymore. You ain't carrying more than 3. And you're not going to be able to get Dylan Gabriel, a third-round pick, or Shedeur Sanders, the guy with all that hype, onto your practice squad. Someone will gobble him up. Finally, weird ending to the Raiders' Christian Wilkins saga. Great defensive tackle who was playing some of his best ball in the league last year before he got hurt. If I'm the Steelers, I'd kick the tires on Christian Wilkins because I do think the Steelers need more defensive line depth. Problem is, I don't know that anybody is going to come a-knocking for a Christian Wilkins. If he were healthy and ready to go this year, then the Raiders wouldn't have cut him, and he wouldn't be filing a grievance with the NFLPA. They're alleging that he hasn't worked hard enough to come back from his injury, and they're voiding all his guaranteed money. I think we got a problem there. But they're going to great lengths to get rid of this guy. I'm not so sure he's going to play in the NFL this year, or at least early on. All right, that was Around the NFL, soon to be brought to you by ... Coming up next, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. He was at Steelers practice yesterday. Who looked good? Who looked bad? What should we be making a big deal of? What shouldn't we be making a big deal of? That's all on the way with CeCe. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. If you're headed up camp today, going to be another scorcher. High in 90, low is 75. Might have to dance some raindrops, too. 50% chance of rain. Chris Carter next, but first, well, I already gave the weather. It's Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews remain on the scene of an earlier multi-vehicle accident in Jefferson Hillsborough, closing Route 51 in both directions between Practice Tee Drive and Ray Large Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West getting in line right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jammed inbound at Edgewood Swiftsvale. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28, that is slow between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Stop and go to East Ohio Street. Parkway North, that's fairly steady from I-79 and down into the crossover. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live 93.7 free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I just like his approach. You know, he's a good kid. He cares about it. He works hard. He listens. He's a good note taker. He's been picking my brain. I told him last night. He was in the room. We were talking about signals. I said, what can I do for you? You know, because I want to be a support system for him and pass on anything I can. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but if he wants to learn anything or pick my brain or be in my hip pocket, I'm all for it. So I'm looking forward to growing that friendship. But he has all the ability and the talent, and when his time comes, I think he's going to have a great chance to be a long-term guy in the league.
Aaron Rodgers talking about the second coming, Will Howard. I'm sure that'll quell the masses. I'm sure that'll calm everybody down. 4-time MVP, surefire Hall of Famer, singing the praises of one national champion quarterback, Will Howard. As if we don't get enough texts about that guy. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette, a newlywed. He joins us for the first time since the nuptials here on the show. Chris, you look better than ever. You look like you're glowing, pal. I'm so happy for you and your beautiful bride. And now you get to spend the next 4 weeks at St. Vincent College. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. I'm out here in Latrobe, PA, staying out here. So sometimes still going to go back so I can see my wife. But it's great times to hear, man. I am proud of myself for my podcasting setup here. The reason I'm actually glowing is because I got 2 lights on me right now.
You do?
But
I knew you were literally glowing.
I'm literally glowing. It's just because I have these lights on me so I can keep my studio set up. I got this done, and Nick Faribault, who's staying with me at this Airbnb, I'm like, I'm the MacGyver of podcast setups. And he says, who's MacGyver?
Oh,
and I was
no.
like, oh, God, he's too young. Yeah, he was too young.
I think you need to boot him and then, room with Brian Batko or something.
Team PG all day.
Chris is joining us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Chris, Rodgers was not sharp yesterday by all accounts. I'm sure nobody is panicking. I don't know why you would. How long do you think it will take him to get in a rhythm with the DK Metcalfs of the world? Because that's what it sounded like. The problem was they just got to get on their P's and Q's.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be by the second week or of camp or so. I think they're going to figure some things out. They got to figure, okay, we're going there. You also got to remember that they're going up. The defense always wins the early reps of training camp. Every quarterback, especially when it's a new quarterback in a new system with a lot of new players. I mean, you're talking about DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers and they're brand new players on this roster. And Arthur Smith's in his second year of being the offensive coordinator. You got a lot of other young players on this roster. culture. So there's going to be a lot of pieces that need to just figure things out. I do think it's going to take like a week. You're going to see a lot of defensive wins so far. And like even the interception that he threw, I thought it was a really impressive play by the defense where they were able to, kind of Jalen Ramsey follows a receiver across the field, signaling man coverage. Then they kind of show quarters coverage, but it's neither of those. It's cover 3 buzz. And you see Patrick Queen just fly to the sideline and take away DK Metcalf on what would have been a standard read by most quarterbacks. Say, hey, you know what? They're in man and they're backed off. That's an easy completion to by number 1 wide receiver. Nope, they got the guy underneath it. So I think it's a good sign more so of what the Steelers are going to be able to set up. Mike Tomlin kind of talked about that on Wednesday when he was like, we got coverage guys and we want to win those matchups. And I think that's what the addition of a Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay with Joey Porter all do for this defense. So I'd give some grace to the offense in the first week and a half or so of training camp. They'll eventually get on point, and then those 7 shots drills will start to heat up, I'd say, by like next week.
No practice in pads until Tuesday. This is known as the acclimation period. Jalen Ramsey, that is the guy I want to talk about. Real quick, though, Mike Tomlin asked about where Ramsey will play, and he ain't biting.
You're going to do it anyway, so have at it, man. But get your cameras ready. You're going to see him in a lot of places.
So he broke off and played or did some individual drills with the safeties, which I'm fine. He's a chess piece. Move him all over the place and throw a wrinkle or two in there. I don't want him to see him play a lot of safety, Chris. I think the strength of this defense this year could be blitz more than they have in recent memory under Terrell Austin. A lot of press man on the outside. Quarterback's going to have to get rid of the ball quickly, and you've got 3 dudes who you feel pretty good about that can blanket those wide receivers. I think to utilize Ramsey too much at safety would be a misallocation of what is a great man cover asset.
No, I agree with you. I don't think that's the plan. I think what the way they're going to use Ramsey is the times he drops back into that deep role is just to confuse people. It's just to be like, oh, wait. I think they want teams, kind of like how you talk about TJ Watt. They want teams to guess more about where TJ Watt's lining up. It's the same with Jalen Ramsey. If they just put him on the outside and say, hey, that's where number 5 is going to be, teams are going to be like, okay, we know Jalen Ramsey's out there. Let's just plan on keeping that as a factor. When he's lining up in the slot, lining up and outside, moving here, moving there, blitzing, playing in the middle part of the field, playing the deep part, then it becomes harder to keep up with him. And that's what I think that the Steelers are really setting up right now. But we talked to Jalen Ramsey, and he was asked that when he first arrived on Wednesday, and he was like, look, he's like, I'm willing to do whatever, but I was brought here and I'm getting paid the money I'm getting paid to make plays around the that are closer to the ball. If I'm further away from the ball, that would not allow me to do that. So I think the times that he's back there, it's more of like that was just the decoy setup where they were making you think he'd be in one place, but he's really in another. But his primary roles are going to be man-to-man coverage, underneath zones, jumping passes. They want this guy creating turnovers. That was the whole point of him and Minkah Fitzpatrick trade, was to try to make sure that you brought him, that he's closer to the line of scrimmage. He's helping force quarterbacks to hold on to the ball. And then that gives more time for TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Cam Hayward, Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton, that crew to get after the quarterback.
Chris Carter joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Chris, of course, from the Post-Gazette, also hosts the Locked On Steelers podcast. Someone texted in on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Chris Carter's the bomb. I love listening to his podcast. I do too. And Chris joins us every Friday at 8 a.m. So if you can't get enough Chris Carter, you can always hear him on with us. Chris, this is not nice. This is not fair. It is July 25th, so this is subject to change. I already can't stand Juan Thornhill. Juan Thornhill said it was the media who basically ran him out of Cleveland, and if you throw on the tape, he was pretty good. I can't find any statistics to back that up. PFF didn't like him. There's a reason why he didn't sign for a lot of money, and he did so early in the offseason. That's generally a telltale sign of a guy who knows, yeah, I got to prove myself again. And we're going to be giving Juan Thornhill updates every day on the show, soon to potentially be sponsored. So I want to let the audience in on a little nugget there. But from what I understand, Chris, he was the first team free safety yesterday and the second team free safety. Who the hell is going to be their third safety? And does this all point to Omar Khan using some of that salary cap space to go out there and acquire a guy?
Precisely correct. I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. And let me clear up Juan Thornhill real quick, because I was the one who was asking him about, deep coverage roles, and he said, look, his comment there about the Cleveland, that was kind of a response to my question, and I was just like, about the deep coverage. He brought up, he's like, look, the reason Minkah Fitzpatrick didn't have his numbers isn't because Minkah Fitzpatrick wasn't playing well. He says it's because people stopped targeting him so much, and I've reported on this. If you go to Sports Information Systems and you see how many targets did Minkah Fitzpatrick get that were 20 yards or further downfield last year, it was 4 targets and no completions were allowed on those targets. And so that's how much Minkah Fitzpatrick, though he got no interceptions, that's how much he limited teams. Now, if you go to Juan Thornhill, it's more than that, and he did allow a few receptions, but it's not a lot. And Juan Thornhill's point is, hey, he averaged 2 interceptions a year up until the two years ago, the same time when Minkah Fitzpatrick's interceptions dropped. And I think it's because a lot of teams have just said, hey, you know what? We're going to avoid these deep safeties. We're not going to allow them to be game changers. We're going to dink and dunk, and we're going to pick at the weak spots of this defense. And Juan Thornhill's point is that wasn't on me. Now, Juan Thornhill is also not Minkah Fitzpatrick. He's not a superstar all-pro safety, so he doesn't have that. But I think what's really happening here is the Steelers are saying, look, Minkah's great at this deep coverage role because teams can't pick on him in that role, right? But that's not enough just to pay $20+ million to a year. And our salary cap, we need turnovers with that money. That's why that's why they went and got paid Jalen Ramsey with that money. And they're saying, hey, we'll get that turnover guy closer to the line of scrimmage, but get somebody who can also do a solid job to keeping the deep coverage role pinned. And that's why they got Juan Thornhill. And I think that was just his point, saying, hey, I'm I'm not Minkah Fitzpatrick, but I am a guy who's good at this deep coverage role and keeping a lid on offenses. We'll see if that's the case when the games start up. But certainly, that's going to be a big talking point with the way that he kind of let in with his comments.
We got breaking news here from Adam Schefter, Chris. The Buccaneers today signed guard Michael Jordan. I know what you're up to, Shefty. I know what you're doing here. He did this a couple of days ago, too, when the Jets signed offensive lineman. Yes, Samuel Jackson. I see what you're doing, Shefty. It's a bit, and I like the bit. Chris, there was a viral video yesterday on social media, and this drives me nuts. Like, you in the media can only film until a certain point, but those who are sitting, sweating their butts off in the stands can film and post as much video as possible. So one of those media journalist videos went viral yesterday, and the caption was basically, Roman Wilson makes a play. And I'm like, oh, this is great. I would love to see Roman Wilson come along quickly this year. Let's watch the clip. And I couldn't take my eyes off of Broderick Jones whiffing on a block. Now, I realize it's practice one. They're not wearing pads. He's shed some weight. He's playing his natural position. Are you bullish on Broderick this year, or are you selling Broderick this year? Because, my God, this is the year for Mr. Jones, and it could alter the Steelers' plans next year dramatically if the guy falls flat on his face.
I'm bullish because I think that part of what Broderick Jones has to get used to is just his hand placement on the left side of the line. He's still a remarkable athlete. He's lost a good amount of weight, so he can try to be more in shape to be able to use his body and be more. I think you'll have a better hand-eye coordination situation. I think that I saw that too, and I was just like, man, yeah, Broderick Jones, especially like when he was going up against like Alex Highsmith, it was rough. But again, defense has a lot of the advantages on day one.
Sure, and there's no Sayamalu next to him, Chris, which I think right now, okay, whatever. But if he's out for a while, I do think that's a big deal.
It could be because part of what they were hoping with Sayamalu is he would be the glue between two young guys and Frazier and Broderick, and that he could kind of keep everything together. And he does help with that communication and just kind of making things settle down on that left side. So Broderick's going to have to grow up on his own a bit in camp right now, but it has to be something that comes through for the Steelers because he's the first draft pick of Omar Khan, right? Like this rebuild that they've been doing, it starts with him, and if he's a miss, that's going to be a bad omen for the rest of them. Now, it doesn't say that Zach Frazier's not playing well. It doesn't say that Troy Fautanu will be bad. But Broderick Jones has to come up this year. And, again, Broderick Jones was drafted very young. He's still younger than everyone else on the offensive line, even the guys who were drafted last year in Fautanu, McCormick, and Frazier. But it doesn't excuse him when he's making mistakes. I'd still give him the grace of let's see how he does after a week of camp. Let's see how he does when the pads go on. It is really hard to block guys, and not grab on things when they're not wearing shoulder pads. So I give him that grace, but certainly Exactly. And it's so hard to protect against that. So I give Broderick some grace right now. Let's see what happens when the pads go on.
Last thing for you, Chris. If I were doing a poll of every fan, every media member who watched practice yesterday, I think if you asked them who showed out the most, I think the guy that would come back out of their mouths would be Caleb Johnson. Do you agree with that? And what did you see out of the young Iowa Hawkeye?
When he exploded through a hole for like a long touchdown run, you heard the whole crowd go, whoa. It was just that explosiveness that people have been hoping to see at the running back position that they just didn't see much of with Najee Harris. You see that with Caleb Johnson. I do think that he wowed some people. But I'd give a few shout outs to some other guys. Patrick Queen with his interception was pretty good. I thought Mason Rudolph showed, hey, there's a reason I'm the number 2 quarterback. They're going to trust me in a pinch. He threw a beautiful ball to Darnell Washington, who I also thought had a really good practice. He ran a 20-yard corner route that he turned into a touchdown. I think the Steelers are going to be sick at tight end this year. You got Jonnu Smith, who didn't even practice yesterday, and Pat Frymuth and Darnell Washington. You got 3 guys that are going to be tough matchup problems for teams. So I think that they showed out. But yet Caleb Johnson got a lot of woos and ahs from the crowd with how quick he was able to hit the hole. And Caleb Johnson was a guy during OTAs, rookie camp, and mini camp. I watched him all through his reps. That man never let the ball touch the ground if he was holding on to it. And he said what he did was he would run to the defensive sideline and let everyone who wanted to try to punch it out because he wants to show I'm not dropping this ball for nothing on fumbles. He said I can't wait for the pads to go on because that's when I show how good of a runner I am. So Caleb Johnson, I put that in my preseason training camp battle. Him and Jaylen Warren are my number 1 because I do think Jaylen Warren holds on to RB1 by the end of camp, but it would not shock me if Caleb Johnson ends up taking over the number 1 spot at some point this year.
Chris, really good stuff. This is not a criticism of you, but a running back that is running all the way down the field, or a tight end running down the field, a wide receiver finishing plays, and the ball, hey, come try to punch it out. That's the stupid kind of camp crap that I drool over, baby, and I think everyone else does too. Appreciate the time, as always, man. Congrats again on the nuptials, and we'll talk to you next Friday.
Thank you, sir. Always great being here.
You're the man. Chris Carter, great dude, now a married dude. Now he's away from his wife at St. Vincent College, just like Aaron Rodgers is, sharing a pooper with DK Metcalf. Chris Carter sharing a pooper with Nick Farabaugh. All right, coming up next, we'll react to some of what Chris had to say. I want to stick with the running game here. The Steelers ran the ball more than any team in football last year, but I don't think the results were good enough. How could it change this year? That's next. Noah Hiles, all over the O'Neal Cruz trade speculation. He'll join us at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's the start of a 3-game series. Pirates just swept the Detroit Tigers in 3 games at home. Tonight's game starts at 6:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. It's summer. It's going to be hot today. It's going to be hot all weekend, and you need beer, and Hampton Beer Outlet has all your summer favorites. Summer Shandy, Blockhouse Poolside, Twisted Tea Variety Pack, Sam Adams Porch Rocker, Fathead Sunshine Daydream, and yes, even the great Icy Light Mango, all at the best prices around. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet to stock up on your favorite summer beers and beat the heat because, you know, you need beer. You need Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Billy Wagner. The 54-year-old relief ace was a natural right-hander who learned to throw left-handed after twice fracturing his right arm growing up. Billy the Kid recently revealed that he joined the Mets because going to New York would be one way to try to get into the Hall of Fame. And it worked. He'll be in Trident on Sunday. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Step up to the plate and add your favorite players to your lineup with Prize Picks. The best place to cash in on your favorite sports? The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code ROAM and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Spring is in full swing, and warmer days mean one thing. Cooling season is here. Is your AC ready for the heat? Don't wait for a breakdown. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and schedule a tune-up for your cooling system today. The honest, licensed professionals at McVay are trained to repair and maintain any type and any brand of cooling system you may have. Don't wait. Appointments are filling up fast. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric or go to callmcvay.com to schedule your appointment.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Start your day off right at GetGo. Enjoy fresh, made-to-order breakfast croissants. Just 2 for $7 with your loyalty card. Customize yours with eggs, meat, cheese, and more on flaky croissants. Order at GetGo Cafe and Market or through the GetGo app for a quicker start on busy mornings. Plus, indulge in cool drinks and cooler prices. Mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to find out who was in the zone, presented by AutoZone. Boston has had its ups and downs all season, but when it came time to make a run, they positioned themselves well right before the midseason break. They went 10-0 through their final 10 games before the break and were able to pull within 3 games of the division leaders before a well-deserved break. Will they be able to continue the hot streak in a loaded division? In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and Picture Day Perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to Science Project Partner Days, Snack Stash Days, Decorate Your Locker Days, and Paint Outside the Line Days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble heading out of the South Hills. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Called the Pickle today. Crews remain on the scene of an earlier multi-vehicle accident, which has closed Route 51 in both directions in Jefferson Hills between Practice Tee Drive and Ray Large Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West getting in line as you approach the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East exit Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound delays just about to the bend at Bates. And Route 28. We find delays there between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
He does. He's highly conditioned, and that helps development. When you're in really good shape, you can take additional reps. And reps equals the get better. And so he handled the first leg of it. He's come in really good shape. He's really engaged, and obviously he's got some talent. You guys saw that today.
Mike Tomlin talking about third-round running back Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, where they ran a zone blocking scheme. Now, their passing schemes, they're from like the 1800s. So he got a lot of burn, Caleb Johnson did at Iowa. And we were just talking to Chris Carter, thanks to him for jumping on with us today from the Post-Gazette. We were talking to him about Johnson. And he said that Caleb got more oohs and ahs out of the crowd at St. Vincent College than any other player did yesterday. And after one training camp practice, Harry Callis, I don't want to jinx the guy. Not going to do it.
You're really good at that.
I'm not going to jinx him. But I think he will sign a second contract with the Steelers. Now, I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about at the end of his rookie deal. I think he's going to be a 2-contract running back with this team. Najee Harris, a first-round pick who had 4 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, rarely fumbled, was always on the field, played through pain. That guy got 1 contract. I think Caleb Johnson's going to have a better Steelers career than Najee Harris did. I think Najee is immature. I think he was a good player-ish, not a great player. He was a bell cow. You could rely on him. Had no breakaway speed, and also not a fit for the offense. There's a lot of things that Omar Khan says that are lies. Any general manager. A lot of things Mike Tomlin says that are lies. Any head coach. When they said they were not picking up the 5th-year option for Najee Harris because they wanted to see how he fit in the Arthur Smith offense, that was the truth. Najee Harris, not a fit. And yet they still ran the ball more than any other team in football. I don't think they're going to run as much as last year. I still think they'll be one of the top 5 teams in the NFL in rushing attempts. And I think as the season shakes out, I think you're going to see more and more and more and more and more Caleb Johnson. And I think he's going to have a 40-yard touchdown run at some point this year. Something we never saw out of Najee Harris. And I think the yards per carry that was always floating around 3.9, 4.0 for Najee Harris, I think you're going to see a higher number for Caleb Johnson. That's what we saw out of Jaylen Warren the last few years. Jaylen Warren running behind the same offensive line with the same bad offensive coordinators, and yet on a yards per carry basis, we saw Jaylen Warren have success. It's because he's a fit for the scheme, and it's because he's got more speed. Caleb Johnson, a great fit for the scheme, and he has a ton of speed. 40 not great, but he was tracked at running at 22 miles per hour in game last year. That guy, watch the highlights, he's running away from really good Big Ten defenses. Najee Harris, this from Patrick Dougherty, who's an NFL writer on NBC Sports. He had this stat yesterday. Najee Harris, one of only 6 players in the history of the league to have never notched a 40-yard carry on at least 1,100 career attempts. Only one of the other players played after 1986, and none played in this century. 4 of them are fullbacks. Again, there was some value to Najee Harris. Didn't miss games. Hardly ever fumbled. You're going to get a 40-yard run, at least one of them, out of Caleb Johnson this year. And folks, this is how you acquire running backs. You don't have to draft one in the first round. Saquon Barkley, first-round pick. Okay. Derrick Henry, not. Le'Veon Bell, second-round pick. You don't need to spend first-round capital on running backs. They just drafted a third-rounder that I'm already, after one practice at training camp, saying is going to have a better career here than Najee Harris. And he'll be a two-contract guy. 412-928-9370. It's also going to be easier on him this year because I think the quarterback play is going to be better. I think the offensive line, while it needs to prove itself, and hey, Sayamalu needs to get healthy, it's more talented than it's been the last few years. You've upgraded at talent at left tackle over Dan Moore Jr. Let's see if it comes to fruition. You've upgraded at right tackle because Broderick Jones was playing the wrong position. You've upgraded in talent there with Troy Faltano. Better offensive line, more useful tight ends, a quarterback that's not afraid to attack the middle of the field. I think it's going to be easier sledding for Caleb Johnson this year than it ever was for Najee Harris, and I think he's a better player anyway. Much more on the Steelers coming up. 9 o'clock, Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette's going to join us. Will Howard, how did he look in his first 11-on-11 action? We'll get his thoughts on wide receiver 2, Jonnu Smith and Isaac Sayamalu's injuries, and a little nugget about TJ Watt I think you're all going to want to hear. That's at 9 o'clock. But coming up next, O'Neal Cruz now is in the middle of a ton of trade speculation. Noah Hiles has been all over it. Now the national media getting involved. What's the latest on whether or not the Pirates will move Cruz? We'll hear it from Noah when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. But now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, the obvious choice is to call who I called, and that's the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, including mine. I gave them a 5-star review because they've done a ton of work on my roof. They've done an outstanding job. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, and they will do lifetime roof installs that come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jonnu Smith. Somewhere, Arthur Smith is smiling. The Steelers add another tight end on their roster. This time, Jonnu Smith. Born in Philadelphia, Smith joins his 5th NFL team here in Pittsburgh. Drafted by the Titans, and then having stints with the Patriots and Falcons. Smith was most recently with the Dolphins. After making the Pro Bowl last season in Miami, Smith was traded to Pittsburgh this summer, and now he'll look to become a key piece in the ever-growing Steelers offense.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's number 1 Cochran's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at number 1 Cochran Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at number 1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. 0 security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round health care benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players at the Prince Gate Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th through the 13th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, giveaways, and so much more. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Gate Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Doran, you know what I love about my Guardian indoor camera?
Besides catching your dog on the couch again?
That too, but it's the visual verification. If an alarm goes off, real pros check the camera feed and help to confirm if it's legit.
No more guessing if it's a break-in or your kid launching a soccer ball indoors.
Right now, Guardian's giving you a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. Just call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
When I talk about Caleb Johnson getting a second contract with the Steelers, and I already feel confident in saying that, I think he's going to have a great Steelers career, people come to the defense of Najee Harris. And so just real quick before we get to Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, the Steelers thought so little of Najee that they didn't pick up the fifth-year option. They let him walk. And the league thought so little of Najee Harris that Najee Harris signed for $5 million guaranteed with the Chargers. And the Chargers drafted Marion Hampton in round 1. And then he nearly blinded himself with a firework, which is neither here nor there, but because he's healthy, it's funny. Yes, Harry?
Do you remember when Caleb Johnson got drafted in the 3rd round out of Iowa by the Steelers? I remember that.
See? We tried to sneak that one by you yesterday on Quiz Callus, and you're just a wealth of information. So is Noah Hiles, who covers the Buccos for the Post-Gazette. He has been all over O'Neal Cruz trade speculation. Now the national media getting in on the act. Noah, A, thank you for joining us today. And B, what's the latest that you're hearing about O'Neal Cruz?
No major updates on anything that I reported so far. Just that a lot of teams are interested. The Pirates aren't necessarily huge on the idea of moving him, but are in a position where they pretty much have to listen in on phone calls about any player, not named Paul Skeens. So they're listening, and it seems like one of the teams interested is the New York Yankees. That's been confirmed by a lot of other people as well. And it makes sense. I mean, and I guess my brain always kind of wanders off to, like, how would the Yankees even use him? I've heard maybe, like, it could be, like, as an infielder. Maybe that's their goal, similar to what they did with Jazz last year. They're maybe looking to get him over at third base. But again, I don't think any of that's going to happen. I don't think I would be shocked if O'Neal Cruz was playing for another team come August 1st.
Noah, maybe I'm adding 2 plus 2 and getting 5 here. But if Paul Skeens is the only guy that they're truly not listening to offers on, is it weird that I think Ben Cherington's going to be back next year? Or again, am I adding 2 plus 2 and getting 5?
I don't know. I mean, my stance on this, and it's been like this from the very beginning, is if you're not going to fire him, you have to let him do the job the way he would do the job if he had job security, right? I don't think Ben feels comfortable in his position right now. I think this seat is hot, but you have to approach this trade deadline if you're Ben Cherington like you're going about it to do the best job possible for the present and future of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And because if a guy knows, hey, I'm getting fired at the end of the year, they're going to behave totally different when it comes to making these deals. Or if you handcuff them and don't let them do anything, I think that that's also counterproductive because they have a lot of assets that are never going to be more valuable than they are right now. So they made the decision to keep him in May when they fired their manager. And because of that, you have to let this guy run the trade deadline the way he would as if he were going to be the GM for the next 3-4 years. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but that's how they have to approach it. Otherwise, he should not be your general manager.
With you on that, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. And the Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. One of those assets that might never be more of a hot commodity than right now is Mitch Keller. So you said you'd be shocked if O'Neal Cruz winds up in a different uniform before this deadline. Is it the opposite with Keller?
I don't know if shocked. Maybe I'd be surprised. I feel like that's a step down from shocked, right?
Sure.
But yeah. I think
scale.
it is very. Yeah. I think it's very likely that Mitch gets moved. When you just take everything into account, how else are they going to get bats, right? I mean, aside from the obvious answer of just going out and spending money, but we know how that goes. So I think you look at a guy like Mitch Keller, this is a player that has an opportunity where if you move him, you can have 2 to 3 starters in next year's opening day lineup because of that move. Ideally, you get 1 to 2 hitters for him in the trade, and then you have more money to spend in the offseason. And there's not one player on this team, again, aside from Paul Skeens, where if I could point to you and say, hey, if they trade him, they will have 3 starters on opening day because of it next year. If there's any player that you can say about on this team, you have to do it because they need a better 1 through 9. So that's just the harsh reality with Mitch. It's unfortunate that this might be the end because, you look at his tenure here, he upheld every part of his side of the bargain.
Absolutely.
Right? He got better. He bought in to what they were doing and signed an extension. He was a leader. He was an all-star. He was a company man. I mean, there were a lot of times I'm sure Mitch would have liked to say some things to us. But when he was 1-10 and had every opportunity to trash the Pirates, he didn't. He's done everything that you could have asked him to do. And in the end, it's like the book, The Giving Tree. This is his final contribution to the Pirates. He's going to go to another team so the offense can get better.
Yes or no, The Giving Tree makes you cry every time?
Not every time. It makes my parents cry because it makes them think about how they used to read it to me when I was little.
When I read it to my kids who are little, I cry.
Yeah.
Noah Hiles with us from the Post-Gazette. Look, I don't trust Ben Cherington to make good trades. If he did get 1 to 2 hitters and he would clear up that money to spend with Mitch Keller, I do think that would be a good move. Could a deal like that save his job if those 2 hitters are plug and play right away and those 2 hitters play well?
I think so. I mean, I think if they go into 2026, if this season ends and there's a reason to expect that they're going to be better, like if they make good moves at the deadline and then Bubba Chandler comes up and he looks like he's going to be better than Mitch Keller, right? You could convince yourself, okay, like, hey, like they actually made themselves better. They have some money to spend in the offseason. There's a chance. And if that's the case, then I think Ben's back. Now, if they go into this deadline and don't get any great deals done, or if the deals don't have really good immediate returns and they finish this season struggling and lose a whole bunch of games on the road and finish with only like 65 wins, I don't know how you bring him back. So, but I do think, like I've said all along, the second half performance is going to largely dictate Ben's future with this team. And that second half performance is going to be heavily impacted with how they approach this deadline.
All right, we're going to play a quick game here. You've probably played it 8 million times in the last 2 weeks or so. I'm going to name a player. You tell me if they get moved or not, all right?
All right, sounds good.
Caleb Ferguson.
Yes.
Andrew Heaney.
Yes.
IKF.
Yes.
Those were the easy ones. Dennis Santana.
Yes. Yes.
Wow, David Bednar.
Yes.
Are you a fan of Arrested Development?
I've seen the show.
Yeah, this would be a fire sale then. You've got him trading Ferguson, Heaney, IKF, Santana, Bednar. How about Key Brian Hayes?
No. I think they want to move him. I think he gets moved this offseason.
Brian Reynolds.
No.
O'Neal Cruz, you're saying no.
No.
Mitch Keller, you're saying yes.
Yeah.
Is there anybody I'm leaving out? Bailey Fulton.
Tommy Pham.
Oh, yeah. Tommy Pham. See ya, right?
I'm going to miss him.
You're going to miss Pham?
Yeah.
Have you liked talking to him? Because he seems kind of out there, and he once slapped a guy over fantasy football. I mean, is he a friendly guy to talk to and approach in the clubhouse?
He's interesting. I think there were a lot more Tommy Phams back in like the 70s and the 80s. And then baseball kind of got really sanitized in the last 20, 30 years, where I think it coincided with social media and it became taboo to kind of be not boring.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy Pham is anything but boring. I'll say that. So I think he is a throwback to what existed in every clubhouse not long ago.
I'm thinking around the team now, and I think we've probably hit on everyone. Will they trade a big-time prospect?
No. Although, like, I wouldn't be shocked if shocked at maybe, but I could see a world where they do something similar to, like, what they did with Quinn Priester last year. If they did that with, like, a Burroughs or an Ashcraft, and if they could get the hitting equivalent of that, I haven't heard any rumors of that, by the way, but like I just think that would make a lot of sense. Where if they're not thrilled with the idea of trading Mitch, or if they wanted to keep their bullpen help and just say, all right, well, we can go find another Andrew Heaney in free agency next year for $5 million. Let's move like a Burroughs after he showed that he can be a big league starter, and they can get a similar hitting prospect in exchange. I think that could make sense.
All right, we've run out of time, so I need a quick answer on this, and I'm sorry to do it to you. When Heaney gets moved, do you think Bubba Chandler comes up, takes a spot in the rotation? He pitched well last night.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, very good. Noah, this was thorough. This was wonderful. We appreciate the time, and I'm sure we'll talk to you maybe a few times next week. Big week.
Yep. All right, I'll talk to you guys then.
All right, thank you, buddy. That is the great Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette. He's been all over the O'Neal Cruz thing. He doesn't think they'll trade Cruz. He does think they'll trade Keller. He thinks they're going to trade a bunch of guys. We react to that next. Then back to Steelers camp with Brian Batko at 9 o'clock. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' first pass attempt in Steelers training camp was thrown as an interception. Patrick Queen was the one that picked it off. Also, Jonnu Smith right now is out. He is not participating because of an undisclosed injury that the Steelers reported yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Jefferson Hillsboro, Route 51 remains closed in both directions between Practice T Drive and Ray Large Road due to an earlier multi-vehicle accident. Local police tell us that investigation will take at least the next several hours before that roadway is back open. Old Clairton Road would be a good alternate for you if you're in that area. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound at Parkway Center. Outbound fairly steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound is jammed back to the bend at Bates. And Route 28 is stacked approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate a Virginia by Chevy.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Who's on the move? Another major league trade.
Well, I tried.
We don't know what it's brought to you by.
Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah, we did a good interview with Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein earlier on in the show. See if you get that trade sounder to work. It's a sponsor, after all.
Who's on the move? Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
There we go. There was a trade made in Major League Baseball last night. We just had Noah Hiles on to talk about who could be on the move with the Buccos. He thinks everyone's getting traded but O'Neal Cruz. Mitch Keller, gone. And not Brian Reynolds, But he said Caleb Ferguson, gone. Andrew Heaney, gone. IKF, gone. Dennis Santana, gone. David Bednar, gone. He did say Key Brian Hayes, probably not until the offseason. Folks, this leads me to believe that Ben Cherington's coming back next year. It could be 2 + 2 = 5, but he has full autonomy, full say. In the O'Neal Cruz trade speculation, even though Noah doesn't think ultimately Cruz will be traded, if he's given permission to trade that guy, I think it's better than 50-50 he comes back. Now, for me, if I were running the show, he'd have been gone a while ago. But at very least, if I'm bringing him back next year, I would need Mitch Keller to turn into 2 major league hitters when you flip him, and I would need both of those guys to hit the absolute cover off the ball down the stretch this year. If they don't, what are we even doing here? 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I don't mind, all things being equal, if I actually trusted Ben Cherington trading both Bednar and Santana. I think you can get a ton for those guys. Desperate teams need reliever help at the deadline. And Bednar has been the best closer in baseball now for 21 appearances. Hasn't given up a run. Is 15 for 15 in save appearances. I think you get a ton for him. If you package him with Santana, you can get an absolute haul. Well, if you're not Ben Cherington. But I have a difficult time with all this trade discourse. Ideal world, I move those guys. Ideal world, I move Mitch Keller. I just don't trust him to get good value. Great. It's a wonderful place to be. You know what? Let's talk about the Steelers. Brian Batko is going to join us next, live from St. Vincent College in Latrobe. How did Will Howard look in his first training camp practice? Aaron Rodgers is buying the Will Howard stock. Who lined up at wide receiver 2? How serious are the Jonnu Smith and Isaac Sayamalu injuries? I think there's a little nugget on TJ Watt. We'll get to all of it with Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. If you're going to camp today, going to be hot. 90 degrees, low is 75, humid as hell, 50% chance of rain. So have fun. Batko next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Black and gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Jefferson Hillsborough police tell us that they will have Route 51 closed down for at least the next few hours as they investigate an earlier accident that has closed that roadway down in both directions between Ray Large Road and Practice Tee Drive. stay away from the area if you can. Inbound Route 28, you're jammed approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West getting in line past Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound jammed past Bate Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Missed a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, it's really simple, man. Different people need different number of reps based on their intellect and experience and so forth. In an environment like this, it's my job to give the guys what they need. The less they need, the more opportunities and reps for those that need additional. And so sometimes I'll take some reps away from him. I'll allocate them to Will Howard, but that's just a natural kind of common sense approach to getting the collective ready.
Steelers fans have flooded our text line, have called up the station, have bandied about in the YouTube comments all about Will Howard. And now Mike Tomlin's talking about Will Howard, and Aaron Rodgers was praising the young Buckeye. I'm sure you're all going to be reasonable about him now. Easy for me to say reasonable, my God. How did he look yesterday? Brian Batko joins us now from the Post-Gazette to discuss. You can text us nice things about Will Howard. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A lot of things we're going to cover, Brian. Thank you for joining us. How did the 6th-round pick out of Ohio State look yesterday in what was his first ever training camp practice with the Steelers?
Before we even get into that, Crowley, I love the clip, the Tomlin clip that Callis played coming back there. Starts with, it's very simple, and then he goes into this very detailed, multi-layered explanation about how NFL coaches divide up their reps. So, like, I literally had that thought in my head while he was saying it. I was like, Mike, that wasn't really that simple. I mean, that seems sort of convoluted way to answer the question about Aaron Rodgers. But, this
is the time of the year that I always found, back when I would be at camp a lot, that you actually get the most out of Tomlin. I think Tomlin is refreshed after the offseason, and I don't know that there's anybody in the league that loves training camp more than Mike. So you're always going to get him in a good mood coming off the field at training camp.
Yeah, he's not sick of us yet. And
no, that too.
Exhibit A, I asked him like 3 questions yesterday, and all of his answers were fairly nice and even somewhat expansive. So, yeah, good observation there on that.
I hate to ask this, but I'm going to anyway. Did Brooke Pryor ask questions, and was he nice to her? Because that might be the ultimate barometer.
Yeah, I don't think he was really curt with anybody. So, yeah, that's a very good, that's a good sign on day one, practice one. Now, also, if any injuries pop up, that's when things can get a little dicey. But, yeah, so far, so good. Smooth sailing. Will Howard, too. I mean, speaking of it, like, I thought the on-field stuff, I mean, yeah, he looked somewhat poised. I guess the guy that I can always, first pop into my mind when I think of a rookie at Steelers training camp is Kenny Pickett, his first year. And the spotlight was so much brighter on him because of gestures wildly at everything. But he looked, I thought, a lot more skittish. And, maybe that was just some of the guys in front of him were stocking shelves a couple months later. But I mean, yeah, I remember him looking like the game was moving pretty fast, and it wasn't like any of us, I don't think, were clamoring for him to move up the depth chart quickly. With Will Howard, I don't think it's going to be long before, Skylar Thompson, all due respect to that young man, is in the rear view and Howard's working in there as the third quarterback.
When the Steelers lined up for their first offensive snap, assuming that they had multiple receivers on the field, who was the number 2 receiver, Brian?
Well, they lined up first. I think they came out in 11 personnel, so 3 receivers. If you want to give the nod to Roman Wilson there because he was on the outside opposite DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin was going in motion, I suppose you can do that. But, it's just as likely that Calvin Austin will slide up and be the de facto number 2 when they work the 2 tight end looks. And I'm curious to see, what it does look like when they go to more of that, because Jonnu Smith was held out of the team drills yesterday. Maybe I jinxed him by writing about him early in the morning, stories up on the Post-Gazette website, talked to him for like 5 to 10 minutes outside the Steelers locker room. And then a few hours later, he's not even practicing. So good job by me.
Well, let's get to that. So you've covered the team for a while now. You've been to scores of Mike Tomlin press conferences. Last year, no big deal. Russell Wilson will be fine. Lo and behold, he doesn't play until week 7. Isaac Seumalo, he'll be fine. Misses 4 games. Are you able to sift through potential BS here and determine whether or not the Jonnu injury is serious? Do you believe it is, and do you think Seumalo's is?
I don't think Jonnu Smith's is serious at all. He was actually doing a little bit of, I think, the individual stuff, and maybe it was just out of an abundance of caution here for someone who's about to be 30, 7 or 8 years in the league. Like that, they'll get him integrated here eventually. Seumalo, I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's always something with him, and I guess you could put him in the same bucket of like, he's by far the elder statesman on the line. He had a little bit of a country club camp a year ago because of some nagging stuff, and then, he does have that pec injury leading into week 1. So it might be a combination of, he's not feeling his best, but also they need to be extra careful with somebody like him to avoid what happened last year. And, they need his experience on the line. But I would say by and large, not quite as durable as you'd like him to be after signing him from the Eagles. But I don't get any indication that it's going to be long-term.
Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our great friends, Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I read, or at least I think I did, perhaps I was dreaming it, Brian, did TJ Watt actually come on an A-gap blitz during yesterday's practice?
I'd have to watch the coach's film to say if it was the A-gap or the B-gap, but I certainly noticed him kind of moving around laterally a little bit, trying to make the offensive lineman guess where he was going to rush from.
How about that?
Yeah, I'd say TJ was very active yesterday when he was on the field, and then maybe 3rd or 4th snap, I think he straight up dropped into coverage. That might have even been where Scotty Miller ended up catching that first Aaron Rodgers completion as a Steeler in practice, was an area vacated by TJ. So, I see a spry TJ on this team, Crowley. 30 is the new 20. All these guys are touting the idea of finding the fountain of youth, and I guess you have to do that when you've got about a dozen of them. So we'll see how that holds up into September, October, November.
I guess I should ask you about the obvious guy, Aaron Rodgers. We spent a lot of the morning talking about Aaron, but Chris Carter had his opinions on how it went. How about you? How do you think day 1 looked for Mr. Rodgers?
And if we're just going by what we saw, and I don't really think even Rodgers himself would necessarily disagree with this. Like, it wasn't an impressive day. There wasn't much that made you say, okay, that was nice, that was sharp, whatever. But it was day 1, and Pat Freiermuth was talking to us after practice, a few of us, and said, this is really his first reps in our offense, and we'll get it right for the long haul. Meanwhile, the little voice in the back of my head, the internal monologue, was like, it didn't have to be. He could have been here earlier, but I digress. alas. So I guess that's water under the bridge until it isn't anymore.
I don't really care if he's getting picked off right now. It's the acclimation period. I know he doesn't care if he's getting picked off. I think for him, this would be the time to get those out of the system. How did the arm look? How'd the movement look for Rodgers?
Yeah, the arm still looks good. The movement, I don't know that there was enough of a sample size to really evaluate that. But, yeah, I mean, the arm definitely still has the zip on it. What I want to see maybe a little bit more, especially when you have DK Metcalf on your team, is, okay, you've got the zip to throw it over the middle and squeeze it into some tight spaces. How are you pushing the ball down the field? I mean, we all got to witness the Russell Wilson moonball, and say what you will about Russ, but he absolutely still had that club in his bag. And even when I was watching him last year in training camp, once he did get healthy, I was questioning the movement ability, especially because of the calf, but I was not questioning the live arm that he still had at his age. And I think it's going to be kind of similar with Rodgers. But, yeah, I'd like to see him try to uncork a couple, whether it's this week or at some point out there in Latrobe.
Juan Thornhill, according to reports and the eyes and ears of people like you, Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette, lined up as first-team free safety and second-team free safety. Is he the only free safety they have on this roster? What the hell's going on there?
No, I actually thought when the second-team defense was out there that the pairing was Miles Killebrew and Sebastian Castro. Now, neither one of those guys is, I think, your prototypical free safety. They're both more of hard hitters, closer to linebackers than they would be a deep safety. So that's still an area of the roster where I think there's no obvious backup, so to speak. You've got like some down the liners, I guess, who can do that. Like Quindell Johnson is one of the guys. Hopefully he hasn't been cut yet. But for the most part, they're kind of lacking a second viable option there. But if Jalen Ramsey is going to start picking up some of those snaps, then, once you get to week one, it's not going to matter as much if you have a two deep at every position, if Ramsey's going to be the jack of all trades like Mike Tomlin's making it sound.
Do you think, and it is as early could be, that you're going to see a ton of Ramsey at safety? Because I don't mind a sprinkle and a wrinkle. What I do mind is taking one of still the best man cover corners in the league and kind of cutting his legs off.
Yeah, I mean, I thought on report day he was – he pretty much said all the right things, but he also kind of made it clear that, it's like the Andrew McCutcheon, this is my spot video from way back when. Like, he kind of made it clear, I'm still a corner. That's what I get paid handsomely to do, and that's what I'm best at. So I don't think he'll be resistant to moving around, but to answer your question, I wouldn't necessarily say we're going to see a lot of him there, because I also just don't really think that's the vision. I think the Steelers' vision was, we need top flight corners more than we need top flight safeties in our division and in our conference. So that's what we're trying to go out and accomplish. And, you're going to see a heck of a lot of that nickel and even maybe dime defense once the rubber meets the road here in the AFC North.
Caleb Johnson is the Steelers starting running back by week what?
He certainly did look good yesterday. Now, people sometimes get mad about that because it's like, they're unpadded practices. It's not like the defense can really do anything, but it was still impressive how quickly he got to the second level, I thought. And Jalen Warren had a nice run in there too, so I don't want to discount him. How about by week 7? I'll say by week 7, Caleb Johnson at least might be starting some games. I think it could be game plan or opponent dependent with them. And maybe even regardless of who gets the first carry, ask yourself, by what week is Caleb Johnson getting more carries? And it's probably a factor of who's got the hot hand. Is one guy running really well that day and you just don't want to take him off the field? I could see Caleb Johnson picking up that kind of steam by the, first quarter or first third of the season.
Batko, you are a distant relative of Dan Marino, and I may or may not have run into you at the Devonshire Backyard Brawl, and you were wearing a Dan Marino jersey. I talked to Pat Narduzzi and Eli Holstein today on the show, and then, there's a photo up afterwards. They were here in the studio. I now have all of my West Virginia fan friends in a group chat. They have clipped the photo to me with my arm wrapped around Pat Narduzzi and both of us smiling. I'm never going to live this down. I'm a professional. What am I supposed to do?
And you're a social butterfly. You can mix it up in Morgantown circles, of course, but you can also, weasel your way into some pit circles. And that's what we love about you, Crowley. That reminds me of a good anecdote from this offseason. I took my kids to some event over in Bakery Square. I think it was actually on April 12th. It was like 412 Day or something. And who was there passing out Smiley cookies to kids but Zach Frazier?
Hey!
And my 5-year-old happened to be wearing a Pitt hoodie that day. So I took a photo of them together. And, Zach was nice enough to give a little thumbs up. But then he said afterward, he's like, yeah, I should have actually done a thumbs down. That would have been better for the Mountaineer brand.
Future Hall of Famer, Zach Frazier. It's a good story.
I can send you that photo when I hang up here, Crowley, and you can put that in your group chat as well.
Please do, Brian. Thank you, buddy. That was really good information, and let's talk here soon, okay?
Yeah, anytime. See you, man.
All right. Anytime. How about that? Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I'm getting throttled. I'm getting throttled by my friends. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. If I have some playful trash talk going back and forth with Pat Narduzzi, then I run the risk of alienating Pat and our great partner here at 93.7 The Fan, the Pitt Panthers. But whenever I conduct a cordial, informational, and I think entertaining interview and then take a picture with the guy afterwards, I get excoriated by my friends. Rock, hard place, me, right in the middle. Outstanding. All right, coming up next, we got to get into Will Howard. Because you all out there in our listening audience, you love to love Will Howard. I ain't questioning the man. I am going to question the path. Next. First, a reminder, check out our newest edition of Breaking Bread presented by Saloni's Italian Bread on 93.7 The Fan's YouTube page. Jack Hillgrove went to Gianelli's in Greensburg to chat with his grandfather, and Bill talks about his long career as a broadcaster. And in a special segment found on Saloni's Instagram page, Bill reveals the former partner with whom he would like to be stranded on an island with. How about that? Hillgrove on Hillgrove. There I am, being positive about Pitt again. It's Fan Morning Show. Harry headline time.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First pass attempt by Aaron Rodgers in training camp was intercepted by Patrick Queen. That's big news. Jonnu Smith also not practicing for the Steelers. He's out with an undisclosed injury. That was first reported yesterday. More Fan Headlines, go to 927thefan.com. But now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. It's a Friday. It's going to be hot, hot, hot today, and that means you need beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet has all your summer favorites. Summer Shandy, Blockhouse Poolside, Twisted Tea Variety Pack, Sam Adams Porch Rocker, Fathead Sunshine Daydream, and yes, even Icy Light Mango, all at the best prices around. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet to stock up on your favorite summer beers and to beat the heat because you know you need beer at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. NASCAR's inaugural in-season challenge that started with a bracket of 32 drivers is now down to the final two, Ty Gibbs and Ty Dillon, the grandsons of Hall of Fame owners Joe Gibbs and Richard Childress. Whichever Ty finishes better at Sunday's Brickyard 400 in Indianapolis wins $1 million bonus for his team. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man.
No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead. Take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems for you on the roadways this morning. The latest is an accident in Harrison Township, 2400 block of Freeport Road near Jefferson Avenue. Also watch for delays due to an earlier accident closing Route 51 in both directions in Jefferson Hillsborough between Ray Large Road and Practice T Drive. Police say that will remain shut down for at least the next few hours. Parkway West heavy at the Banksville Merge Point. Parkway East inbound heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound jammed at the Bend at Bates. And Route 28 stacks approaching East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just like his approach. You know, he's a good kid. He cares about it. He works hard. He listens. He's a good note taker. He's been picking my brain. I told him last night, he was in the room, we were talking about signals. I said, what can I do for you? because I want to be a support system for him and pass on anything I can. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but if he wants to learn anything or pick my brain or be in my hip pocket, I'm all for it. So I'm looking forward to growing that friendship. But he has all the ability and the talent, and when his time comes, I think he's going to have a great chance to be a long-term guy in the league.
Aaron Rodgers with high praise for rookie 6th-round pick and national champion Will Howard. Got a chance to be a good player in the league for a while. Now, we get asked on this station about Will Howard more than just about anybody else. Anytime I bring up next year's draft class, people are texting in, calling in, tweeting me saying, why do they need to draft a quarterback in round 1 next year? What if Will Howard is the future franchise quarterback? I think Pony tweeted something to that effect yesterday, that he thinks Will Howard could be the solution at quarterback for the Steelers moving forward. I don't doubt the player necessarily. He does have the size. He does have the arm strength. I'm wondering, though, why he fell to the 6th round, because he does have, again, that size and that arm strength. Bad pro day, bad combine, okay. But a national champion, surrounded by a lot of talent, but just because he's surrounded by a lot of talent at Ohio State doesn't mean he needed to fall to the 6th round. Justin Fields, lots of talent, Ohio State, 1st-round quarterback. C.J. Stroud, a lot of talent, Ohio State, 1st-round quarterback. Something's not adding up for me there. But he does have the size. He does have the arm. He does sound mature beyond his years, Will Howard. That guy is a great interview. Says all the right things. And now you've got a 4-time MVP, a Super Bowl champion, a first-ballot Hall of Fame guy in Aaron Rodgers saying he could be a long-term answer in the NFL. I'm sure this is music to your ears, Steelers fans. So I'm not going to sit here and quibble with what Aaron Rodgers has to say about a guy he's working closely with every day. I'm not going to do that. Maybe I believe in the player too. What I don't see is the path. That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. At what point will the Steelers see enough from Will Howard to feel good about him as one of a number of options to be the franchise quarterback? He's not going to be QB number 2. There's nothing he can do in training camp or in the preseason to vault himself ahead of Mason Rudolph. And if you think I'm wrong, you're wrong. Here's why. You go and you get Aaron Rodgers. You go and you get Jonnu Smith and DK Metcalf and Ramsey and Darius Slay. And you add all these pieces to this roster so you can win right now. So if Aaron Rodgers were to, God forbid, for his sake and for Steelers fans' sake, get hurt at some point during the season, they believe they can contend. They're going to plug in Mason Rudolph and see if he can save them again the way he did at the end of the last time he was here, when he won 3 games, kept Tomlin's streak alive, got them into the playoffs, and they played Buffalo and lost. They believe they can win games with Mason Rudolph. And this entire offseason has been about winning games this year. It's also been about not giving up draft picks in next year's class. Why? Because it's a rich quarterback draft class. Omar Khan said it the other day. They wanted to build a competitive team this year and not screw up the future, part ways with future assets. Well, again, why? Well, next year's the quarterback year. So if you want to win now, A-Rod's QB1, Mason then would be QB2. And if you're not screwing up the future because you want to draft a quarterback next year, where does Will Howard fit into all of this? I think Will Howard could be the star of the Steelers preseason. I think he's going to play more than any other quarterback. And he's going to run people over, and he's going to show off that big arm. I think he might be a star in the preseason games. is still not going to vault him ahead of Mason Rudolph. So the only path I see for Will Howard to one day become the future franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers is for Aaron Rodgers to get hurt and for Mason Rudolph to get hurt. No, that's not impossible. I mean, gestures wildly at the Duck Hodges Mason Rudolph year. They played 3 guys. When Ben was suspended, way back when, they played 3 guys. Like, we have seen it before, but we don't see it very often. Short of both dudes getting hurt, I think you would need Rodgers to get hurt, Rudolph to play a little bit, and then be so buried in the standings that they say, okay, we cannot mathematically extend Mike Tomlin's streak. We cannot mathematically make the playoffs. We might as well turn it over to Will Howard. But how realistic is that? People hate hearing it. I hate saying it, but it's a fact. Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. I think even with Rudolph, if Rodgers has played a handful of games before he'd have to come in, I think they'll be somewhat competitive. And they're not going to punt on a season. They didn't punt on the season when they started terribly Kenny Pickett's rookie year. The best thing for Kenny's development would have been to let him drop back and rip it and develop and say, yeah, we could run the ball and you could play turnover-free football. That's not a path to development. No, let him go out there and sling it. They didn't do that. Why? Because they wanted to win football games. They're always focused on winning football games. Will Howard, he's mature. He's got the size. He's got the arm strength. He's got the total package. I might even believe in the guy. I'm not going to question the man, but I'm going to question the path. Do you disagree? Do you have a theory on how they could get a good look at Will Howard? I'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Because what would need to happen is you get a good enough look at Will this year to then punt on drafting a quarterback next year. And I'm just not seeing how that's possible. If you're seeing something I'm not, I'd love to hear from you. 412-928-9370. You could tweet me as well. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We also have to react to a bizarre and hilarious Andrew Filipponi tweet. That's on the way, too. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's the start of a 3-game series. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Major League Baseball season is over halfway through, and one of the teams I'm looking to make a push is the Texas Rangers. BetMGM currently has the Rangers at plus 260 to make the postseason, and with their current rotation, I think that's a pretty good number. I'm Ryan Horvath from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to port, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter writing in that the PM team said that I'm on the hot seat and might get fired. I missed that part of their show yesterday. What did I do? Is it when I read that text, the birthday shout-out at the end of yesterday's show and I got? That could have done it.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen you do. And you've done a lot of dumb things on this show.
That was bad. That I read something on the air that you and I both needed to dump. That I got duped that easily. Perhaps that's it.
It was one of those clever names that sounds like something dirty.
Correct.
And then you said something dirty because the name sounded dirty.
I didn't say something dirty afterward, did I?
No, but like when you say the name, you said something dirty.
Right.
Because the name sounds like a dirty sentence.
That's a good synopsis.
Like you said you loved something and it wasn't good. It wasn't something you could say on the air.
It may well be good, but it's not something you can say on the air. Social media's biggest loser, me, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Maybe I'm not on the hot seat for other reasons. I mean, Craig was hanging around at Studio B with Pony and Muller yesterday afternoon. Perhaps I'm not entertaining the masses well enough, and I am on double secret probation or something. I don't know. Pony tweeted this out moments ago, and I don't know what to do with it. So I'm happy he's tackled this, and I have not, although I guess I am right now. Pony tweets, do you think Aaron Rodgers would answer a question at Steelers training camp about the Epstein files? I bet he has takes. I guarantee you Rodgers has takes on the Epstein files. My question is, which reporter would ask the question, and which reporter would be the funniest person that we could think of to ask that question?
Brooke Pryor.
Yeah, probably. Although Brooke and Tomlin have had it for each other before.
Well, that's why
in a bad way.
hilarious
In a bad way.
if she was the one to bring up that, because in Tomlin's eyes, she usually brings up things that
Yeah,
he doesn't
gotcha
want brought up, so
questions.
she would be the one to bring it up.
I think the funniest possible person to ask that question, though, would be Dulac. Well, Aaron, what are your thoughts on the Epstein files? I think he'd be the perfect guy. All right, I don't necessarily think that Will Howard stinks or anything like that. I might even believe in the player. Aaron Rodgers has said good things about Will Howard, as has John Gruden in his film breakdown. He said he loves the guy, and then he made weird faces with his eyes. Kurt Warner, who's a rags to riches story, he really liked the tape of Will Howard. There's a lot of people that think this kid could be something. I'm not seeing the path forward, though. And I've asked for your help on how we might get a good look at Will Howard. I think it would almost take cataclysmic injuries to both Rodgers and Rudolph for Howard to get any meaningful playing time this year. And if he doesn't get any meaningful playing time this year, then guess what? They're going to draft a quarterback in round 1 next year. 412-928-9370. Did get a good text on this. Your take on Will Howard is wrong. There's too much attention on him for him to do well in training camp and preseason for him to not get a shot. They've tossed Rudolph to the side before. They'll do it again. Mike from Butler. That's the best take I've heard on this. Because I've said, hey, they believe they can win with Mason. They want to win this year. They're not just going to cast Mason off. Well, how many times have they cast Mason off? It's a good text there, Mike. At 412-928-9370. James in West Virginia wants to talk about Will Howard. Hi, James.
Yeah, I think there is a plan for him. It's going to be kind of like the Brock Purdy situation. You're going to see, throughout the year, Aaron Rodgers starts looking old and we start losing a couple games, and he looks so good in practice that the guys in that locker room start talking. I think that's the way it happens because, like you said, they pushed Mason aside before. They'll do it again. So if everybody in that locker room knows that he's the best quarterback on the roster, eventually it's going to get loud enough that somebody's not going to put him out there and give him a shot. So
he is going to have to. He is going to, and thank you, James. He is going to have to outperform Mason, and that might be tough right now. People need to understand how hard it is for a rookie quarterback to just walk in and have everything figured out day one. I've been at camp a ton, and it's tough sledding for rookies. Their heads are spinning. You're at St. Vincent, you're living in a dorm, you're away from friends and family, and that can be a good thing, but it can also, again, spin you around a little bit. You have to have the offense mastered, the hand signals, get in and out of a huddle. And these things all sound minute, but they're not compared to a veteran. And Mason Rudolph ain't some great shakes as a quarterback. He's not making a lot of money, $8 million over the next 2 years. Like, the league told us what it thinks about Mason Rudolph for him to come back here at such a low salary when guys like Gardner Minshew are making $10 million a year. But Mason Rudolph, this is his time, folks. You go back, you look at what Mark Caboli and others were writing about Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett's rookie year, and they said if there was a legitimate competition, Mason Rudolph was going to win that competition. Yeah, I will not totally dismiss the Steelers' ability to cast Rudolph aside because they have treated him that way in the past, but for a rookie to be clearly above and beyond, to go above and beyond what Mason Rudolph's doing and going to do in training camp, I don't know that that's going to happen. Like, so the caller makes a good point. If he wows and the players know, oh, Will Howard gives us a better chance to win than Mason, then okay. I don't think that'll happen. He is going to be a hero of preseason. I think you get these camp reps under his belt and his physical style. I think he's going to run the ball in the preseason, and that's easy, and that's going to look good. But I think Rudolph would also have to stink, and in this setting, he's just not going to stink. Chris from Swissvale, hello.
Yeah, hey, good morning. I think
morning.
The path is the same as Ben's. I mean, Rodgers suffers an old guy injury.
Yep.
If Rudolph was going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, he'd be one. He's going to come in and be Mason Rudolph.
Right, but he's a backup, and they believe he's a good backup, and I don't necessarily disagree. Also, Ben was a first-round pick.
No, I understand all that, but, you don't have to be that first-round pick pedigree to have the same sort of opportunity present itself.
So you're actually not disagreeing with me then, Chris, because I think pretty much the only pathway for him is injury this year. And if you think about what happened with Ben, Maddox blows out the elbow. Batch was actually the second quarterback, but he was hurt too. So, yeah, it would take a couple of injuries.
Yeah, I agree. No, I don't agree entirely with Rudolph. I think, let's say that, Rodgers, yanks another Achilles on the first snap.
Sure.
And Rudolph got to come in. I think Mason Rudolph has a low ceiling. We've seen it.
I won't disagree with that, Chris.
I think that the idea that Mason Rudolph is going to be some sort of everyday, starting quarterback in the NFL is a pipe dream, and that the
yeah. Thank you, Chris. I'm sorry we got to run to a break. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. He's not a solution, but they view him as the backup quarterback, and I think it will take a lot for Will Howard to jump him in that regard. We're saying a lot of the same things until that point. I don't think Mason Rudolph's a great quarterback. He's never going to be a franchise starting quarterback in the NFL. There's not going to be some Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, late career ascent. I'm not seeing that. But they view him as their backup. They think they can win this year. If Rodgers goes down for a couple of games, Rudolph will absolutely be the guy that replaces him. 412-928-9370. One more tweet here from Jay. They have enough picks to get a quarterback, sign a veteran, Mason or whoever, and go into camp with two young guns and have real competition next year. Well, Mason's under contract for next year, and I still think they'll view him as the backup then. Unless, again, Will Howard blows them completely out of the water this year, but where's he going to do that? If they valued practice reps, easy for me to say, perhaps I need practice reps saying practice reps. If they valued those so much, then Rudolph would have been the starter Kenny Pickett's rookie year. And then Mitch Trubisky probably never would have played. And then the year that Mason Rudolph saved their ass, he probably should have been the starter from day one by virtue of the way he played the last 3 games of the season. Like, I just don't think Will Howard can do enough in practice for next year them to come in with a rookie quarterback and then Will Howard's the backup. No, you need a vet to be able to bounce stuff off of. I don't see the path. I'd love for Will Howard to be the franchise quarterback. That solves a lot of issues right there. I'm just not seeing the path. All right. One more segment. Then I got to go march down to Craig's office and see why I'm in hot water. We have a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is the final series of the 9-game homestand. They got swept by the White Sox in the first 3. They swept the Tigers in the second 3. So now, again, here we are at the beginning of the final 3. Tonight's game's at 6:40. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage beginning at 5:45 as presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More for the headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
So I'm worried about being in hot water. Then I look down at my phone, and I don't have a text from Craig. I have a text from our big boss. And so I start to panic. I read the text. We might have something good to talk about coming up next, Harry. We'll get to that.
Or you're going to get fired for saying that thing you shouldn't have said.
Let's stop talking about that now that we know the big guy is listening. Let's pay some bills first. Let me tell you about the greatest sports betting app in the history of man, and that is the BetParx Sportsbook app. Bucco Baseball hosting Arizona tonight, and live betting Bucco's baseball is better on the BetParx app. We got Burrows on the bump. You can bet game combos, Bucks player performances, and more on the BetParx app. Like this game combo wager. The Bucks winners of 3 in a row. How about them to win tonight and for there to be under 9 runs scored? $25 wager on that combo would pay $57 if it hits. Plus, BetWire is now live right now inside the BetParx app. Think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than dance tracks. BetWire is the all-new sports betting live feed right inside the BetParx app with quick videos, hot takes, game predictions, and more from sports betting content creators from all across the country. And new casino users, you can get up to $1,000 cash back. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Right 9 section on the north side. Crews checking reports of an accident now. This is on California Avenue near Parrott Avenue. Also watch for delays as Route 51 remains closed in Jefferson Hillsboro between Ray Large Road and Practice T Drive. Crews investigating an earlier accident there. Might avoid the area if you can. Parkway East inbound heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound heading into the lane restrictions. You're jammed to the bend at Bates. Route 28 stacking before the 31st Street Bridge in toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th, when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and the post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Rita, hot head. Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same-game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets, like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Rumor has it that the Nard Dog, Pat Narduzzi, he's now texting our big boss, Harry, trying to make an Eli Holstein show happen. I told him, hey, listen, the last time a QB did a show here on the station, ACC championship, that guy was third in the Heisman voting. There's a lot going on over here, though. I'm in hot water, probably for how I ended yesterday's show. This could be the last minute of radio I ever do, Harry.
And that would be a blessing, I think, for most of us, especially for me.
Texter writes in, couldn't end the week in a better way than Criley getting fired.
Yes!
Take Limits and Dom with you.
My God. I would endorse that. Yeah, you didn't ask me on the pre-show. You're like, who do you not, who do you like, not like? And you didn't mention yourself. That would have been a clear no, I don't.
So you would sign up for me just going if it's just me, but I'm sure if you throw Austin and Dom in there,
I'd
that's
throw a
like,
party.
Yeah, that'd be a big party for
It
you.
would just be confetti. Good time.
Terrific. That's it for me today.
Well, Doran's coming back too, right?
He is. He's going to be in on Monday.
So it's not like we need someone to replace you immediately. I mean,
tune in at 5:40 on Monday morning to find out whether it's me and Doran back together again or just Doran and Harry. Coming up next, Jason Mackey in for the guys. I believe Starkey and Pomp are back next Monday as training camp really picks up. Padded practice begins on Tuesday. We'll talk to you, or maybe I'll talk to you. Someone will talk to you Monday at 5:40. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Going to be a hot one at Steelers camp today. High at 90, low at 75, 50% chance of rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts, and savings and eligibility vary by state.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Jefferson Hillsborough, a crew's investigating an earlier accident shutting down Route 51 in both directions between Practice Tee Drive and Ray Large Road. You can use Old Clareton Road as an alternate around it. Meanwhile, Route 28, that is jammed approaching the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. Parkway East outbound delays at the Bend at Bates. Inbound just a little heavy entering the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And on the Parkway West, you are heavy past the runaway truck sand pile. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card within 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and Picture Day Perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to Science Project Partner Days, Snack Stash Days, Decorate Your Locker Days, and Paint Outside the Line Days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Caleb Johnson, selected in the third round of this year's draft, running back Caleb Johnson will begin his NFL career in Pittsburgh. An AP scholar in high school, Johnson showed he could excel on the field, spending 3 historic years at Iowa. Named the Big Ten Running Back of the Year last season, Johnson will now take Najee Harris's place alongside Jaylen Warren in what Pittsburgh hopes becomes a dynamic 1-2 running back bunch. Now, Hauser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. The Pirates are back in action after sweeping the Detroit Tigers and having a day off yesterday. They will begin the first of three against the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight as Mike Burrows goes to the mound. 1-3 in 46 innings with a 4.70 ERA. Ryan Nelson will go for Arizona. He's 6-2, 3.52 is his earned run average. 5:45, North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will begin right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. More headlines are at 937thefan.com. Right now, a Friday on Pomp and Joe with Jason Mackey.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Stuckey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's right, it is a Pomp and Joe Friday without Pomp and Joe. I'm Jason Mackey, in for the guys once again. Thanks so much for the intro, Limits. Good to be back with you on this day of days, my man. How are you?
Wonderful Friday, even though the weather outside looks like it isn't very promising.
No.
For a Friday of baseball, Jason.
Nope, it does not. It looks like tarp incoming. It feels like tarp incoming. If you've got pool plans this afternoon, pretty sure I'm sorry about your luck. We'll see. Although this evening, I think, is when it picks up.
Yeah, I have going to the game potential plans that I haven't finalized with a couple friends of mine yet. And that might end up discouraging us, but I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not for your sake, too. And good luck trying to figure out what the Pirates are going to do, by the way.
Fair. I don't like sitting
What is less predictable, the weather or the baseball team?
I don't like sitting through 2-hour rain delays just to see whatever we're going to see play out on the field.
Honestly, can't make heads or tails of them. And it's not going to be the lead topic today. We will get into the Pirates quite a bit, though, and the on-field results. I mean, I want to talk about it. I want to care. But right now, the primary topic with the Pirates, to me, is the trade deadline. Who's here, who goes, who stays, all of that. We're gonna discuss it, of course. It's a Friday, so we'll have Bob Walk on at 1 o'clock. But off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, a rundown of what's happening on today's show. Overreaction. That's what's happening on today's show. We're afforded that luxury. Austin and I joked about it yesterday. If we can't get out over our skis with something, I quit. I don't know about anybody else. But that's the fun part of Steelers training camp, of Pirates spring training, even Penguins training camp, although it's like 3 days. We go down the road with stuff. We see things, we overreact to it, we get excited. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm reading the coverage coming out of Latrobe yesterday. I was not there, obviously. I was here. I'm getting a little excited about it. I'm starting to paint a picture of how it might work. I was not at St. Vincent College, again, to watch every throw that Aaron Rodgers made, but I like the presence. I like how they're actually moving some guys around. I like what we're reading about the defensive flexibility. One of the things I was most curious about yesterday, how would they utilize Jalen Ramsey? And it looks like a little bit of everywhere. It's overreaction season. That's okay. Aaron Rodgers attempts his first pass as a Steeler. I mean, mostly in a team setting that meant even just a wee little bit. Gets picked off by Patrick Queen. Everybody writes about it, talks about it. I mean, come on. TJ Watt's tweet yesterday. Limits, did we talk about this? JJ Watt, not TJ Watt. Did we talk about this on the show?
We did not.
So his tweet crushing practice stats, I wanted to, stand and applaud. And I thought about that with the Rodgers pick. He throws one pick. His first one intercepted by Patrick Queen. And I realize people aren't, actually trying to glean anything, but overreaction season. Again. Probably not going to worry too much about that. We did get some logical things, and these are more depth chart, role-related kernels of information. A lot of Calvin Austin III, Roman Wilson at wide receiver. Can't say it's all that surprising. Caleb Johnson got a lot of reps at running back, somebody we're going to talk about later. Full on crushing over Caleb Johnson. Digging it. Defensively, Peyton Wilson over Cole Holcomb in the middle. Can't say that's all that surprising. One of the things I like, though, again, reading the coverage, seeing what's coming out of there, is how not static the Steelers are. And that's the best way I could think to say that. Move TJ Watt around, move Jalen Ramsey around. Using a lot of nickel, you're probably going to have those three on the field most times. Picking the best spots for Derek Harmon. Accusing the Steelers of doing the same old is wrong. At least with a lot of what we're seeing so far. Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth. Those two potentially forming the best tight end duo in the NFL. Is that possible? I don't know. I was looking into that. That's a topic that Limits and I are going to debate a little bit. How high can we put their tight end group? Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette will join us at 11 o'clock. That's one of the questions I want to ask Ray, along with a lot of other things about day one. What's fair to react to, what's not fair to react to. But that's the fun of this time of year. There's even a negative storyline out there. Believe it or not, Broderick Jones struggling some. Again, I wish I was there to watch every rep. I was not. You're going by what's written and said from beat writers covering such things, but it did not sound like a banner day for Broderick Jones. Should we overreact to that? My argument would be no. I think it's too soon. But we do have to think about it. It is part of the larger narrative. If Broderick Jones stinks, it's going to drag down the whole operation. But it's fun. I'm glad this stuff's back. I'm glad we can react to it together. It's going to be a lot of fun to get into all of this. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Not going to hammer Steelers the whole time. Like I said, I do want to get into some Pirates topics. They're in a very interesting spot with a couple of young players. And it perplexes me. It might perplex you. Yesterday, we learned Connor Griffin has become the best prospect in Major League Baseball. The Pirates have the best prospect in Major League Baseball. They also have the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, Paul Skeens, and somebody you can argue is also the best pitching prospect in Bubba Chandler. Now, could I sell future optimism to you as a Pirates fan? Probably not. I think that's going to be awfully hard. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. Best overall prospect, very good chance best pitching prospect, and best current pitcher. All members of the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. And do you feel great about where this team is headed? There's talk about blowing it up. There's talk about massive trades. I don't think those are going to happen, by the way, but it is out there. Kind of a crazy spot. We'll talk about that. I also want to pose a question to Limits for later in the show. You've probably seen by now Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf are rooming together. Which two fan hosts would make the best suitemates? Roommates. Say it that way. To share a crapper. Who would do the best? I don't know. Who would do the worst? Who would be the best roommate?
There would probably be more candidates for who would be the worst than who would be the best.
There are some combustible matches. There really are.
There's a lot of oil and water, I think, that would mix.
I agree. Who could you survive with? Who would be your easiest?
Probably Crowley.
Okay.
I think Crowley and I have a lot of things in common and a lot of similarities.
Crowley's an easy person to get along with, an easy person to like.
Yeah, he is.
I like that.
Very likable figure.
Yeah. Much more so than Callis.
We'll save that for later in the show.
Just kidding, Harry.
We love Harry.
We love Harry. All right. I'm going to knock out a phone call here real quick, and then we're going to get into some more Steelers overreaction, assuming I can speak. All right, James in the South Hills wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers. What's up, James?
Hey, good morning, Jason. Hey, I really enjoy your work, man. You do an excellent job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway, I'm being only slightly facetious with this, but I'm not kidding. I've seen people on some social media posts saying yesterday that Broderick Jones should be cut.
Oh, stop!
Because he had a rough practice. I'm dead serious. I'm not kidding. I mean, I'm telling you.
That's the overreaction to the nth degree, man.
Well, you know what? It's been going on. It's been ramping up every year since I'd say the early 90s, and every single year it gets worse and worse, especially with social media. And I've heard people, well, that intercepted pass, that means our season's over yesterday. And, if the Steelers win the first preseason game, we're going to the Super Bowl. If we lose it, the season's over, jump off the Clemente. And people are dead serious. And I'll tell you what, nothing ever outlined how ridiculous that is. And it was a couple years ago when the Steelers went, I think it was undefeated in the preseason, and Pickett looked like Tom Brady in his prime.
Yep.
I know what you mean. Laid an egg.
Yep.
Why do people pay so much attention to this stuff? It means nothing. It could be 4-0 or 0-4. It means nothing.
Well, because we've lost our minds as a society, and we are conditioned to react to everything, right? I mean, that's Twitter.
Oh my God. I mean,
I agree with you, man. I completely agree with you. It's nauseating.
It is absolutely, and I tell you what, just to let you go back to, I tell you, I enjoy your written work just as much as your radio stuff. So keep it up, brother.
Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. We should expect really good calls from the South Hills limits. As two proud
always.
South Hills people.
The intelligence level of the South Hills is at a very high level. It is. There's a lot of smart people in the South Hills. Not to say that there are not smart people in the North Hills.
There's just a better percentage in the South Hills.
The South Hills is just a little bit built different, yes.
Yeah. Really good points, though. I mean, really good. And that's what we're talking about. The overreaction of spring training, Steelers training camp, Penguins training camp, a little less so with Penguins training camp. It's fun. I was kind of hitting the humorous side of it, and James brought up the not-so-humorous side of it, people just losing their minds, and that part of it happens too. I mean, how many storylines have we seen in this city? Kenny Pickett is a perfect one of the positive, we're going to be out over our skis on something that's way too good. And there's the Broderick Jones, this is way too bad. I'm not going to cut a guy after one day. My lens on this is a lot of spring training and how much I've listened to people talk about Tyler Anderson stinks, they should cut him. Jose Quintana stinks, they should cut him. Bailey Falter stinks, they should cut him. And a lot of times these same people, again, we're giving too much voice to social media. They also don't understand roster rules. I mean, this is a perfect case of it. The Steelers aren't going to cut their first-round pick. That they just moved to a different position, theoretically, after one day. And they're not going to cut a first-round pick while under contract, period, unless he does something really, really bad. I realize I'm giving voice to stuff that, really doesn't deserve a voice because it's stupid. But there's a kernel of truth here. It's overreaction city. We need to buckle up and just have some perspective for these next 3 weeks. One of the things I think is kind of funny about all this, that, we can almost anticipate the overreaction. And Jeff Hathorn was talking about this yesterday with us. Will Howard, people are going to just go crazy over. And there's no chance of him leapfrogging Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph on the depth chart. Obviously, if there are injuries, that's different. But he's going to get a lot of reps. People are going to fall in love with them, and it's not going to make any sense. So basically proceed with caution, I guess is what I'm saying. It's okay to get excited over one day. It's okay to look at Broderick Jones and say, I'd like to see you perform better. It's okay to think about what they're doing on defense and be intrigued by it. I am. It's okay to look at Caleb Johnson and think, man, this guy can play a pretty big role in the offense. Just don't go crazy, please. All right, Vinny in Beaver Falls wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers also. What's up, Vinny?
Hey, yeah, I'm a little bit optimistic for this season. I was looking at Aaron Rodgers and the Jets last year. He lost 6 games by 1 score. Out of those 6 games, the fourth quarter, all 6. He had 5 TDs, 2 picks. I'm thinking the Steelers can win ugly, go 10-0 to start.
10-0 to start, Vinny. Hang on. Starting 10-0?
Just like we did a couple of years back, and then Big Ben aged right in front of our faces.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
No, yeah. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, if he can stay healthy, he has the, acumen, he has the smarts, and he has the skills. I mean, the Steelers are going to ride this year. Everyone needs to get on board and get excited.
All right. There you go. I think you're on the way positive end of the overreaction, Vinny, but I appreciate it. I'm not sure about a 10-0 start. I'm not sure about Aaron Rodgers finding the fountain of youth or Aaron Rodgers finding the Pro Bowl or first-team All-Pro or anything crazy like that. I mean, the truth is going to be in the middle. It usually is. I think there's some intriguing stuff going on here. I also think we need to be realistic where the Steelers are at. And some of that bears its head, in my opinion, with depth. I look at the offensive line and what they have right now, and it really doesn't bother me. I think it can be pretty good. I'm not worried about Broderick Jones on the first day. I'm not worried about Troy Fautanu as long as you're telling me he's going to stay healthy. Same with Isaac Seumalo. If you go through the Steelers' offensive line and tell me those 5 guys are going to play every snap of this season, I'm going to tell you they're going to be pretty good. That's also a heck of a promise, especially for an offensive line, for that much continuity to exist. There are going to be injuries. So it worries me about the depth. Wide receiver-wise, if you would tell me they're going to play every snap with DK Metcalf, Calvin Austin III, Roman Wilson, maybe Robert Woods steps up into something, I don't know. Jonnu Smith is held, the ideal scenario. Great. Sign me up. I think they're going to be pretty good. We all know there are depth concerns, there are injury concerns, stuff that comes about over the course of a season. And I question how well-positioned the Steelers are to address those. If Robert Woods is playing meaningful snaps, if he's playing 70% of the time, we probably have a very big problem. Tight end-wise, yeah. I think their tight ends can be pretty good. I think it can be a weapon. But I also understand people who heard that same song and dance last year. I was one of them. I was part of the problem. I was one of the people saying, look, Arthur Smith has loved throwing to his tight ends everywhere he's been. This is what these guys are saying. Pat Freiermuth is capable of taking on a larger role. You look at things on paper, they should make sense. It doesn't always translate, and it didn't. And the Steelers were not good enough in that department last year. Now, I think they received a very sizable upgrade with Jonnu Smith. I think I'm kind of stating the obvious there. A little better than Michael Pruitt, I'd argue. But they haven't done it. They haven't put it on the field yet. All right. Limits, you want to get into some of your overreaction thoughts here?
I think the interception from Rodgers, I just kind of found it a little bit comedic. Like, we did kind of point to the Jackson Dart first interception on his first throw in New York as a whoa. Like, that's a big deal. That's something we got to look at. And we kind of did that mainly just to, point fingers at Joe because he absolutely loves Jackson Dart. But look,
is that love affair still as strong as it was around the draft?
Maybe not as strong, but it still exists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has the love faded a little bit? It's also a one-sided love. I don't know if there's a lot of love on Jackson Dart's part towards Joe.
Yeah.
So we'd have to further explore that. But I do think that it's just something to glean, like, all right, here we go. Is this foreshadowing in any way?
It is not. It is not. There's nothing to learn from that.
But no, I don't look at it as a big deal. What I did find hilarious is that it was a very similar route to the ball that Dart threw his interception on. That's the only thing. That's the first thing that popped into mind for me. So, no, I don't really care about it. Rodgers is working out some of the rust and first throw and team activities. Now, if it progresses and he's throwing multiple interceptions in practices, then we have a big deal on our hands. But for now, let's pump the brakes a little bit, and I think everything is just going to be okay.
Yep. I would agree with that wholeheartedly, Limits. I think we're just looking for something to react to, and that's okay. It's fun.
Now, Jason, what I did find very fascinating.
Okay.
Is
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
What they were doing in the secondary.
Oh, yeah.
How much was Beanie Bishop factoring in? Didn't seem like much. The main thing that really gravitated to me was Jalen Ramsey. And Nick Farabaugh put it out there. Multiple reporters put it out there. Ramsey would be outside, then he'd be in the slot, then he'd be in the nickel, then he'd be shading over to safety. They basically bounced him around like a Swiss Army knife, like he's a queen on a chessboard, able to go anywhere on the board, anywhere on the defense. So how he uses that versatility and how that ultimately affects how much Juan Thornhill plays is something that I'm specifically keeping an eye on, probably more than anything, because that's not indicative of, performance in training camp, but really alignment. And that tells me a lot more than whatever the performance is going to be.
You know what's a really uncomfortable truth about that, Limits? I was thinking about this morning. Mike Tomlin might actually deserve a lot of credit for devising this plan. This might not be stupid, and it's going to be hard for some people to reconcile.
You're saying what, intentionally moving off of Minka to be able to bring in Ramsey,
Correct.
who can move around.
Correct.
So that they get the money off the books with Minka,
Correct.
who they don't believe was productive, and Ramsey can still play.
Yes.
Even though he's a higher cap hit.
And they're just going about it a different way. You're playing three guys with the capability of playing outside. You've improved your slot situation. I think Ramsey's better there.
Yep.
In certain defenses, him playing safety, I think you take advantage of his ability as a playmaker. He can do that. I think you've upgraded there. I think they have made their defensive secondary far better with this move. I really do.
Well, and if this limits Juan Thornhill to playing 10 to 15 snaps, I'm okay with it because I do not have the confidence in Juan Thornhill to be able to be a consistent every snap type of starter or at least play 75% of the snaps. I would not want to see that.
Right, but you're keeping him in your base defense that you're going to play, 30% of the time, 40% of the time?
Nearly as often.
I'm okay with that.
Ramsey's still a really good player. And Slay, even though, so I was watching Quarterback last night, the documentary on Netflix with Jared Goff and a couple others, Burrow. One thing that I did find fascinating is Kirk Cousins in a game against the Eagles, at the very end of the game, found Drake London in the end zone for a touchdown. It was like just a simple slant route, but put your foot in the ground and break out to the right. And I was like, okay, what corner for Philadelphia did he beat? It was Darius Slay. So just found that a little bit interesting last night. But I still think Slay can play. But at 34, there are question marks, and hopefully Ramsey can also try to plug a couple of those gaps.
I agree with you. But the beauty of this, Austin, they can rotate guys. He might not have to be matched up against an opposing team's top wide receiver. Maybe Joey Porter Jr. does that. Maybe Jalen Ramsey does it.
But, I mean, there are significant questions around Porter with multiple regards.
But if I throw more stuff against the wall, there's a better chance that it's going to stick.
Right.
And I don't have to have that guy. Like last year, what options did they have?
Oh, and Brandon Echols is also out of the equation that nobody's talked about.
He's your fourth quarter.
I'm not acting like he is a starter, like a number one type of corner type of player, but if he's your extra swing type of man or brought in on extra packages as a extra defensive back, I'm curious to see what he can bring. I'm not slamming the door shut on whatever his potential might be in their defense.
No, and I think this is, like I said before, an extremely uncomfortable reality. If I would sit here and praise Mike Tomlin up and down and say he's a genius and he's a great coach, like you're going to take heat for that. And I'm not saying that. I'm just, if the move pans out, I have no problem crediting Tomlin here for thinking about things a different way. I think this could be really intelligent. I like the makings here. I like the players. I like the schematics. I like what we're seeing so far. I think the Steelers might actually have found something here. Again, I just want to see more.
But if it goes wrong, this is all Tomlin's fault,
exactly,
right?
And then he should be fired and shot into the sun. Yeah.
But, I mean, seriously, though, if this does fail and it doesn't work and Ramsey's versatility doesn't really pay off and Darius Slay does look old and Joey Porter Jr. doesn't figure out the penalties, a lot of that has to fall on Tomlin, though, right?
Oh, my gosh, yes. We talked about this yesterday. All of it falls on Tomlin. I mean, Omar Khan's the general manager, but Tomlin is the common denominator. I don't think everything falls on top, but I just can't remove him from it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trust in plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Our six-pack is brought to you by Bet365. And a special sound for that one on a Friday. All right, have some more thoughts we want to get to. Well, all right, let's go to Troy in Mount Washington, and then we'll get to our first break. Troy, what's going on? Let's talk about Steelers.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. So just a couple quick comments. First was, so the interception itself really doesn't bother me. Like, it's the first play. It really doesn't matter. But I really found Aaron Rodgers' comment on it afterwards, after practice, when he was asked, to be such a typical Aaron Rodgers thing, and maybe something that's aligning us for future press conferences. When he was asked about the interception, he goes, well, yeah, in practice I like to try things, and, pretty much hinting at, I knew I shouldn't have really threw it, but instead of, I thought the curl was going to be there. Patrick Queen made the play. They were in a defense that I didn't see, and he intercepted the ball. It was more like letting us know, like, oh, yeah, that's not real. It's practice. I just want to see what throws I can fit in and what things I can do.
What's wrong with that, Troy?
Well, how do we know that, he's saying that he's just trying to put a ball into a certain place instead of giving props to the defense that picked it? He was not trying to throw the interception. So I'd much rather him just give Patrick Queen his props from the jump.
Well, I mean, what if he was trying something? I don't have any problem with, in practice, your quarterback's has a play, he's going to try to make a throw a certain place. If it blows up, who cares? It's practice.
That's fine.
Isn't that what you're there for?
Yeah, but like you said, they were throwing different looks on defense, and in that defense that they were running where Patrick Queen is to run to the outside, that's not a throw that you want to try, is it? Isn't that defense meant to stop that exact throw? So when you're saying I want to try things, sure, you want to take a deep ball chance on one-on-one coverage. You want to try something over the middle. You want to
Troy, slow down, man. You got to slow down. We're talking about a quarterback's choices on a throw on a specific play on the first day of training camp.
I wasn't. I was talking about his response to making the interception.
That's not better.
Say that again?
I said that's not much better, Troy. We got to slow down. We got to slow down. We got 3 weeks of this.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. Do you think that it's Aaron Rodgers is more prone during the season to admit admit mistakes that he's making on the field, or to give different excuses on why those mistakes were made, if you had to choose?
If I had to choose whether he's going to admit mistakes on the field or
like in a press conference, say, that was my bad, I didn't see it, I threw the interception, or is he more prone to say something else that kind of defends his throw? Even though it was an interception, he's the type of person to kind of come through and defend it. So it should be there, and, maybe his route needed to be a little bit shorter, or he needs to cut it off a little bit more. We need to think about, how we're running our routes and work it out in practice, rather than just saying, that was the defense where I should not have thrown that ball. I threw that ball and threw an interception. That's on me.
I don't need to have an opinion on what Aaron Rodgers is theoretically going to say to an interception that didn't happen 2 months from now. So I'm not going to now. There's no use. I mean,
I'm just trying to make the comparison to, I would have liked him to initially just give Patrick Queen the defense their props for reading that play.
Right, but what if he was trying something?
It seems like a precursor for me.
All right. Thanks, Troy. I don't know what to say. I guess that's part of the beauty of this. I need to keep that in perspective. But, I mean, you try things as a quarterback, as a pitcher, as somebody with the ball in your hand. Like, when the stakes are low, isn't that the time where you want to try things? I don't know. In the fourth quarter of a division game in December, I don't want Aaron Rodgers trying things. In the last week of July, in the first practice in Latrobe, do I want him trying things? Sure. Throw a million picks. I don't really care. Get it figured out now. I remember Andrew Heaney this spring. Again, a cross-sport comparison, but he was talking about spring training. It's kind of his time to figure out what not to do. Okay, cool. Aaron Rodgers can figure out what not to do. All right, we have to get to a break. Mark and Brentwood, if you can hang on, we can get to you then. We are well past. Appreciate it. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Back with more of your calls. And Steelers overreaction after this first day of training camp in Latrobe. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, training camp rolls along. Today is the second day of practice from St. Vincent College in Latrobe, and it will be at 1:55 p.m. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This Sunday, Dick Allen, Dave Parker, CC Sabathia, Ichiro Suzuki, and Billy Wagner will all be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Ichiro, the first Japanese ball player to be enshrined in Cooperstown, was one vote short of a unanimous selection. Sabathia, the workhorse southpaw, was also a first ballot selection, while Wagner, the lefty reliever, made it on his 10th and final try. Congratulations, guys. Have a great day. Well deserved. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work
work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince Cape Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louis Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. It's an overreaction Friday. Day one of Steelers training camp was yesterday at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, and we can't help but get out over our skis a little bit. Fielded a call in the last segment about somebody upset about Troy and Mount Washington. I don't mean to not give him credit, and we're having some fun with it. I'm not picking on Troy about upset about Aaron Rodgers' answer to the interception that he threw. It's all the fun this time of year, whether it's Kenny Pickett looking like Joe Montana. Who knows? What is real? What is not? What can we discard? What should we save? It's a fun conversation. Enjoying it very much. Let's go back out to the phones. Mark and Brentwood, thanks for hanging on so much. Somebody from Brentwood, you know that they have persistence and dedication, and they're not going to give up easily. Of course, that's also where I'm from. Mark, what's going on?
Hi, gentlemen. Good morning. First and foremost, J-Mac, I love listening to your baseball insights. Truly a goat in the game when it comes to talking about the Pirates and all their facets.
Thanks, brother. Don't use that goat term, though. No way.
I use it loosely, sir. About this interception, to quote the man that threw that ball, anyone who's in midseason overreaction form, which is quite a few people, we all need to RELAX. The afternoon guys hit it spot on yesterday when they said, all quarterbacks do this in preseason. They want to see what the receivers are capable of, how they react. It's just anyone who's like, the first ball to equate, it's such a horrible pass. Guys, practice. We're talking about practice, not a game. Practice here, boys. What do y'all think?
Oh, same, man. I couldn't agree more. We're talking about practice. And I would never put my Brentwood athletic accomplishments on par with anybody. But, I mean, I was there. I ran practice offense. Like, you'd screw around. You try things. And then you'd say, okay, that's a bad decision. I'm not going to do that in the game. I mean, I have zero problem with it, Mark. Zero.
And by no means am I saying I am on the Aaron Rodgers bandwagon, as I am still Team Mason Rudolph. He's a hell of a guy. I love Mason. But guys, relax. It's the first OTA, minicamp, whatever you want to call team organization that we're doing now until it gets, official with pads. It's just practice, boys. Everyone's overreacting.
Yep. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's something with Rodgers, too. Throughout his career, he's been very judicious with the ball. Now, the past couple of years, it hasn't been good. I certainly understand that. His last 2 full seasons, 2022, 2024, combined 23 interceptions. That's not good. That won't fly. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, as far as the concerns go that I have over Aaron Rodgers, interceptions is not really one of them. I mean, is he going to be able to open up the offense? Is he going to be able to stay healthy? Accuracy, mobility, all that stuff is fair. But if you're telling me Aaron Rodgers is going to remain upright, he's going to be in an offense that fits him, he's going to be comfortable, he's going to be allowed to check into whatever play he sees fit at the line of scrimmage, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be, the old cowboy, the Ben Roethlisberger type that sometimes thought he was infallible. I don't think we're going to run into that here. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be smart enough to realize what he has, what he should do, what he should not do. And I'm not about to overreact to one day at training camp. And I think most would probably share that opinion. And you might dislike how the Steelers have handled the quarterback situation. That's completely fair. You might look at this and say, why are you bringing in a 41-year-old if the effort is to draft somebody next year? Why didn't you make a move earlier? Why are we here? Why did you, trust Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, whatever? There are 1,000 quarterback takes to have. Upset about a guy throwing an interception on day one is not one that I think holds a lot of water. And a lot of what we saw yesterday, I think, is probably meaningless. They didn't even have pads on, for crying out loud. I'll use that to transition into Caleb Johnson a little bit, where Caleb Johnson's somebody I really want to like. I think he can be a big part of this offense. A lot being made yesterday about his vision and how quickly he hits the hole. They still didn't have pads on. Great, get excited. I was excited what I saw on the south side. Rookie minicamp, OTAs minicamp, he looked good. He looked like somebody who can contribute right away. They still didn't have pads on. For a running back, I'm sorry, all of it has an asterisk on it until that happens. It's sort of the same for defensive line. I mean, Derek Harmon has passed every conceivable test to this point. I think he's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really exciting. But am I going to the bank with that? No, I'm not. I'm also not ultimately reacting the negative way and thinking that Broderick Jones is screwed at left tackle because he had a rough first day. That's what this stuff is about. I think we should be sort of targeting things that are more repeatable. Things like the defense moving around, trying to go at both offense and defense in a different way, actually utilizing Jonnu Smith and Freiermuth. Again, we didn't get a great look at that yesterday. Jonnu Smith didn't really practice, certainly not with the group. I think he did a little off to the side, if I'm not mistaken, but either way, there was no meaningful intel gained there. We saw Jalen Ramsey moving around. I like the early sketch. I like what we heard from Mike Tomlin about him. By the way, Limits, do you have that clip?
What specific one you looking for?
The one where Tomlin talking about Jalen Ramsey. I want to give a listen to that real quick.
Here it is.
You're going to do it anyway, so have at it, man. But get your cameras ready. You're going to see him in a lot of places.
Yeah, that was Mike Tomlin yesterday talking about Jalen Ramsey. And, yeah, cameras ready. That's exactly the way they should be doing this. He is my preferred choice to move around. I think they should let Joey Porter Jr. set down roots. I think they should allow Darius Slay to, maybe if he's going to cover the team's second best wide receiver, I'm not sure, but I'd prefer keeping him to the outside. I think Jalen Ramsey has the skill set to do a lot of different things. I think this could be really good for Jalen Ramsey. And you can hear it in Mike Tomlin's voice. That's why I had Limits play the clip, man. He's genuinely excited for this, and he should be. That's something that I think is worth reacting to at this point, is worth getting excited over. And frankly, I'm kind of excited about the Aaron Rodgers stuff. Like, yes, I think other criticisms of how they've handled quarterbacks, it's valid. Post-Ben, I mean, they obviously haven't been good enough in that area. I think that's a fairly obvious take. But now that we're here, what I've seen with my own two eyes out of Aaron Rodgers, how he seems to be meshing with teammates, what people are saying about him. And it's not so much what they're saying, it's almost how they're saying it. He's genuinely bought into this. And I think there's a path forward for them to be halfway decent. I do. Now, you can't guarantee everybody's health. If you could, yeah, I'm signing up for it. I think if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, they're pretty decent. But so far, so good. Harry in Westview wants to talk about that man, Aaron Rodgers. What's going on, Harry?
Yeah, you know what? I don't think there's any one of us that would not like to be interviewed. And Aaron Rodgers takes advantage of that every chance he gets, which I enjoy. I just think the guy's entertaining. I'm not worried about what he says. If this guy would dissect Mike Tomlin every week, boy, it would take him like 3 days.
Yeah, I agree with you. What do you mean by every one of us would want to be interviewed, though, and that he has fun with it? What's making you say that?
I think he enjoys the stage. Like when he says he's going to leave the stage,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think he loves it. And he's an entertainer. I mean, you got all these wrestlers passing away and stuff. They're all entertainers. I mean, that's what they're there for. And you see very few athletes that you really want to listen and talk, even though a lot of them do interviews. Very, very few of them are really interesting.
Yeah, Rodgers made some, and thank you for the call, Harry. Appreciate it. He had some interesting comments about his future, did he not, Limits? Did you catch that one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's been pretty adamant about this just being his last year. But other than that, I mean, what do you truly want to glean from what Rodgers said? What did you glean from what Rodgers said?
This is what I liked. Somebody asked him about, are you going into this treating it like it's your last year? Yeah, I might go into the season like that. I might not. I mean, that's put on a tee for him to say, yeah, I've said this is going to be my last year. I'm 41. I'm going to be 42 in December. This is it. Like, whatever. Be crystal clear about it.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't want to close that door.
No, I'm just gleaning that as if, he obviously wants to leave the door completely open, but at the same time is not going to give anybody anything to react to. Like, now, in retrospect, he kind of did, because by just not confirming or denying, it still leaves open that possibility. But I think unless he has like a good year, they win a playoff game, and he truly wants to come back, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Especially because we know they're going to draft a quarterback.
We know they're going to, yeah, absolutely.
And is Rodgers really going to want to have a rookie quarterback breathing down his neck for a season? Knowing that if he doesn't play well for maybe a 5-6 game stretch, the fans are going to get restless. The team is going to want to know what they have in the rookie quarterback, and he might not want to sign up for that.
Well, if this goes well, though, if they win 11 games, they win a playoff game, Aaron Rodgers plays well, he's a fit in the system, can't you make the argument that he might have fun here? He might enjoy it?
How fun
if he plays well, how fun will it?
It wasn't fun for Aaron Rodgers when Jordan Love showed up in Green Bay.
Yeah, but he's at a different stage in his career. Aaron Rodgers was still in his prime.
Okay,
right
but
now, he's not going to play until he's 43.
It's still
right?
Aaron Rodgers, and he doesn't want to have competition by him. So I don't think that would be. He is the undisputed guy. Like, there was even rumblings, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, who will be the guy. We all thought it was Russell. Russell was stated as the guy in pole position, but it was never as confirmed and confident as it is. Yeah, Aaron's the starter no matter what happens, regardless of what anybody thinks or says or what happens on the practice field.
All right, this is a good topic. I wanted to save this for later in the show, and we will. We have to get to Ray Fittipaldo here at the top of the hour. What if it goes well? What does that mean for Aaron Rodgers? You think he could come back? We'll debate that a little bit. I think Limits and I have some different feelings on it. First, I want to tell you, you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Weather, sunny today and a high of Aaron Smith, 91, with a 45% chance of rain starting at 6 p.m. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's a Friday, so that means Life with Ray Fittipaldo will start here in a few minutes. A short break, and back with Ray after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette reporting earlier this week that there is interest in Oneil Cruz and that the Pirates are receiving calls on Cruz. Also reporting that it's very unlikely that the Pirates ultimately deal him. John Heyman of the New York Post also confirming that the Yankees are interested, but at the same time, seems like a deal will not happen and the Pirates will have to be blown away to trade Cruz, who has 3 years of club control remaining. More headlines are at 937thefan.com, and our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Will Howard, born in Pennsylvania, Will Howard starts his NFL career right here in Pittsburgh. After 4 years at Kansas State, Howard transferred to Ohio State ahead of last season. Howard led the Buckeyes to the school's first championship in a decade after multiple blowout wins in the playoffs. Howard was selected in the 6th round of this year's draft by the Steelers and will look to make a statement in the crowded quarterback room. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Gordon Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, shly.company.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify. Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, coming off a sweep of the best team in baseball, the Detroit Tigers. It's the Pirates taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are 3 under 500 at PNC Park tonight. It's a 6:41 pitch. Mike Burrows takes the mound for the Pirates. Ryan Nelson will go for Arizona. 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, Ray Fittipaldo joins from Steelers camp.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold filling in for the guys on a Friday. An overreaction Friday after day one of Steelers training camp. And you know that music. That means Everybody Loves Raymond. Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joins us from Latrobe. What's going on, Ray? How are you?
Good morning, Jason. How are we doing this morning?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Rolling right along. Ray is brought to you, of course, by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home for over 90 years, lgkg.com. All right, Ray, so our first hour, we were talking a lot about some of the overreactions to stuff on the first day. I know that's not unfamiliar territory to you, but realistically, what was one of your biggest takeaways from the first day? Stuff that maybe, we should actually care about.
Yeah, I mean, listen, what I took away from it was where are guys lining up on defense, who's on in base, who's off, what are the sub packages? We got some of those questions answered yesterday. And to me, early on, and I'm driving up the road now, the familiar sight of making the left off of Route 30, Jason. There are about 300 cars lined up on the side of the road here. As I get on the campus, I get a kick out of this every time here. But, to me, I always watch the rookies, Jason, and, Harmon looked good yesterday, and I thought Caleb Johnson looked really good too. So, it was a good first day for the rookie class.
So, Ray, we heard and read a lot about the defense sort of moving around more, Jalen Ramsey being the chess piece and that sort of thing. And specifically with Ramsey, do you think that's something that they're just trying out in training camp, or is it pretty realistic that, in the nickel he might line up in the slot, base defense, he's going to be at safety? Like, is that a pretty lasting usage of him?
I think it's going to depend on the opponent, Jason. Now, he's such a versatile player that, if they're playing a really good tight end one week, I know they're not playing the Chiefs this year, but let's say they were playing the Chiefs, you could pretty much single him up on Travis Kelce, try to take Travis Kelce out of the game, and you can match up from there. He's your highest paid defensive back. He's, I think, your best cover corner, and I think you're going to utilize him in that way. But there are other games where, let's say you're playing the Cincinnati Bengals, then you say, okay, hey, Jalen Ramsey, you're going to go on Higgins or Chase, and then Joey Porter, you got the other guy, and then they're going to match up from there. So I really do think it's going to be a week-by-week situation. That's the nice thing about having like a chess piece like Jalen Ramsey at your disposal. You can use him in a variety of ways, and I know these coaches are very excited about doing that.
What's the root of that, Ray? Like, who do you think came up with that idea? Was that an Omar Khan thing? Was it Mike? Was it all of them together? Terrell Austin's input? Like, I like the strategy. I think it's very sound, but where did it start?
Yeah, I think once Jalen Ramsey came on board, you had that flexibility because, you had Minkah back there. They were using Minkah in a specific way. So you trade one good player, you acquire another, but in the acquisition of that player, you get to use him in a man-on-man coverage role, which you didn't do a lot with Minkah Fitzpatrick. So, you heard Mike talk about this the other day. What they're really excited about is being able to match up man-to-man and how that's going to, affect their rush game. If you can line up across the board and you're confident in your defensive backs covering people, then you're going to be able to blitz more. Theoretically, your front four, front five are going to be able to get home more, and I think it's going to improve the pass rush too. One thing that's gone unsaid here the last couple of years is how the sack numbers have gone down. And I think with them having better personnel in the defensive backfield now, I think the pass rush is going to be better too. So I know we're going to look at that down the road, but by going out and getting a guy like Jalen Ramsey, I think it's going to help their defense in a lot of ways, just not in coverage.
Pomp and Joe Show, we're chatting with Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can read Ray's coverage at post-gazette.com. Follow him on X at RayFit1. Ray, I wanted to ask you about the defensive line. You brought up Derek Harmon, and I think we're going to see a lot of Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, Derek Harmon. That's pretty obvious. Beyond those guys, who are you sort of looking at to step up? Who might have the best chance of actually playing a decent amount among the other reserves?
Oh, that's the thing, Jason. I don't know that we know that right now. You have your three starters, and after that, I think, the guy with the most pedigree is DeMarvin Leal, but he's coming off a bad injury, and he's kind of been a tweener, so you don't really know what you're going to get out of him. He's played okay at times and not so okay at other times. And then you got just a bunch of guys. You got Daniel Ekuale, who was a starter for the Patriots last season. No one really knows what he's all about yet. Logan Lee was a rookie last year. He spent a year on IR. Isaiah Loudermilk is a guy who's been around. Dean Lowry is a guy who came last year. So, I'm just throwing a bunch of names out there because I don't know who among those guys is really going to step up. If I had to pick a guy who I think they would like to step up, it's Leal. But he's never really had that one consistent season where you could sit back and say, okay, yeah, we're going to count on him as our number 4 guy or our number 5 guy in that rotation.
Ray, I thought it was interesting what Mike Tomlin said yesterday about Caleb Johnson. It's obviously, not unfamiliar territory for him to kind of tamp down expectations on rookies, and he didn't seem interested in doing that with Caleb Johnson. Why do you think that is? Do you think he really likes Caleb Johnson? Is Caleb Johnson going to be a part of this thing? Just what did you make of Mike Tomlin's assessment of the rookie from Iowa?
Yeah, I mean, they know Caleb Johnson's going to be a really good player for them, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before, we see that. We actually saw it yesterday, first day in pads. I mean, that guy gets to the hole well, and, you think about, okay, he fell to number 83 in the draft because he didn't run well at the combine. But there wasn't anyone who was at that first practice yesterday who sat there and said, yeah, that guy runs a 4.55 40 or whatever he ran in Indy. He doesn't move that way on the football field. So they're excited about him. You know what you have in Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren is going to be your guy who's going to play on second and third and longs because he's your best pass protector. And quite frankly, he's your best receiver out of the backfield too. So as I look at this running back group right now, you have Caleb Johnson, who's your first and second down guy. You want to get him the ball. Jaylen Warren is probably going to play the same role he always has. And you got Kenneth Gainwell, who I thought looked really good yesterday as well, kind of that quick scat back who could be explosive too and very slippery in the open field. So a lot of possibilities there with that backfield. It's not that plodding backfield that you're used to when Najee Harris was here for the last 4 seasons.
Sounds like you think they'll be better this year running the ball, Ray. Is that accurate?
Well, theoretically, yeah. I mean, the offensive line is a big part of that, as you know, Jason. But, and we didn't talk about this. It's the fit within Arthur Smith's offense. Arthur Smith wants to run the outside zone. Najee Harris was more of a power back. And, listen, they tried to make it work there, but it wasn't really a schematic fit. Now you had a guy who is a schematic fit, who's really talented. So, yes, it does have a chance to be much better than it has been just because Caleb Johnson is used to running the outside zone at Iowa.
Chatting with Ray Fittipaldo here on the Pomp and Joe Show on a Friday. Ray, Steelers general manager Omar Khan seemed to indicate when he talked that they're all set, said he likes the team that he has. I know he also said that he's going to, be aware or out there or whatever you want to say, monitoring things, obviously doing his job. I feel like he would have to be really blown away by something to add to this team or change something. Is that a fair read? Just where do you think Omar stands on the idea of bringing someone else in?
Yeah, he pretty much came out and said we're going to evaluate who's here right now for the next couple of weeks. But, Jason, if I'm a fan, I'm keeping an eye on the number 2 receiver and the free safety spot. And, not so much number 2 receiver because that's a little bit disrespectful to Calvin Austin, but just add another depth guy at receiver. I think they want to see how Roman Wilson plays. I think they want to see what does Robert Woods have left. Okay, I think that's fair. They'll make that evaluation, and I think they'll address that if they have to a few weeks from now, or perhaps before the season. And then the other spot to watch, free safety. Naturally, you trade away one of the best free safeties in the league. you're elevating Juan Thornhill, but that makes you a little thin back there as well. You know, they have this Sebastian Castro, undrafted free agent from Iowa that they like. So they're going to take a look at these guys. They'll see what they think of Thornhill, and then they'll make a corresponding move if they have to. But those are the two biggest positions of question in my mind as we get set to look at them in pads next week.
Ray, I was reading and hearing about Broderick Jones maybe being below the line, as Mike Tomlin would say, on the first day. I also know it's the first day. I'm not really sure I'm worried too much about it. But what did you see out of Broderick Jones at left tackle yesterday?
Yeah, and they're not going to put pads on until next Tuesday, so it's hard to evaluate offensive and defensive linemen in this setting. I will say one thing, Jason. He stuck out like a sore thumb to me on one rep. And whether you're in pads or not, this doesn't matter. Alex Highsmith beat him cleanly inside for an easy pressure. And if you're a left tackle in the NFL, the fastest way to the quarterback is an inside move. And Aaron Rodgers would have been blindsided and mucked on his keister if that was a real game. So that was a little bit concerning. But, again, yeah, I mean, it's first day in pads, and, we got to give him a little bit of time to acclimate. I know it's his natural position, but he did play on the right side mostly for the last 2 years. So it's probably going to take a little bit of a period of adjustment here before he feels completely comfortable.
Last question for Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. A lot of talk yesterday, Ray, about the tight end situation. I know Jonnu Smith didn't do a whole lot. Pat Freiermuth is obviously there. When things are going well, when they get this thing up to speed, could this be one of the better tight end situations in the NFL? How high can people expect this thing to rank when you look at, across the league, top 5, top 10? What is it?
Well, first off, that would mean targeting the tight ends more, which they really didn't do a whole heck of a lot last season. So I think some of that had to do with the quarterback, but you got to target those guys. They got two really good ones in Freiermuth and now Jonnu Smith. And I know the Steelers kind of look at Jonnu Smith not so much as a tight end, but for a guy who could play anywhere. Line up a receiver, put him in a backfield as a fullback, put him up in line as a tight end. They just view him in the same way that they view Jalen Ramsey. They're going to move him around. Yes, he's labeled a tight end, but I know I said this when he was acquired. He's also got the skill set where he can basically be your number 2 or number 3 receiver as well, however that shakes out in terms of targets and all that stuff. So, yeah, a little bit of a disappointment that Jonnu Smith is a little bit nicked up. We'll see if he's back out there today. Hopefully he's back out there in pads by Tuesday, because I know they view him as a big part of this offense.
Ray Fittipaldo, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Stay hydrated today.
Thanks, Jason. See you later. All
right, Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Read his coverage at post-gazette.com. Follow Ray on Twitter or X at RayFit1. A lot of great stuff there, really, from tight ends to Broderick Jones, what Omar Khan might be looking at on the market if he decides to do something else, thoughts on Caleb Johnson, and all of that. We're going to work through some takeaways on Ray's comments as well. I think one of my biggest limits, honestly, is DeMarvin Leal being up there in the defensive line rotation. I think that this is something I've wanted to watch and to see how this plays out. I don't think there's a lot of debate whether Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, and Derek Harmon will get a lot of snaps. They will. But who else? And I'm not sure if we have a final answer. There's 5 guys in the mix for the next group, but Ray said DeMarvin Leal.
I'm not hedging any bets on DeMarvin Leal.
I'm probably not either.
I would rather watch Logan Lee or Dean Lowry. I think Dean Lowry can actually be a decent defensive lineman for them.
Yeah, he can. He's got the size. He contributed last year, was actually pretty decent on special teams. I believe blocked a kick.
I'm not all in on Dean Lowry, but I think as the 4th or 5th guy, it does make some sense. Plus, Logan Lee, somebody that you drafted and didn't get a chance to play last year. Maybe this is the first year that we actually get to see what he could become. I think Logan Lee could be decent for them. It's just an interior defensive lineman that can help in some packages to help stop the run. But Leal, they've tried to move him around, Jason. They've had him inside a little bit, mostly outside as like a defensive end. They've had him try to play a little bit of outside linebacker. He's just not been able to become comfortable and find a niche in this defense. Until it happens, I'm not going to believe it will.
I know. I think that DeMarvin Leal, I hope I'm pleasantly surprised by it, but I'm not anticipating that.
No.
I think Dean Lowry's probably my pick out of that group. Isaiah Loudermilk has had some moments. The ukulele. I don't know why anybody's not calling him the ukulele, but Daniel Ucale?
Daniel Ucale.
Ucale.
Yeah.
Thank you. Another intriguing option back there. He played a lot last year for the Patriots, as Ray said. Something else that Ray said that struck me and made it to my notes is Jalen Ramsey depending on the opponent. I like that even more. We were talking about the Steelers not being static, about them being willing to move around and wanting to match up and hunt matchups and that sort of thing. I like it a lot. I also like it based on the opponent. Align your strengths with what your opponents look like, what they do well, what they don't do so well. And if you are going to treat Jalen Ramsey like a genuine chess piece, a Swiss Army knife, all that stuff, it should vary game to game. And that's great to hear that that's how the Steelers could potentially proceed with Ramsey.
That's what they should do.
Absolutely.
You should be able to change and adapt based on the matchup. Not every team is the same personnel-wise. You can't try to attack any the same way. So whether it be Cincinnati, whether it be Baltimore, who don't have the receivers as capable as Cincinnati, whether you're facing a run-heavy team, stuff like that, it needs to shift. It needs to be able to adapt. And I think that's one thing that, maybe Tomlin hasn't done well enough at over the last 5 years or so. Being able to adapt, being able to change. And ideally, this is the year that starts to usher that in and that does usher it in.
So I asked Ray about Caleb Johnson and Mike Tomlin's comments on him. I believe we have a clip from Tomlin discussing Caleb Johnson, correct?
Yes. So one of the things that Tomlin made mention about Johnson is that there is a high floor component to his game.
He does. He's highly conditioned, and that helps development. When you're in really good shape, you can take additional reps. And reps equals the get better. And so he handled the first leg of it. He's come in really good shape. He's really engaged, and obviously he's got some talent. You guys saw that today.
Yeah, so Mike Tomlin, not exactly known for pumping the tires of rookies. He's actually known for the opposite, of kind of tempering expectations. He's a first-year guy. Let's let it play out, that sort of thing. I thought it was interesting how Tomlin said what he did about Caleb Johnson, and it aligns with what Ray was telling us. He expects Caleb Johnson to play on first and second down. And then from there, Jaylen Warren on second and third and longs. It's their best receiving option out of the backfield, their best pass pro option. I really like that. And I asked Ray in a follow-up whether the Steelers will be better constituted in the running game this year, and I truly believe that. I think they're going to be able to run the ball better. I think it's a better scheme fit. I think Najee Harris, I get it. You can't change anything midstream, at least as far as drafting him and having him in here. But it makes a lot more sense, them not picking up his fifth-year option, going a different direction, prioritizing running backs. The more I see out of Caleb Johnson, the more I hear from Aaron Smith, from Arthur Smith, it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. And this kid has given us a lot of reasons, talking about Caleb Johnson, to get excited about him. Now, again, the overreaction component, and nobody has pads on, and we need to temper expectations, that's all fair. But what if Caleb Johnson works out? What if he is what we thought he could be? Man, is that some big news, some good news for the Steelers. Bring him along fast. He's got that build, man. He's got that build of a bell cow, a guy that you give the ball to 20, 25, maybe even 30 times a game. 30 is probably a little on the extreme end, especially for this year. But I want to see him develop. I'm really excited when they put the pads on to go out there and watch him.
So what do you think that Caleb Johnson ultimately can be? Basically, the bell cow running back you talked about, but what are we pigeonholing him in to be right now, do you think?
I mean, I think he can be an RB1 eventually. I think he can be the guy. Right now, this year in 2025, I think he's probably a heavy timeshare guy.
Yeah.
I think he can be a first and second down guy, maybe situationally And I think when it's all said and done, Jaylen Warren might get more carries than him.
What I don't understand is where is Gainwell going to play?
Yeah,
because he's actually a good player.
But he's depth.
He is.
He's depth.
He's
if something happens to somebody, he's a great bit of certainty.
And he's a good third down back. So I'm surprised. And they might work him into some packages and situations, especially like keep Cordero off the field as much as possible. He shouldn't even be on the roster.
Yeah, I was going to say keep him off the roster. That'll ensure him staying off the field.
Gainwell can basically fill the role that Cordero Patterson had last year. I'd like to see more Gainwell than that, but if Caleb Johnson does become a dependable player, I do wonder why he was picked in the third round, though.
Yeah.
Maybe just because it's Iowa, and if they tried to invent football, it would be as far away from Iowa as possible in terms of offensive football. Seems like they only factor in defense and don't know how to run offense at Iowa. But Caleb Johnson, 20 touchdowns last year? He was just a workhorse back.
That's what I
guess
mean.
The speed
he can
was
be
the
that
only,
here limits.
The speed was the only thing that people critiqued him on, but his game speed, next-gen stats proved that it was solid, not just his 40 time being a little bit shaky.
I remember talking to Caleb Johnson during, I believe it was minicamp, maybe it was OTAs, but that the Steelers had clocked him at like 22 miles an hour or something, top-end speed. I forget what it was, but it was like elite stuff, and he doesn't really have any reason to lie about that, and that's a scary thing to say if you're not telling the truth. And, I mean, I do think he's one of those guys that during the game, he can move at a certain speed, and maybe straight ahead 40 time, it's not going to be that sexy. I don't care. I care how fast you play. I care how fast you think things. And that's been one of that kid's gifts for a while, how quick, decisively he hits the hole. Now, it's not the same way as Jaylen Warren. Like Jaylen Warren is just like shot out of a cannon, hit the hole as quickly as possible. Caleb Johnson has a little bit more judiciousness, if that's a word, to where he's going. It's almost like more Lev Bell than it is Jaylen Warren, but man, you give me that with the size, the in-game speed, what the Steelers need, that absolutely fits what they want to do. Outside zone schemes, and that was something else that Ray talked about. It's more fit in Arthur Smith's offense. And Najee Harris was not that. I think there's a team, maybe it becomes the Chargers, I don't know. I think Najee Harris is a good player with a physical running style, and it's not to tear him down at all. But we talked earlier about kind of oil and water, joking about fan hosts living together. I think Najee Harris and the Steelers and running styles might have been a little oil and water. And I think they're getting guys that are more aligned with what they want to do. I want Jaylen Warren to stay healthy. I think he can be a fabulous part of this team. Kenneth Gainwell, I hope the Steelers get into a point where they're trying to find ways to get him the ball. It strikes me as having too much starting pitching in baseball. Like, I've never seen a team get to that point. I hope the Steelers get to the point where they're like, oh, my gosh, who do we give the ball to? We're not getting this guy enough touches. We got to get him involved. Like that. That's a great thing to be sitting here complaining about on Sports Talk Radio. I'll believe it when I see it. All right. There's a question here that Aaron Rodgers was asked and was talking about their top end, where the Steelers can top out at if everything goes well. That really caught my attention. How Aaron Rodgers feels the Steelers can perform if a lot goes according to plan. You're going to want to hear this. The class that Aaron Rodgers put the Steelers in, it's something. We'll get to that in a minute. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And lastly, the fan hotline, that's how you heard Ray Fittipaldo, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Aaron Rodgers has seen a lot of things. He knows what he's walking into. He knows what to say, when to say it. And he had some interesting thoughts on where the Steelers could slot in when compared with the rest of the NFL. We'll dive back into those comments when we come back. It's Pop and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates just announced a Brian Reynolds bobblehead. It is a bobblehead of Brian Reynolds wearing his T-shirt that was given away as a free shirt Friday last year as a free T-shirt giveaway, and that will be on September 6th at PNC Park as the Pirates will host their third and final bobblehead day of the season. And in the matchup, the Pirates will face off against the Milwaukee Brewers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matthew Stafford missed day 2 of Rams camp, and while the team says it's all part of the plan, the 37-year-old's back issues are a reminder the end is near. LA already has its eyes on Texas quarterback Arch Manning as Stafford's heir next season, but would Arch really leave a year of eligibility just to sit behind Stafford? And if the Rams don't have the number 1 pick, would Arch have to pull an Eli and steer his way to LA? Almost certainly. I'm Maggie Gray.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's Ocean Waves and Kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Get 1 free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In a world of parts for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to BillsHappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At BillsHappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's Ocean Waves and Kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince K Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louhays Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince K Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUV.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with thunderstorms this afternoon. The high 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys. Austin Bechtold producing, and we're basically both in here. Right, we're both in this studio.
Any help you need, Jason, I'm here to provide.
I love it, man. Always a pleasure. Make sure you listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And before the break, I teased some comments that Aaron Rodgers made, not so much about retirement. We got into that a little bit earlier. But Aaron Rodgers was talking about the Steelers and where they stack up compared to the rest of the NFL, and I thought it was interesting. Let me try to find those.
You don't need to, Jason, because here it is.
I think most of the 32 teams would probably say something to that accord at this time of the year. But I think that there's really only 6 to 8 that really have a legitimate chance. Sometimes it's 10 to 12, and there's teams that surprise you. But I would say on paper we're probably one of those 10 to 12.
Very interesting.
Really, Mr. Rogers. Now, what was your first reaction when you heard that clip, Mr. Limits?
That I was hoping that Aaron Rodgers would think that, or else why would he have signed here?
Okay,
if he didn't think that he was included, if the Steelers were included in those 10 to 12 teams, he would not be a Steeler, and he'd probably be on the beach in Malibu retired right now. So he clearly thinks that this team is good enough to be able to win it. He is a key component of whatever they do. So Rodgers clearly, I think, has enough confidence that he still has enough left in the tank to be able to get the deal done. And I guess paired with Mike Tomlin, that this is actually a team, is he looking through it with blinders of a final season and with some hope on his mind? Maybe. Because nobody in Pittsburgh believes, from an outside perspective, other than on that team, that they can win a Super Bowl.
So I agree with you. And my own perspective on it, I heard that, I read that actually, and then listened to the audio. I laughed. I was like, this guy really thinks this? No, he can't. And then I started going through, and I said, okay, I'm going to take Aaron Rodgers at his word, and I'm going to go through and look at what 6 to 8 teams do I feel like have a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl. And sometimes it can be 10 and 12 teams that surprise you. So I thought, okay, I'm going to have a first cut of 6 to 8 teams that have a very good chance to win the Super Bowl. And then which teams can maybe surprise us. So my first list, the 6 to 8, and I actually settled on 6 that I think have a very good chance to win the Super Bowl. Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit, Kansas City, Philadelphia, and Washington. Do you see any problems there?
No, I see no issues.
Anybody you would add to that group? Anybody I omitted?
Give the list again.
Buffalo,
okay.
Baltimore,
yep.
Detroit,
yep.
Kansas City,
yep.
Philadelphia, and Washington.
I would say probably not. No, those are all the best favorites. I mean, I don't think that Green Bay is really in that conversation yet. Cincinnati with Burrow is always around that regard.
Yeah.
But no, I think that you probably have it.
So Cincinnati worries me with their defense, but separate discussion there. No, Green Bay is an interesting one. Because if you expand that out a little bit, like Rodgers is saying, and we get to 10 to 12 that, quote, surprise you, I'd put the Steelers in that group. I would. My next group, if we try to get to 10 to 12 that would surprise you, and I landed on 11, teams that are capable of surprising us can get to 10 to 12. Denver, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and the Vikings.
Yeah, I like that list. Vikings, though, with J.J. McCarthy, I don't think is going to be able to get there just because I don't think McCarthy is very good.
I know. I'm with you, but they had a really good year last year. They didn't lose a ton.
Oh, they have like a top 5 roster.
Yeah.
But if your quarterback play isn't good, you're not going to win.
But it fits the description, though, Limits, of teams that could surprise you. What if J.J. McCarthy becomes Jaden Daniels or something like that would qualify as a surprise, and they're firmly on that list?
Chargers with a really good head coach, with a good quarterback in Herbert, with a defense that has gotten better, they're definitely on that list. So I think that you've hit the nail on the head pretty well. Denver, see, I'm not as high on Denver as a lot of other people. Their roster has improved. Sean Payton has done a really good job. I just want to see another year of Bo Nix before I buy into Denver. You know, and he played very well.
That's fair.
The final stretch of the season. I'm still not completely sold on Denver, though.
I'm sold on Denver being in that second cut. And maybe I'm overvaluing the Denver Broncos. I don't know. But you've got Sean Payton. You've got some weapons. I think Bo Nix has some talent to him, certainly. I don't think you would disagree with me there.
No.
But like to put the Steelers, and that reading that statement from Aaron Rodgers, it sounds like he's saying something that's goofy, and he's not.
Where does he rank? Where do the Steelers rank, though? Are they 10? Are they 11? Are they 12?
I mean, I think they're certainly in that range. Sure. I don't know if I'd put them any higher than 9. Like, those 6 are clearly ahead of them. I think I'd put Green Bay ahead of them.
I would.
I think you would.
Yep.
Yeah. I would put the Chargers ahead of them, too.
Especially being in the NFC, with the weaker NFC for Green Bay.
Yeah.
It's getting better, but still not as strong as the AFC quarterback-wise. I'd put Green Bay ahead of them.
I would be comfortable putting the Steelers ahead of the Broncos and the Vikings on that list.
I agree with that. I agree with both.
Am I missing anybody? Because I
put the Chargers ahead of them to answer your question.
No. I mean, a team that we're at 11. Can we get to 12 with a team that we think could legitimately surprise somebody to get to or win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, Cincinnati. I mean, I would be more surprised if the Steelers get to the Super Bowl than Cincinnati, just because of the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins effect.
Would you really?
Yeah, their defense sucks.
They have no defense.
Their defense is awful. But their offense could just be able to overpower people and outscore everyone because they're such great players on that offense. As long as they can protect Burrow, I think they could make a run.
I would be more surprised if the Bengals made it than the Steelers.
Really?
Yes, I would.
Just because of the defense, or what other factor?
Because of the lack of defense. Yeah. I mean, they've got a better offense. They've got better quarterback play, certainly. They just have no defense. I don't know, and maybe that means I need to revise my AFC North standings because it's a tough line to draw. If I'm going to say I'm more surprised by the Bengals making the Super Bowl than I am the Steelers, but originally I had the Steelers finishing behind the Bengals in the AFC North, and that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Look, I have the Steelers right now as probably the second best team in the AFC North just because of partly that with Cincinnati, but I would have more faith in the Bengals to be able to get deep into the playoffs because they've done it realistically. They went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Yeah.
When they've gone to the playoffs, they've had playoff success, where when the Steelers go to the playoffs, they get their doors blown off in the first quarter, and it's non-competitive by the fourth. So, yes, I would be more surprised if it was the Steelers than Cincinnati that would advance and go far towards the Super Bowl.
Okay, let's overreact. It's Overreaction Friday. It's day 2. This is the perfect time to go nuts here. If the Steelers would do this, what would it take? What would have to happen in order for this stuff to actually take hold and the Steelers wind up and let's say they infiltrate that conversation of the 6 teams that we feel pretty confidently about them getting to the Super Bowl? What would it take to get there? I'll list mine first because I'm the one kind of making this stuff up. But number one, it's the defense getting back to what I think a lot of the expectations of this defense have been. Pressuring the quarterback. The sack total has to be high, probably top 5 in the NFL. I think you need a, defensive player of the year type of season from TJ Watt. He doesn't have to win the award, but 11.5 sacks is not going to cut it. I think you would need Derek Harmon to, play like Peyton Wilson and then some. You'd need him to be a very strong, one of the best rookies on any defense in the NFL. You'd obviously need the Jalen Ramsey experiment to work out. I think you'd need everybody to stay healthy. You'd need to fix your issues in the running game. But I do think that's stuff that's within the Steelers' reach. I don't think that's asking too much. Offensively, I think it starts at the offensive line. Broderick Jones is going to have to pan out on the left side. I think the offensive line needs to stay healthy. I don't think they can withstand a lot of injuries. I think it requires Roman Wilson becoming what the Steelers thought he could become. No injuries, no adjustment. Like he has to get on a moving train pretty quickly. And the Jonnu Smith experience. I think that's important. And no, he doesn't have to be used as a traditional tight end. He's not going to be used as a traditional tight end. But for him to be a weapon. And so they don't have a traditional wide receiver 2, but you're able to slice it up between Calvin Austin, more established, Jonnu Smith, creativity, and Roman Wilson with instant progression or him being able to quickly assert himself in the offense. I do think the offense can be pretty good. And last but not least, of course, Aaron Rodgers staying healthy and being some reasonable facsimile of the Aaron Rodgers of old and protecting the football.
The texters have mentioned the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that we left off, the Rams, as well as the Texans. Also the Bears, but no, I'm not putting the Bears ahead of them right now.
I'm not putting the Bears, and I'm not putting the Texans
I'm not putting the Texans either. I don't believe in the Texans. I just don't. C.J. Stroud is good, but I don't believe in a lot of the pieces that they have around him, especially their defense. Their defense is solid. New offensive coordinator gives me a little bit of trouble with Houston as well. The Rams I would put ahead of the Steelers. With Stafford, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Sean McVay, Jared Verse is becoming a star on defense. Fisk is a good player on defense. Their secondary is a little bit shaky, but the Rams are definitely ahead of them. Tampa Bay, I would probably put neck and neck with the Steelers. I like the Buccaneers roster, especially their receiving core. I mean, Jason, their receiving core outside of Cincinnati might be the best in football. With Mike Evans, Godwin, the rookie McMillan that they had last year, and they also signed a free agent to a decent contract.
Yeah, those are valid points. I'm not going to argue. But I do think, like, if we pick 6 teams right now, you know, we've got the Broncos, the Packers, the Steelers, the Chargers, the Vikings, the Bengals, the Rams, and the Buccaneers. Teams that have been nominated for that second 6, we'll call it. We've got a firm 6 and a second 6. I'm very confident with the Steelers' place in that group.
Tampa Bay signed Sterling Shepard, and they drafted Emeka Egbuka in the first round.
They're just going to throw it every time, aren't they?
And they have Bucky Irving as their back. He's fine. Rashad White as well. Kate Otten at tight end. Tampa Bay is probably better. Their offensive line is okay. But, man, if you want to try to find a wide receiver to trade for, it would probably be Tampa Bay. And Jalen McMillan would be the ideal guy. He was very productive for them last year. They're probably not going to deal him. But why did they pick Egbuka?
Because it's the NFL and you need wide receiving talent?
Well, tell that to the Steelers. They only have DK Metcalf, and they traded
I have been telling it to the Steelers, Austin.
They traded their other talented guy away.
I think I would
for the right reasons, because he was a headache. But again, did they have much of a plan to replace him? It's going to depend on Roman Wilson.
Yeah. If we're looking at this list, and I gave 8 names, and we have to eliminate 2 to get down to 6.
Sure.
My 2 scratches would be the Broncos and the Bengals.
Broncos,
as we think through this more. The Rams, I get your case. The Bucs, I get your case. I'm not moving off the Chargers, the Steelers, the Packers, and I think Minnesota is there. I do. I think there's enough talent around J.J. McCarthy.
I'm moving Minnesota out in favor of keeping the Bengals in.
Keeping the Bengals in.
I'm keeping Cincinnati, and I'm taking out the Vikings.
I just don't know
don't
what
trust
they're
J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. I mean, so you just think the Bengals are going to be able to win games like 45-42?
Against the right opponents, yes.
Yeah.
Like, if they get into a matchup against, like, Houston, let's say they're, like, the top wild card, and they play the Texans, yeah, they could win a shootout. They could win a shootout against Buffalo. They could win a shootout against Baltimore.
They
Especially
can.
Familiarity against the Ravens, yeah.
They can. But what if Burrow gets hurt?
They're going to find – well, if Burrow gets hurt, they're done.
Okay.
If any team loses their starting quarterback, they're done. Like, if Patrick Mahomes goes down for the Chiefs, it's over. If Allen gets hurt, it's over. If Lamar is done, bye-bye Ravens. You know, you could say that about any team that has a good quarterback.
Well, fine. I don't believe in the Bengals that much, man. I just don't.
Well, I just believe in their track record of playoff success when it ultimately comes down to it, going up against the Steelers. Like, the Steelers in the regular season might end up having a better record, but if both teams got in, I would have more confidence in the Bengals advancing than the Steelers.
Yeah, I guess what I'm banking my argument on with the Steelers is I do believe the defense will be better.
But better be. It's the highest paid by far in the NFL.
I know. And it was not that good last year, and they made some important changes. At all 3 levels, I feel like they've gotten better. And I don't think they got the best out of T.J. Watt. Like, I don't think we saw anywhere close to what the Steelers defense can be last year. And I think there's a lot of people making assertions about them that think they're mediocre or not very good, and I think that's wrong.
No,
I mean, I agree with you. They better be good. They're spending the money to be good.
Right, they're good, but are they great? And they're paid to be great.
We don't need them to be great. We need them to be among the top 12 teams in the NFL.
Well, this defense needs to be great considering all the question marks on offense. This is a team that they have built to have the defense carry them. To basically say, we're going to win games on defense. Defense wins championships. Win the Mike Tomlin way of wanting to win, which is with defense. So if they're not a top 5 defense, it's a significant disappointment for me.
Yeah.
Because of the pieces that they have. They have how many Hall of Famers on this defense right now? Ramsey, Watt, Cam Hayward, good player in Darius Slay as well. Alex Highsmith, Pro Bowl type of player. Patrick Queen, Pro Bowl player. This team better be a significant threat on defense and better be a top 5 defense.
Well, you know what,
they're going to be in trouble.
You know what else needs to change limits is the Tomlin way of winning.
Well, yeah, it should.
I don't want any more of
that.
this.
It should be more centered offense and
It
focused
should.
towards offense. Look at the Rams. And I said Cooper Kupp's still on the Rams. He's in Seattle now. But Puka Nacua with Devontae Adams, with Kyron Williams, with Matthew Stafford. That's how you win. You win with a good quarterback, surrounding your good quarterback with pieces and a good offensive mind. Sure, you can win in other regards with, like, Sean McDermott. But Sean McDermott has Joe Brady to call the offense, who won a national championship at LSU with Joe Burrow. You could say the same thing about Dan Campbell. Well, they had Ben Johnson as their offensive coordinator to go along with Jared Goff. So, Dan Quinn in Washington. Cliff Kingsbury's been a head coach. He's been a successful coordinator with Jaden Daniels. And I have a lot of questions on if Arthur Smith is that same type of offensive mind. So that's why the defense has to be able to step up and be their main catalyst.
Yep. Fair enough. All right. 50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And also 93.7 The Fan, 101.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS backpack drive presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, Annuities, and Member Benefits since 1892. Weather today, sunny and a high of Kevin Green, 91 degrees, 45% chance of rain starting at 6 p.m. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. You want to give away some tickets, Limits?
Well, let's give them away, Jason.
All right, let's do it. Call now to win 4 tickets to the Pony League World Series at Lou Hayes Pony Field from August 8th through the 13th. Going to be an exciting time down there. And that's the perfect segue into some baseball talk. I want to get into the future of the Pirates, and I want to cut that up a couple different ways. There's some interesting prospect news. Bubba Chandler threw yesterday. Connor Griffin became the number 1 prospect in baseball. What does that mean about the future of the Pirates? Is that something to bank on? And also, with the trade deadline coming up, we'll get into a little bit about what the Pirates should do and what they shouldn't do. And I also want to speculate a bit on what the lineup is going to look like after the trade deadline. We'll do that and more. It's the Pomp and Joe Show on a Friday. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are less than a week away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, which will take place next Thursday, July 31st. The only move the Pirates have made so far is trading Adam Frazier to the Kansas City Royals for minor league infielder Cam Devaney. But there's a lot of rumors speculating around O'Neal Cruz. Now, How's the Post-Gazette reporting that teams are interested, including the Yankees, but ultimately doesn't think that Cruz will be dealt and that there is a high price, according to John Heyman, to trade for Cruz. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings and enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program. And for the month of July, Mount Pleasant Windows is offering 10% off of all roofing jobs.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates will start a 3-game series tonight at PNC Park. After sweeping the Detroit Tigers earlier this week, they had an off day yesterday. We'll take the field again today, 6:40 first pitch, with Mike Burrows on the mound against the Diamondbacks. And our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, Jason, this show is constantly irritated by one thing. It does not happen to be a certain person, but it happens to be a certain object that goes to the demise of me, to the demise of Bob, and to the demise of Joe. And that is our one and only vending machine that we have in the building. The vending machine says establishing connection and wouldn't take my credit card. So all I have in my wallet is a $5 bill. All I have, the big bucks are not in my wallet. All I have is a $5 bill. So I decide, okay, fine. We didn't have the donuts today, which I was very upset about. I'm going to put in the $5 bill and get some of these nice potato skins to eat so that I have something to eat so that I don't eat nothing until 3 o'clock. So I put in a $5 bill, and I get quarters back, all quarters. I get no $2 bills back. The thing is already $2.50 to get this little bag.
$2.50 for a bag of chips?
For a bag of chips. And all I get back is quarters. So I'll be walking around. You'll be able to hear change swooshing in my pocket the rest of the day. Quarters.
You're going to be like Kramer trying to get a calzone.
What if somebody puts a $20 bill in? Does it just deposit all these quarters back? How is there a vending machine that doesn't deposit bills back in return? How do we have that in 2025 where your credit card doesn't work and you don't get bills back in return, just quarters?
All right, so
That's just so irritating to me.
I've got a 50 in my wallet, not because I'm a big deal, but because I went to the ATM and for some reason it gave me a 50 when I tried to get out like an amount of cash to go pay for something. Like anybody uses a bleeping $50 bill anymore. I should go put that in and see how many quarters I get paid.
Please, I just want to see the quarters.
I don't want $50 worth of quarters.
Overflow. I would love to see it. It would have to give you a big jug that you'd have to be able to carry all your quarters.
No, the easy solution, Limits, is to just get that connection established.
You tell the vending machine
it's
that.
It's 2025.
It's been an hour.
I'm not going to talk to the vending machine.
It's been an hour, and the vending machine cannot
there
establish
are enough
a connection.
questions about my behavior as it is. I don't need to talk to vending machines.
The connection should be somebody opening up the vending machine and us just being able to splurge on whatever we want and take whatever we want. Due to the pain and suffering the vending machine has caused this show throughout the years.
He's fired up, folks. They're all Twix.
I just want to eat, man.
Have you ever seen that Seinfeld episode? I'm quoting it.
No.
All right. Yeah.
That's it.
They go to a car dealership. They get stuck. George is hungry. He's trying to get Twix. He's trying to, and somebody steals his Twix. It's classic. I wish Cook was here. He'd chime in.
You've
We could
seen
quote lines.
vending machines, though, that do give back dollar bills, right?
I don't think so.
No?
No. Vending machines don't get back dollar bills?
Like $1 bills.
No. If you put money in, you're getting quarters back.
Oh, I've seen.
That's why I'm surprised you're surprised that you got quarters back putting in a 5.
I've gotten.
But I mean, I understand the
back
frustration
in
about having
return.
to use cash when there should be a card element there.
Maybe I must be talking about a very sophisticated vending machine that I've used before.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of vending machines you had in Baldwin, my man.
Maybe ones that I used on vacation up at Geneva on the Lake that gave $1 bills.
You
back.
went to Geneva on the Lake and ate out of a vending machine?
Well, I mean, sometimes you need a snack. Sometimes it's late at night in the hotel and you want a snack, Jason.
Don't you go to the front? Say, put this on room 323?
No.
You go to a vending machine?
Once in a blue moon, yeah.
I don't even do that. They kill you. I'm too cheap to do that.
I typically am too. Like, I only go to the vending machine if I am desperately in need of something to eat.
It pains me every time going to the front desk if I need to get a water or something. Usually I'm in a hotel where I have status. I don't have to pay for a water like a peasant. But if I do, ticks me off. Charge you $4 for a bottle of water.
One texter says that they've gotten dollar coins but not bills. But another texter says, yes, some modern vending machines can dispense bills as change.
I feel like we have kind of dropped the ball as a society with vending machines, don't you?
Yeah.
We have not evolved. We've gone backwards. They used to be simple. They should be simple. But there should be more things readily available in vending machines. Have you ever been to a restaurant with a cigarette vending machine?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Every so often, I'll eat someplace like a dive bar or something like that, and I'll see a cigarette vending machine in the corner. I'm like, whoa.
Texter limits, at least you got something. I've heard horror stories about an item getting stuck on the way in the vending machine. That is also true. There have been stories where Joe and I have not been able to receive an item in the vending machine because it gets stuck in the machine. And then Joe complains and has me try to fix it.
All right. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. We got it off our chest about the vending machines. They can be frustrating, certainly. Our good friend Limits, at some point, will teach him how to pack some snacks. Maybe even graduate to packing a lunch. But be that as it may, Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fans text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, so I wanted to talk about the Pirates in the future. Speaking of not getting what you're paying for or the bang for your buck or being disappointed after the point of sale, or there's some parallel there that I could draw. But it was an interesting day for the Buccos yesterday. A couple different things happened on the prospect front, and I want to go through them and then tell you what that leads me to believe about where they're going. Number one, Bubba Chandler started yesterday for AAA Indy. Don't know if you saw that. 5 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Looked really, really good, by the way. Gave up 2 earned, walked 2. Threw 15 fastballs at 99 plus, touched 103 times. Bubba Chandler needs to be here. Maybe that's stating the obvious. I'm not sure that's falling between the couch cushions, to draw another analogy of a bag of chips. I don't know where we're at with that. Back in May, there was a lot of smoke that maybe he would be up here. Super 2 deadline the second week of June. And now here we are almost in August, and we have not seen Bubba Chandler. And it's not because he hasn't performed, although there was a little lull. Maybe the Pirates are waiting for him to stabilize. But as we talk about things that are important with the Pirates, this is one of them. And not so much this season. I understand this season is lost. But if the Pirates are thinking about 2026 to be good and compete, these are important innings for Bubba Chandler to get nailed down. Also, every start that he makes in AAA is a start that he doesn't make in the big leagues. So I don't understand why we're continuing along this trajectory. And maybe the switch that needs to flip is the trade deadline. You trade Andrew Heaney, but there are other guys competing for these spots. And that takes me to something else that happened with the Pirates. Johan Oviedo started yesterday for AA Altoona. The Curve won 5-2. Oviedo gave them 5 innings of 1-run ball. Was very good. Couple strikeouts. Retired 13 of the final 15 he faced. It was his first win since September 2023. His fastball was in the mid-90s, got up to 97, threw just 63 pitches in those 5 innings. Here's the thing about Johan Oviedo. He should be a part of this rotation. He should be a building block. Remember late 2023? I know that's when he hurt his elbow and got Tommy John. 4.31 ERA that season. Late, I remember being in Kansas City when he threw the complete game 2-hitter. In Atlanta when he challenged Ronald Acuna Jr. I mean, this was a guy who was a guy. He was going to be a part of this thing. I want Johan Oviedo to be a part of this rotation. I don't think he's a reliever. I'm not giving up on that. I don't even want him to be a swing guy. I think he's somebody who can be a horse in their rotation. He's got to get back up here. I understand his trajectory is different than Bubba Chandler because of the injury. Dealt with the right lat strain in spring, had Tommy John again before that. So he's had some reasons for his delayed progress. Hasn't started in the big since that 2023 season. But again, if you talk about the switch flipping and when there's going to be a rotation spot available for Bubba Chandler, you also need to find a way to get Johan Oviedo up here. I think the Pirates are kind of spinning their wheels. Some of it self-inflicted, some of it not. But, I mean, those are important pieces of the puzzle for what the Pirates are doing to get those guys here. All right, second point is a little bit more prospect related, including one guy who's not going to be a Pirates prospect. The first one, good news. Connor Griffin moved up to the number 1 spot in MLB Pipeline's prospect rankings. How about that? So the Pirates have number 1 and number 5. Best overall prospect and the best pitching prospect, I believe. One of the best. I got to double check that in Bubba Chandler. Very interesting. Connor Griffin having just an absolutely fantastic season, hitting .331 and .924 OPS. Started his trajectory, get this, started at number 43, up to 13 by July, and now at number 1. At the ripe old age of 19 years, 3 months. He's the second youngest to ascend to the number 1 spot behind Wander Franco in 2019. That's the level of prospect that we're talking about with Connor Griffin. It's fair to criticize the Pirates about a lot of things. I do, happens on this show. Absolutely no problem with it. Connor Griffin is not among those. Really, really good. Now, what's baffling to me is I can look at Connor Griffin, I can look at Bubba Chandler, 2 very good prospects, a lot of excitement. And are you going to get excited about the future of the Pirates? Is that going to be a conversation that goes well? If I say, here, look at these 2 guys, look at what they have. The cavalry's coming. You're probably going to laugh me out of the room. It's a weird spot to be in as a franchise. And the second thing is kind of the negative of that. Angel Cervantes, it's either Angel or Angel, I can't remember, but as a pitcher the Pirates took in the 2nd round at this most recent draft, announced yesterday he would attend UCLA instead of signing with them. Very good right-handed pitcher. He's young. He won't turn 18 until August 21st, It was the 50th overall pick. So the Pirates are not going to get this guy. They're not going to get their 2nd-round pick under contract, theoretically. Now, the deadline is Monday at 5 p.m. He doesn't have to. This theoretically could be some sort of ploy. Maybe he's trying to leverage the Pirates for an above-slot bonus. I get that. The slot value for the 50th overall pick, it's nearly $2 million. It's $1,934,700 if we're going to be exact. But this is a move, if you're the Pirates, cannot, under any circumstances, happen. It can't, especially, and I don't think this is what the Pirates expected. This is why I'm thinking maybe this is strategy. Maybe there's something else involved here. I'm not sure. So they take Seth Hernandez, a right-hander, at number 6 overall. He's a high school pitcher. Absolutely no problem with the pick. They sign him to 7.25. That's under slot. They're saving money on that pick. Theoretically, you would think to apply it to Cervantes. And now he's going to go to college. Not only are you missing out on a prospect for this year, they're also going to lose $1.93 million toward their bonus pool for next year's draft. Now, they'll get a compensatory pick, compensation pick for not signing him. That helps. But when you talk about building through the draft and the way the MLB draft works, again, if you're not aware, it is much different than the NFL draft, even the NFL or NBA or NHL. right? So you're thinking about drafting these kids. A lot of times you're drafting them based on signability, what you expect them to do, what their number is going to be. And so you're taking a chance on a high school kid in the second round. You better believe that you have the money to sign him and that you're going to be able to convince him to sign if the money is there. Him not signing, for whatever reason, it's a pretty big problem. It's a pretty big problem because it's a giant hole in the talent you're supposed to accumulate, as well as the penalty that you end up incurring. I don't like that for the Pirates. And again, you can, as we're sort of building out a portfolio of Ben Cherington and what he's done and what he hasn't done, and I understand you'll look at it and say he hasn't been very good, and I agree with you, and I've said all those things. I don't think he should have a job right now. So this is not a defense of Ben Cherington. But the fact of the matter is that he has not been fired. So theoretically, Bob Nutting could still be evaluating what Ben Cherington is doing. Maybe if there's one small part of Pirates owner Bob Nutting's brain thinking about maybe I should try to retain Cherington, I don't know. That ship should have sailed with this. My goodness. I mean, there have been greater offenses, certainly. Fixing the offense or the inability to fix the offense, very, very bad. Can't happen. The Pirates, what they're tracking toward with the win total this year, horrendous. No, absolutely not. Sticking with Derek Shelton for as long as they did, fireable offense, the lack of development, all of that. I would even argue, on balance, the amount of talent that the Pirates have procured from the MLB draft, it's not enough. Now, you can point to Paul Skeens, Connor Griffin. I mean, those are good things. I'm good with the Seth Hernandez pick. I think you can say top end, they've actually done an okay job. It's kind of a nuanced discussion, but have they got enough? Has the volume been there? No, it hasn't. It really hasn't. And Nick Gonzalez might be an everyday player. Might. Carmen Majinski's a reliever. That's basically your 2020 draft. Well, along with Jared Jones. He's hurt right now, of course. Henry Davis doesn't look good. Bubba Chandler's going to be in the mix. We haven't seen anything. You'd like to think that he's there again. There's top end. You know, at the end of it, I do think it's worse, Cherington, if you look at his trades, team building, decisions to fix the offense, all that stuff. Like, those are certainly worse offenses than what he's done in the MLB draft. But as we sit here today on July 25th, I'd argue that he still hasn't gotten enough. He's got Paul Skeens, but you also have a guy like that sitting, staring you at the face at 1-1. I'm not sure that was any sort of advanced decision-making. Connor Griffin hasn't panned out. Bubba Chandler hasn't panned out. Now, you and I both probably think that they will, and that's great. Henry Davis at 1-1, I'm not seeing it. I want to see it. A little later on in a Pirates discussion, I want to talk about Henry Davis and the rest of this season. What the lineup looks like, what we should see out of Henry Davis the rest of the way, because I do think that's an important element. We can talk about O'Neal Cruz, Mitch Keller, David Bednar, Dennis Santana, trades the Pirates should make. I'm against all of those, by the way. I've explained why. I'll do it again today. I don't think they're going to happen. I've also been adamant about that. I want to wade into some trades that I do think are going to happen. I don't think any of them are going to produce sparkly return, but the Pirates on the other side of the deadline are going to have some important holes to fill. They're going to have shortstop reps available. I would imagine Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is on the move. Third base is certainly a place that I've circled. I think it could be interesting if they decide to move on from Ke'Bryan Hayes. I wouldn't close the door on that. Tommy Pham, if he fetches something, there will be a need in the bullpen with Caleb Ferguson. Andrew Heaney is all but gone. It's going to be a much different team in August and September for the Pirates. We'll talk about that and much more here in a little bit. I want to remind you, too, the Bechtold Breakdown is coming up at 12:30. Any good teases, my man?
Yes, Jason, we had a lot of interesting things on what Aaron Rodgers had to say on his relationship with DK Metcalf, working with the tight ends. Plus, we'll dive into a little of a potpourri of Mike Tomlin and his comments on some of the things going on defense.
I love it. We'll get into that at 12:30 once again. It is 12:20, though, right now. It's time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. You can get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Are you headed up to camp? Going up camp? Cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite and meet Donnie Football. He'll be broadcasting from Sharkies on July 30th from 6 to 10. Training camp coverage on 93.7 The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Miller Lite. So my 6-year-old likes saying Miller Lite.
And exaggerating the lie.
And exaggerating the lie. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing that my 6-year-old knows Miller Lite, but
probably not great.
We'll be. He's not drinking them. He's just saying it. We'll go to a restaurant. He'll be like, "Dad, do you want a Miller Lite? You want a Miller Lite?" I'm like, "Nah, 10. I'm good. I'm good on the Miller Lite."
Pass.
Or I'll order one, and I'll say, "I'll have a Miller Lite."
What reactions do you get when you say that to the waiter or the waitress?
I don't have the guts to do it.
No. You just think about it, but ultimately it stays in your mind.
I will just say, "I'll have a Miller Lite," or I'll order something else, depending. We say it in our house, and it's fun, and I guess I'll say it on the radio. Bechtold Breakdown is next. It's Pomp and Joe Show. Jason and Austin in for the guys. Happy Friday to you. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the MLB trade deadline is next week on Thursday. Noah Hiles with a few updates. The Yankees are one of many teams that have checked in on O'Neill Cruz. Been told that the Pirates don't expect to trade Cruz before the deadline, but there is significant smoke around a potential Mitch Keller trade. Noah does think that the Pirates will trade Mitch Keller with multiple teams that are interested. The Mets have been floated out there. Same thing with the Chicago Cubs. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Aaron Rodgers. Ever hear him? The 4-time MVP quarterback who will spend his final NFL season here in Pittsburgh after joining the Steelers this offseason. Coming off 2 down years in New York, the future Hall of Famer spent his prior 18 years in Green Bay, showcasing his all-time skill and talent. The last time Rodgers won the Super Bowl was 14 years ago with the very same Steelers he now joins. He will look to add one final Lombardi trophy to his resume, this time with a black and gold. Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Las Vegas Raiders are almost unrecognizable from a year ago. Tom Brady's now part owner. Pete Carroll's running the sidelines. Geno Smith's under center, and they spent a first-round pick on running back Ashton Genty. Now they've released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins just months after giving him $110 million. So here's the real question. Have all these big moves actually made Vegas a playoff team in the loaded AFC, or is this just a flashy reset with the same old results? I'm Maggie Gray.
Right, Takis fans? Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players at the Princegate Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th through the 13th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, giveaways, and so much more. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princegate Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card until 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Jason, it's one of our favorite times of the week, 12:30 on a Friday. You know what that means. It's the Bechtel Breakdown brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating and our wonderful friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating, who invited me on Are You Smarter Than a Plumber earlier this week to go toe-to-toe with him and Crowley And Crowley and I failed to beat Jake. We lost to Jake in the matchup. I provided nothing to Crowley. He ended up getting one right, but I was not able to successfully answer a question correctly. So I apologize to my dear friend and radio mentor, Adam Crowley, for that. This is what Mike Tomlin had to say as we go with a potpourri of clips from Steeler minicamp for the Bechtel Breakdown. This is Tomlin on potentially moving T.J. Watt around on defense.
Those conversations have been ongoing in spite of the business. We've had an ongoing relationship for a number of years, and he's got a desire to be obviously successful, and we do for him as well. And so that's just been ongoing as part of our offseason leading up to now.
And TJ talked about this a little bit too, Jason, like his willingness to move around just because he's very comfortable and confident in the area that he's in, lining up against the right tackle, especially with just the speed and agility and the quickness that he has. But teams have been scheming against him to add somebody to chip him, add a tight end. It would be better if Watt, especially pre-snap, like before everyone just lines up, or even if it's just a shift for Watt, is able to move himself around, find better matchups, whether it is against the left tackle or even just against a guard center matchup. I'm all for it, and it's something that probably should have happened already.
It really should have, Austin. I mean, I think that's a completely fair criticism of the Steelers' defense. Why was T.J. Watt, I used the word static before in the show. I mean, why is he static? If you know he's getting chipped, if you know he's facing double teams, like, it's admirable that T.J. Watt's going to consume another blocker, and it should open up somebody else. I don't want to keep doing that. It's the definition of insanity. I want to see T.J. Watt utilized in a unique way, and I like the way the Steelers are going about it so far.
Well, and I want to see T.J. Watt have more opportunities so that it's not like, sure, Keanu Benton might be able to feast, but I would rather see T.J. Watt have a better opportunity to feast than Keanu Benton. Well, we think he'll have a better opportunity because of this. Watt, a much better chance for him to be able to truly capitalize on.
Well, and it's not just like moving him to the left or right side, right? And we're hearing about this happening at training camp yesterday. It's got to be disguises. And that's what they're doing with Jalen Ramsey. Walk him up to the line of scrimmage. You don't know who's coming. You don't know from where. Using different formations. I mean, the Steelers have to really get creative with T.J. Watt and designing blitz packages, designing pass rush, alignments, plays. You're not going to say it that way. Like designing a pass rush so people don't know who to block.
This is what Tomlin had to say on the intentions with the corners and how they could potentially move around.
We're going to start him regardless. Where we move him around and things really depends on what offenses are doing.
That's Ramsey.
Make no mistake, those top three corners that I mentioned, Jalen Ramsey, Slay, and Joey Porter Jr., they're going to be on the field. I don't care what offenses come out in.
And he didn't specifically call them corners.
They're coverage people. Describe them however you wish to describe them. They're capable of covering eligibles and minimizing the timing and successfulness of offensive passing game.
Coverage people, Jason.
The eligibles and the coverage people. How football has evolved.
We're not putting them in a box.
I love it, though. I love it, Austin. I mean, let's change some things. Let's get weird. What they're doing ain't working. I have no problem changing it. And we all know Mike Tomlin's going to come up with a unique name for it. So we got coverage people and we have eligibles.
Well, in practice, we'll be seeing those coverage people cover the eligibles, including Jonnu Smith, who might move around as much as Jalen Ramsey.
Without a doubt. And the intentions were the same there, and we really view it through the same lens. Forget how you describe them, a Y, an H, a Z, or what have you. The bottom line is, man, he's a dynamic guy with the ball in his hands. He's a matchup issue. I think he led the quote-unquote tight end group in the NFL last year in terms of yards after catch. He had 800-plus yards and 8 touchdowns, and so that's an eligible that's capable of making some splash plays for us and doing it in a variety of ways, who has firsthand experience with our offensive play caller, and so we're really excited about that.
If you were playing drink every time you hear a Tomlinism, you'd probably be drunk by the end of those 30 seconds.
I probably would. I'd be under this table.
And he was also throwing out all the X and Ys and all the different positions and formats that you can line up on the field. Jonnu Smith, I feel like, can be a versatile chess piece for them on the offensive side of the ball that is truly something that they have not had in a while.
In a while. I'm pretty sure ever, Lynn.
Yeah, because
I'm not sure the last. I don't think they have. I don't think they've had a chess piece the way Jonnu Smith is going to be used.
Here's my comparison. Some people will get it, some people will not. Different body types, different style of player, but Jonnu Smith and his flexibility, at least what he showed in Miami last year, kind of reminds me a little bit of Tyler Warren. Is a tight end that can play on the line. Warren's a better blocker, but Smith can play on the line, can also bounce out to the slot, is versatile and can move downfield, underrated speed and ability, and can also line up in the backfield and in other positions when called upon.
Yeah, that's fair. I get that. I made a face at first because the position and body type, yeah.
It started to make a little bit more sense the more and more I explained it. Like, they're not perfect.
Right. It's not perfect because you're basically counting on Tyler Warren to be like a super H-back, or at least Penn State was, and I'm sure his NFL employer will as well. And you're counting on Jonnu Smith not so much to be an H-back, but a little bit of a wide receiver too. Sometimes some outside responsibilities, some yak. But I get what you're saying. I mean, it's not a traditional tight end skill set. I think that's fair. And honestly, man, like I know there's a lot of criticism of Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
And I got an email from somebody last night talking about how they're done on Arthur Smith. They've made the decision that he stinks. He's not going to be able to coordinate this offense or whatever. I don't understand jumping to that conclusion. I'm not there with Arthur Smith. Like what happened last year, it was not good enough, clearly. I don't think it was terrible, but I don't think it was the improvement that the Steelers were expecting. Do I expect that to continue this year? I don't know. I think it can and should be better. And a lot of it is contingent on how much they use Jonnu Smith, how creatively they use Jonnu Smith. Do they learn from mistakes that they made with Russell Wilson and allow Aaron Rodgers to do something else? I think there's a lot of TBD.
Well, Mike did make that decision, though, on Minkah, saying bye-bye, out the door.
Very difficult. His experience here and the production that he gave us speaks for itself. But you got to make tough choices. And obviously I've been talking glowingly about two top-notch players that we acquired in that. But I don't obviously lessen the impact of a player like Minkah. And so we're really excited about the acquisition of two significant players on both sides of the ball, particularly as it pertains to the passing game, but certainly has created challenges in other areas that I'm excited about sorting through in an environment like this where we divide the labor up and see who's capable of what.
Good. Great. Let me clap. No, it's the exact right move. Minkah Fitzpatrick was not worth what the Steelers were paying him. You can get somebody to do that job, to keep a lid on a defense in a different way. And I'm not going down the road to say they're exactly doing that, but I think there's a possibility of them doing that. And if that's the way you're going to use Juan Thornhill, I think there's a more productive way to utilize that spot. And the Steelers, so far, I think have done a good job finding it.
So far.
It's one day.
Some questions do remain, but we'll see how DK Metcalf, one of the biggest additions, ultimately fares with Jalen Ramsey. Metcalf and Ramsey had their battles in Seattle and in L.A., but Metcalf excited to have Ramsey on his side this time.
I mean, he's 6'3", 200 pounds, and he's a big corner that loves to hit. He's physical, and he's very smart, very cerebral on the field, and then he talks to back it up. So I mean, you can have all those traits. You're a damn good player on defense.
Those matchups are going to be fun to watch throughout camp. Those are going to be some of the ones that you mainly keep your eye on, because he wants to go head-to-head with them.
I mean, glad I don't got to play against him on Sunday, but we're going to have a lot of battles. Him, Slay, JPJ, like that whole defense is sick to me. So just to get to go against them in practice every day is going to be amazing.
What do you make of training camp battles, Limits? Do you like them?
I like the individual one-on-ones, yes.
But like if it gets a little heated, is that a good thing?
Yeah. I think so.
I kind of like it too.
If you could build the intensity and make it as close to a game-like situation in camp, in practice, as you possibly can, I'm all for it. You can make each other better with an elite wide receiver and an elite corner going up against each other. Like Ramsey and Metcalf can share. Like Ramsey can probably say to Metcalf, okay, this is how I try to defend against you. This is what I think your weaknesses are. And Metcalf could even say the same thing to Ramsey, and it could probably be productive in the way they battle it out against each other.
I just think it's a really productive use of time. In addition to, as a media member, a spectator, whatever, I'm intrigued by it. I don't like the practices, and I have seen this, where it's just easy. You know, you're kind of going through the motions. You're running things against a scout team guy. And this holds true. You know, it's almost like some of the you see enough baseball batting practice, you end up doing the same stuff over and over again. Hockey, you might run through the same drills. Are you really getting something out of it? But you know when you have two alphas going at one another, and it may end up in a fight, and it's 90 degrees, and you're irritated, like, to me, that's a good part of team building. I have no problem with that. And that's why I do think that's an area where Mike Tomlin thrives, is sort of separating that. Like, it's competition, pit one against one, try to get something out of it. You don't hate each other. It's not going to create any sort of divisiveness in the team. But I do think that's a really good thing sort of for how a team might come together.
I'm fine with it. And I remember all the battles that Antonio Brown would have against corners on the Steelers. All the battles that Joey Porter Jr., his rookie year, was trying to create with, like, Deontay Johnson and other wide receivers. Basically to try to, you know, get yourself better, get yourself ready in training camp, especially because these guys don't play a lot of preseason snaps anymore.
Right, ratchet up the intensity.
So if you're going to be able to get yourself ready and get yourself fulfilled for what you got to be for week one, it has to be in training camp. There's no other way to do it. So how's the chemistry with DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers been so far, DK?
We only got together twice, one previously before he signed and then one after he signed. But I don't think there's a timetable on chemistry. Like, it's just dependent on the QB receiver, QB running back, QB tight end, with how much work we're willing to put in on the field, off the field. And plus, it's the ultimate team game, so we all have to be on the same page, all 11 people, when we call a play out there. O-line has to block, or receivers have to block if the running back gets the ball, or we have to make sure we iron out all the details about route depth or how I release or how I want to catch the ball running and everything. So I don't think there's a timetable or anything, but what better way to do it than out here against one of the best defenses in the league.
Might as well get the reps in now while you can with Rodgers, because you know that the chirping will be coming out from fans. We'll be talking about it. If Metcalf and Rodgers during the first game in New York, especially the second game at home and the opener at home against Seattle, if he's struggling in his revenge game, if they're not on the right page, if he's breaking out routes a different way that Rodgers is intending, then it's going to be a problem. Like, DK Metcalf is a fiery player. He's not the same ego as George Pickens. DK Metcalf has also had there have been some pressure points on him in the past, but I think ultimately they're getting just a better all-around wide receiver and somebody who is going to be less of a headache than George Pickens, provided with better production.
DK Metcalf is the Steelers' best receiver since Prime AB.
Yeah, I don't think that's disputable.
Yeah. I mean, and maybe better than Prime AB, that might be a leap. I mean, Prime AB was...
He's not better, but he's the best since.
It's up there. I don't have any question whether DK Metcalf's going to be able to build a rapport with Aaron Rodgers. His quote about Aaron Rodgers has had some of his quote-unquote guys over the years, and he's working to become that next one. Everything DK Metcalf puts into this, if that's what he is targeting, my goodness. And Aaron Rodgers is going to do whatever possible to develop that chemistry. Clearly, there's a roadmap to follow. I like that a lot. I mean, physically, DK Metcalf is so gifted. Watching him in person during minicamp was something to behold. Really, really good. And just the head that is on his shoulders, man. The question that I have about the Steelers' passing game, it is not at all relative to DK Metcalf. It's everything else. It's Calvin Austin III. It's Roman Wilson. It's, does Jonnu Smith work out? Do people stay healthy?
Yeah.
Do they get somebody else? Are they productive? But no, DK Metcalf's going to be able to fill it up. Aaron Rodgers is going to find him quite a bit, and I don't think he's going to have a problem pulling it off.
Well, for those that are driving up to practice right now, DK Metcalf is thinking about you in Latrobe.
Oh, hell yeah. I ain't been a Dorn since 16, huh?
What do you make about being away for camp and this environment here?
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It's a good experience just to, be around the teammates, the guys. So, I mean, these are all my new teammates, so it's just like I get a fresh start learning everybody's names, where they from, number, what they like to do, who likes to play video games, who's very cerebral, who likes to read books. So I'm just trying to learn everybody. So it's going to be easy to play with each other on Sunday.
But Aaron Rodgers will not be a part of those video games.
I thought he did. He walked in my room yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, you're gaming?" I was like, "Yeah," and he just walked out. I was like, "All right."
What were you playing?
NCAA.
And that was the extent of that.
Well, Okay, all right.
I don't expect 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers to just sit down and play video games, though.
Why? Because you're 41, you can't play a video game? What are you trying to say?
Maybe Aaron Rodgers is not a big fan of video games.
Maybe it wasn't the right system, okay? Maybe he was looking for Super Nintendo or Nintendo 64. Maybe if they had Quarterback Club there, he would have played.
Are you saying that because Aaron Rodgers is 41?
And I'm also 41, and don't make fun of old people.
I'm not making fun of old people at all. I feel like the older you get, the less likely you are to play video games. Would you say that's fair?
That's accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
Guilty.
So maybe that's why Aaron Rodgers just, would rather read or do some ayahuasca in the room.
What do you think Aaron Rodgers is doing for relaxation in those dorms?
Maybe
like his day's done, he's going to unwind. Aaron Rodgers in a dorm room. What is he doing?
I imagine that Aaron is just sitting there quietly with his thoughts.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Just to think. Study the playbook. Ponder. Maybe he has a little reading light with him.
DK Metcalf goes to the other side of the dorm. I'm guessing it's one of those like bathroom in the middle, room on the other side.
Probably.
Right? Like they're not in, 2 twin beds in the same room. I'd hope not. He goes over to the other side. It's just complete darkness. Aaron Rodgers is sitting there, like, legs crossed up on his bed.
He has one of those salt candles right next to his bed.
Yeah.
That's glowing in the darkness.
Somehow I don't think that's what's happening. I bet Aaron Rodgers has a physical book in his room, though. I do. And not the playbook. I mean, like, actual book.
Finally, here's what Rodgers had to say about the Steelers becoming a contender this year.
No, I think it's coming together, times like this with these 17 or so practices that we have here, and finding the chemistry and hanging out with each other in the lunchroom and snack and the different times that we have and growing together through our practice. Mike, wants to practice at the hottest time of the day, which, it's interesting. But I love it just because it's a stressor. We see how guys respond to adversity.
I don't know if he loves it, Limits.
No, probably not, but you deal with it. Get over it. Just like how we got over the interception that he threw in practice. This got a lot of play. Let's listen to this.
And it's good to get that out the way. It's good to get it out the way. I mean, anybody that's watched me practice over the years, you like to try certain throws at certain times. And anybody that's watched me in the games knows I've been pretty stellar taking care of the football over the years. So there's going to be picks for sure. I'm going to try to fit certain things in. You gotta deal with some sweat on the ball from time to time. So it's going to be a good challenge for me throwing this heat every single day. I look forward to it, but I'm going to throw some picks. But I'm going to throw some touchdowns too.
He's going to throw some picks. He's acknowledging he's not the Aaron Rodgers of 25 to 35, where the only interceptions that he threw were like 4 or 5 a season, topping out at like 8. Now he's in the double-digit range, and I think Aaron is admitting that, look, that just might be the unfortunate reality of where I am now. Can still get it done, can still throw touchdowns, but it's going to come with some turnovers. That's kind of the way that I made that out to be.
I'm not there, and it better not be. Limits, he better have single-digit interceptions.
Ideally, yes.
I don't want if he's throwing 15 picks, we've got a problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, when I meant double digits, I'm talking like 10.
Yeah.
11 tops.
Yeah.
23 last year.
That would be about my capacity for it. I'd like to see him
7 is where I'd
7, 8,
like to be.
Yeah. Like, I'm okay with some shorter yardage, a little bit less yardage. Like, I don't need him to chuck it all around the yard. I heard somebody posit like 23 and 8. I'd sign up for 23 touchdowns and 8 picks.
I'd be more inclined for about 26 and 8, which I think is possible. He threw, 25 last year?
3 touchdowns.
That's the difference. 3 touchdowns, and that's a huge difference. That could be, the result of a win or a loss. Also, texters chiming in. One texter saying that he is 64 and plays Call of Duty, another is 62 and plays Pong, and another is 60 and plays every day, plays games. So that is not the way I intended that comment to be sounding, but if I offended anyone, I apologize. Jason, do you still play video games? See, the thing is, I don't play video games anymore.
Really?
Like, I'll play
You're at prime video game age. What are you doing?
Prime video game age is like 14 to 20.
Yeah, but you're in your mid-20s.
24, yeah.
You don't have mid-20s. I mean, you have a family, but you don't have a wife and kids.
Correct.
You have responsibilities, but you don't have a ton of them. You have to go to work. You have to be an upstanding citizen.
Yeah.
Play video games.
I don't have time to play video games.
That's true. You do work.
I mean, you know as many things that I do.
I know.
I do not have time to play video games. If I am ready to relax, I will just watch some TV.
Yeah, I'm with you. I also find it, like, I have so little time to, like, decompress or anything. I don't feel like I'm getting as much out of that time as I would like. You know, if I have an hour, I'd rather read and feel like I've learned something than just play a video game and zone out. I wish I had enough time that I could do both.
I agree.
I've tried to get back into it, though.
I like playing Miss Pac-Man. That's my favorite.
Really?
Like, if I go to, like, an arcade or something, I'll spend, like, 25, 30 minutes at Miss Pac-Man. Like, any arcade I go to, my intention and
Do you
goal...
go to a lot of arcades?
No, but, like, when I go to Geneva, I go to the arcade up there with some buddies. Or, like, if I go, you know, like, arcade places around here.
Like, we need to work on your vacations. So far today, I've learned that you go to Geneva on the lake and you go to vending machines and arcades. What are we doing, buddy?
You're acting like those are the prime things that I do. Those are ancillary things.
Those are the only two things I've heard about.
Well, I go to the lake. I hang out by the pool. I go to the hot tub. I hang out at the strip.
All right.
We go to nice restaurants.
All right.
And I'm actually going this weekend.
Are you?
I'm going up there. Yeah,
all right.
I'll have a couple days off coming up this week.
Let's go.
Family trip.
All right. We got to get some Bob walks soon, eh?
Let's do it.
Bechtold Breakdown, another quality performance as well. As always, 50-minute mark of the fans brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. The fan hotline, that's how you'll hear Bob in just a bit, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sunny today and a high of Kevin Green, 91, with a 45% chance of rain starting at 6 p.m. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Pirates broadcaster Bob Walk is next. We delve into some more Buccos topics with Bob here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates, they will play tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks, first of 3 at PNC. Mike Burrows will take the mound for the Pirates. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says, only 3 teams I went 0-2 and didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking for the perfect spot to enjoy outdoor drinks and dining? Shooters Golf in Wexford has one of the best outdoor patios around. It's the ideal place to kick back, grab a bite, and sip your favorite cocktail. Our outdoor bar and patio are open Monday through Friday from 5 to 11, Saturdays noon to 11, and Sundays noon to 8. Want something more private? Reserve a cabana by emailing info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf, where summer nights come to life.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America is made here.
Always.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-deckcompany.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates will play tonight for the first of 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Paul Skeens will start Sunday's game. Mike Burrows will start tonight. Ryan Nelson will go for Arizona. The Pirates are 42-61. They've won 3 in a row after sweeping the Detroit Tigers. They've won 4 out of their last 10 games as well. To 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 is when our coverage begins on The Fan, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, Bob Block joins the show.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Thanks so much for finding us. First 3 hours flew by. They always do. This show goes so fast. Start of our final hour together. Thank you so much for tuning us in. Let's go out to the fan hotline to talk a little Buccos with Bob Walk. The Pirates in a very interesting place. Sweeping the Tigers, like Limit said. Can't really make heads or tails of it, but we'll try to do our best. Bob, this team has been on the extreme end of outcomes. They've swept and they've been swept. How do you sort of explain what the results have been of late? Can you?
I don't think you can. It's all unexplainable. What they've been doing, and I think back at the last homestand and how things looked like they were, really starting to click, doing some good things on offense, and then the road trip turned out to be kind of a disaster, and now you come back and a team like the White Sox, one of the worst 2 or 3 teams in all of baseball, they just kicked our rear for 3 games. I mean, they didn't just come in and sweep, but I mean, they were just dominated all 3 games. And then you're like, wow, we are playing the worst of, baseball of the season. It felt like at that point, and you got the Tigers coming in with the best record and of anybody, and we play all our best baseball against those guys and sweep them. So it's a little tough to come up with something. We can at times have some pretty dominating pitching, obviously, especially on Skeens days, and that maybe is the reason why we can look so good, and it didn't 3 or 4 days later, it totally changes. Actually one way or the other. But it probably is because of the fact that we can have some pretty dominating pitching at times, and that would be the only reason I could come up with that really I think makes any sense.
I don't think this is an explanation for why they've struggled and been good at various times, Bob. But I do think it's notable in the Tigers series what they got from Spencer Horwitz. And, a really good series. And it feels like they've just needed somebody to kind of step up in an unexpected spot, like somebody to give them a little bit of a jolt, lengthen that lineup, kind of ease the strain on some of the main guys. Just how important maybe is that in your mind, and what did you think about what Horwitz did in the Tigers series?
Well, yeah, I think that's why he was acquired in the offseason. That you needed to, he and Pham both were the, two acquisitions that were going to get a lot of playing time that you hope to improve the offense with. Of course, Horwitz was hurt, and then Pham got off to a very poor start. He wasn't seeing the ball well. His prescription for his contacts, I think he was having a lot of trouble finding the right thing, and it took a while, but then he started clicking a little bit, and Horwitz just having a phenomenal series against the Tigers, and I think the two of those guys, not having them, at least not having Pham play up to his capabilities early, and then Horwitz really not having him at all, and just kind of feeling his way along here. When he gets back, some good games, some bad games. Now that he's on the team and healthy, I think that it points out, what we've talked about before, that if we could just have an average type offense, that we would win quite a few more games than we lose, because our pitching is that well. And so you do get somebody like Horwitz get hot, and it has a big effect. It stands out, because that's, why I think everybody would agree with this, why we have the record we have, is because we have not had any kind of consistent offense this year. And when you do get it, even if it's only for a 3-game series, it really, you reap the benefits of it.
Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey filling in for the guys. We're chatting with Pirates broadcaster, former Pirates pitcher Bob Walk. Bob, I wanted to ask you about Mitch Keller, and not so much the trade stuff that is swirling around him. Obviously, I don't think any of us truly know at this point, but what has he done so well this season and prior that has made him such an attractive option?
Well, I think prior seasons, you just look at, how he's pitched, say, before the All-Star game, and it's been fantastic. He earned that long-term contract that he got by how well he pitched. Now, the last third of the seasons, haven't looked too good, and I think this year he really thought about that. He's like 2 years in a row now. I've really gone downhill at the last couple months of the season. What can I do differently? And I know that he's kind of backed off a little bit on the training, maybe trying to, save a little bit for the last part of the year. But, as he's gotten older, he just learns more and more about himself and more about pitching. Early on, first couple of years, he had great stuff, but I don't think he really knew what kind of a pitcher he wanted to be. Sinker baller, power guy upstairs, slider guy, curveball guy. It was always changing. It seemed like every few games, and when he started to find out who he was and what he needed to do to get hitters out, which is not unusual for young guys. The unusual guys are guys like Skeens that hit the ground running. But, I think Keller took more of the normal path, where it took him a couple years to find out who he is and what he needed to do up here. And then once he did that, he started pitching real well. And I think he's used that same strategy now to try and figure out, okay, I get off to a good start through the All-Star game. I'm doing well. I even made the All-Star team once. What do I need to do now to take it through the entire season? And I think he's kind of got that figured out. What kind of shape does he need to come to spring training in, and what does he need to do during the season not to wear his body down and take care of it? And it looks like he's got that figured out. Now we got two more months to go. It's just really in that hot part of the year right now. So we'll see if it really does work. But so far, I think he's looking pretty good as far as making some changes and taking his good work later into the season.
Bob, I remember a couple of years ago, down the stretch in 2023, the Pirates had two traditional starting pitchers, and it was Mitch Keller and it was Johan Oviedo. It was kind of fun covering the team there, and then you basically had 3 bullpen games. It was a wild succession of pitchers, but Oviedo's working his way back through 5 innings in Altoona yesterday. It's a shame he's had this many injury issues, but what do you think about him? What sort of impact can he have at the major league level? I know me personally, it's somebody I'm really excited to see again. I think he can be an excellent pitcher. Just what sort of boost can Johan Oviedo give the Pirates whenever he gets up here?
Well, it depends on who he is when he gets up here. If he's the guy that we last saw, he'll be one of the top guys in our rotation because that's who he was when we last saw him in that rotation. There's something happened there toward the end during the off season. He ended up having to have the surgery, and now he's been out all this time, ready to come back now. I don't really know what to expect. He was a big, strong, power type guy before. I'm hoping we see that again. It'll be about what kind of command does he have. I'm hoping the stuff is the same. How about his mental outlook? Will he be tentative as far as cutting loose? And there's some questions that have to be answered, but the only way that they'll be answered is when we see him up here and they give him the ball and say, okay, go out there for 70 pitches. Okay, now go out there for 100 pitches. And if that happens at some time before the end of the season, which I hope, then you know exactly what you have for next year, which really is what I think everybody's looking at this point. You're looking toward next season and and what we need to do to change from what happened this year. The record being what it is.
Hey, Bob, with the trade deadline coming up, I know it was different when you played, but what's that like inside of a major league clubhouse? Like, does it get talked about? Do people laugh about it? What's your perspective? I mean, I can talk about a media perspective and speculation and how that's changed, but as a player, has that changed over the years? Just how nerve-wracking is this time of year for players?
Well, from the outside looking in, I guess it's changed because when I was playing, it wasn't nerve-wracking. It was just a possibility, something that could happen. Some guys were hoping for it, looking forward to maybe getting traded. They didn't like the situation, didn't like the direction where the team was going. They wanted to move on. Other guys, thought, okay, I'm doing fine right where I'm at. I'm happy. I like the city. I like being here. I don't want to be traded there. Everybody's got a different outlook at it. But there wasn't really a whole lot of discussion and talk, maybe the day of the trade line. I think there was more talk about, looking at the newspaper and seeing who got traded somewhere else, instead of just, on your own team. But I think that's probably different nowadays, at least from the outside looking in, from a media perspective. It appears that there is a lot of talk and discussion, about it. I don't know if maybe the agents have become much more involved in this thing or what, but yeah, I hear, this guy's nervous. And over the years, I've actually heard that, there's some people have said that, this guy's poor play is recently is because he's worried about being traded. I mean, I have actually heard people say that. So yeah. And nowadays, I don't know, possibly it is nerve-wracking down there, but if you go back 30, 40 years ago, it was just part of the game that you didn't think anything of because it was exactly that, part of the game. You thought of it like, well, is it going to rain tonight or that sort of thing. The thing too that's odd about that is that back then you had way more people that actually lived in the city they played. Nowadays, it's fairly rare, unless you were, happen to be like a Bednar in your hometown. You don't get that very much anymore, where guys will, move to the city where they're playing and buy their kids in school and that sort of thing. It's, normally most players live somewhere else, and the summertime wherever they are is just looked at as being a temporary thing, which to me would make the threat of being traded even much less important to you because you're in a certain spot on a temporary basis anyway.
Last thing I got for you, Bob. You going up to Cooperstown this weekend, or are you in Pittsburgh?
No, I'm going to be staying here and doing the games at the ballpark.
Okay.
Last year I went up to Cooperstown, but this year I'm just going to stay around here. I checked that box and had a good time up there, but somebody else can make the trek this year.
Oh, that'll be me. So
okay, all right. Well, enjoy your time up there then, and try to find a shady spot to stand in. That's my only advice.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be hot. All right, man. Take care. Pleasure as always. Thanks, Bob.
No problem. We'll see you later on.
All right,
Have
take
fun
care.
Up, in New York.
Yes, I will do. All right. Good stuff from Bob Walk there. As always, he joins us every Friday at 1 o'clock. Joins us on the Fan Hotline. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line, the last of our lines, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I want to get into some more Pirates trade deadline thoughts. Been hanging on to them, as well as what things could look like on the other side of this. Rich in Forest Hills has been hanging on a long time. I don't know whether he wants to talk about the Pirates or the Steelers, but let's get to that. Anybody else with thoughts on the topic? Hit me up at 412-928-9370. Let's go out to the phones. Rich, what's going on? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Jason. I usually call you on the weekends. Don't usually get a chance during the week. But since I was on hold for a while, I had a chance to get some data to support what I'm going to tell you. It's no mystery why Bubba Chandler hasn't been called up yet. Since June 11th, he's had, I think, 9 or 10 starts. And over that period of time, he's basically averaging 20 pitches an inning. What's keeping him down is pitch efficiency. And his last start the other day was a good one, but it's been a good one, a bad one, a good one, a bad one. He's had a couple of starts where he went 3 innings and threw 50, 60 pitches. So that's the reason he's not here. And they've been pretty consistent with that, and that's actually pretty consistent across major leagues. If he comes up to the major leagues and it's taking him 20 pitches to get out of an inning in AAA ball, he's not going to last 2 or 3 innings, and they just don't want that for him. He'll turn into a middle reliever. So they're trying to get that squared away. And the other point I wanted to make about you were just talking to Walkie about the schizophrenic Pirates. You know, they caught the Mets, they caught the Phillies, they caught the Tigers all when they came to town. They were all those teams were in a funk. As a matter of fact, Detroit's continuing to lose. So I think that explains part of it. I don't think the explanation is entirely on the Pirates. You know, the difference between a good team and a bad team is not substantial in Major League Baseball, which is the crime of the nutting regime. The difference between a bad team and a great team is humongous. Okay, so the bad Pirates are never going to compete with the Dodgers, in my opinion. But the bad Pirates are going to compete with the good teams. And I put the Mets and the Cardinals and even the Tigers, I think, are probably not playing or not as good as what they look like on paper. But those are just some of my observations here.
All right. Thanks very much, Rich. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I get it with Chandler. I don't think that I understand why it hasn't happened. What I'm saying, it needs to happen soon. What I'm saying is, like, August and September should be an opportunity for Bubba Chandler to come up here and get meaningful reps. You can also make the argument their rotation's been pretty good, and I just wouldn't want to disrupt it. That's fine. The Pirates have had a lot of issues this season, and pitching really isn't one of them. I wouldn't mess with Bubba Chandler. I'm not going to put him in a relief role. I guess I was just kind of asking in general. You know, May, we're talking about him coming up here, and it's just been an interesting ride. You know, obviously there was a stretch there where he did not pitch well at all. It wasn't even good start, bad start. It was a lot of bad starts. I understand you're not going to bring him up here at that point. Shoot, I remember during that time I was talking about that it was on them. Like, it almost, his results looked like he was pouting, that he expected to be up here, and it was a flaw in their development that they didn't bring him up here. And I don't know if that's reality or not, but it was disappointing. You want to see one of their top prospects up here, and you want to see this season be worth something because it otherwise hasn't. And you want to see them orient what they're doing toward 2026. And that's why I think a lot of people get upset with the Pirates, and justifiably so, because you're looking at, okay, how does this fix? There's a ticking clock with Paul Skeens and how long the Pirates are going to have Paul Skeens. I mean, I'd like to see them have more urgency right now. They should have more urgency right now. I've said this 1,000 times before. I don't understand why. One, I would have made the move in the offseason with Cherington. Two, you hang on with the manager for as long as you do, and then when you do make the move with the manager, you don't make the move with the general manager. You allow him to oversee the draft, then the trade deadline. If you look at this and they don't sign Angel Cervantes, and you've basically frittered away a second-round pick and taken a $2 million penalty, that's a problem. And you let a former GM, or what would be a former GM, who's had a checkered history in the draft, and with a lot of these things, you let him oversee another draft, and if that's a mistake, that's not good. Clearly can't continue to happen. And now we're looking at the trade deadline, and do they do enough to constitute or reconstitute themselves for 2026? And that can bring me back to the point that I wanted to make and sort of wrap all this up. Like, they can't do that much. They shouldn't do that much. It shouldn't be O'Neal Cruz. It shouldn't be David Bednar, Mitch Keller, Dennis Santana. If your goal is to win now, if your goal is to win with Paul Skeens, you're not a better team for next year if you trade your best players. And yes, you need to get a bat. You need to get a bat. That is completely fair. They need to do that this offseason. Or maybe you can say they need to do it at the deadline, but anybody who is going to acquire help at the deadline, they're going to be acquiring help and paying a price for it because they think that they can compete. Are they going to trade one of their best pieces to you? Probably not. If you're going to make that deal, you're going to make it with a blank slate in the offseason. That's why I don't understand. And I could be proven wrong here, but I think there's some holes to poke in a potential Mitch Keller deal, in addition to the fact that I don't think Ben Cherington is going to be allowed to make the deal. But think about what that other team would be, right? Some of the teams they're connected to Mitch Keller. Just the ones that I've read, like the Cubs have been out there, the Yankees have been out there. I think the Blue Jays have been out there. There's been quite a few. He's one of the more attractive pitchers on the market. But they're getting calls from teams that are competing with something. Those teams might be willing to give up a prospect in AAA. Is it anybody who's made it onto the Major League Club and affecting the Major League Club this year? No, probably not. And so to a degree, you're taking a flyer. In the offseason, that eases. A team's not competing for something. You can have a discussion about a player on the Major League roster. And that's what the Pirates should be doing. No, I'm not even a huge fan of trading Mitch Keller in the first place because you're removing your number 2 starting pitcher. If the Pirates want to compete, they should keep all the Major League pitching they possibly have. I would trade from your area of strength. Go sell somebody on Hunter Barco. Go sell somebody on Mike Burrows or Thomas Harrington, even a Braxton Ashcraft, something like that. I'd even listen to calls on Bubba Chandler. I wouldn't want to do it. I'd have to be absolutely blown away. I want Bubba Chandler a part of this rotation, but I have to find a bat. And you're going to have to trade pitching to find a bat. Waiting also buys me time with the general manager. That's another part of this that I just can't understand. The general manager has failed repeatedly to trade pitching for offense. I wrote this stat in a column a little while ago. Ben Cherington has made something like 13 or 14 trades within a week of the trade deadline. It's brought back 8 bats that have reached the major league level. Those hitters have accumulated a grand total of .3 wins above replacement, according to Baseball Reference. That has not equaled improving your major league roster by trading pitching. It's the exact opposite. I'm not going to do it again. It's the same reason why the O'Neal Cruz trade talk is silly. By the way, now this is just a complete, I don't know, not thought process, but thought exercise. That's the term I was looking for. Can you imagine O'Neal Cruz in center field next to Aaron Judge? By the way, if the Yankees would go pony up and overpay the heck out of a deal with the Pirates. I mean, the Pirates are listening. They're not going to trade O'Neal Cruz. It makes zero sense. We're talking about improving the offense. It doesn't happen. But O'Neal Cruz next to Aaron Judge would be absolutely hilarious. I understand why teams are calling. The Pirates can't trade him. Come on. They shouldn't trade many at all. It should be Heaney, Pham, Ferguson, Kiner-Falefa, and that's probably it with the Frazier trade. I don't understand the idea of they have to trade a whole bunch. It doesn't help them in 2026. And whether they're right or not, I don't think they should be kicking the can down the road. I don't think they want to kick the can further down the road. They should want to compete now. Greg in Youngstown wants to talk about Pirates trades. You're on the Fan. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's going on? I agree. I'm not trading anyone. I don't want to see the Yankees win another World Series or the Dodgers. You know what? Screw them. Just keep your guys. I don't even care about even trading Pham. Season's over anyway. I don't want to see another championship in L.A. or New York or one of these big cities. Just we're not getting anything anyway, so who cares? I'm getting a single-A player, a double-A player. For what? Just to fill a space, you know? And don't trade Keller. If they trade Keller, that just tells you this ownership doesn't care about winning.
Yeah, as I was explaining, Greg, I don't understand how you can make a trade with Keller and explain that it's oriented like that. That would reek to me as a salary dump, and I don't like that. I don't see how the trade could come back in the middle of a season where you're going to get a guy who's going to help you in the way that you need.
Yeah, it's time to win next year. It's time to keep some of these guys, build upon the guys that we all talk about, and let's try to win something for once the next 2 years. If they don't do this, I don't know what patience I have to watch this team. Because this is our best opportunity, like we all say with schemes. So keep Keller and keep your guys and just build on with a couple more guys and keep your bull. I want to see Bednar in the team still. He wants a team-friendly contract. Give it to him, you know, and let's just try to win.
Greg, I'm scared to ask this. Is this you with patience?
I have patience. What else do we have this year? I mean, if we
I know.
Everybody,
I'm not saying you should be mad, but you're often very surly. So if this is the version of you with patience, I'd hate to see the one without.
You know what though? I've been a fan for a long time, and since '93, it's been a disaster. I mean, we've been fed so much, you know what, through 25, 30 years, whatever it's been. And you get to the point where you're like, City Limits has only watched the team for so many years. Well, I've put up with a lot of garbage from this team, and you start losing your patience because you know what the tune's going to be. Well, let's trade the contracts, and let's just try to win for once. Nothing. Just give it a 2-year, be the Marlins, build up your lineup and trade everybody after 2 years, and I'll be happy. Win the World Series.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate the call, man. Stay well. How about that, Limits? Greg in Youngstown firing some shots.
Yeah, well, that's no different than any time that Greg typically calls. But Greg completely okay with keeping players instead of a max exodus of players. No significant trade for Greg, which I agree with on the Keller front. I would be more willing to trade Santana or Bednar because they're not as big of pieces as Keller, but I don't want this guy in charge trading Mitch Keller, your biggest asset right now. I don't want to see it.
Right.
Because remember, when he first took over as GM, he's the one that traded Starling Marte for a bag of chips. The $250 chips that I spent today.
Forgot about that.
That's basically what Ben Cherington did. He acquired Peguero, who doesn't play, and Brendan Malone, who's out of baseball.
Yep. The trades have been horrible. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to say horrible or horrendous, so I said Horace.
Yeah, I have a problem with words as well sometimes.
It's Friday. All right, let's do one more phone call. Mark in Fort Lauderdale wants to talk about Bubba Chandler. What's up, Mark?
Hey, I'm actually in Indianapolis. I went to the ball game last night here, and I tell you, Bubba looks like he's ready for the show. Everything was moving well. His breaking ball was impressive and real good composure, and he faced a pretty good Tigers AAA lineup. I mean, you had Kreider, who was a former big leaguer, Gage Workman. It wasn't like a bunch of nobodies with the Toledo Ball Club. So I think he's ready to go pretty soon.
Good stuff. I think you're right, Mark. I mean, I don't think it's too much longer. They need to see consecutive outings here. Get past the trade deadline. I think we'll see Bubba Chandler. I really hope so.
Another thing real quick. I know you got a lot of calls, but Angel Cervantes, he didn't sign. He went to UCLA instead. The Pirates lost a second-round pick. I don't want to say that, hindsight is 20/20, but the Pirates at this point, I mean, after grabbing Martinez in the first round, a high school kid, I was surprised they didn't go for a collegiate in the second round, that somebody who's closer to the major leagues. I mean, the Marlins drafted 12 guys that are out of college in this year's draft, and I just want to hear your thoughts on it and see what you had to say about it.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate the call. Gave my thoughts on Cervantes earlier. I mean, that is it. Look, the deadline's Monday at 5, so he might be posturing. If he signs, whatever. But if the end result is that he doesn't sign, that is not good at all for the Pirates. That is a very bad thing for them to have happen, given how much they need to build through the draft. So I am going to wait until Monday at 5 p.m. because he still can't sign, and maybe this is strategic or leverage. I don't think it is, but just to be truthful with that. And I'm not – no. On the second part of that, Mark was saying – draft somebody closer to the major leagues. No, I'm trying to get the most talent possible. I'm taking the best player available. I'm not one of those who takes issue with the Seth Hernandez pick because he's a high schooler. No, I want the guy with the ceiling. You don't draft for major league need in the major league draft. Absolutely not. If it lines up and you get college kids, that's great. You get Paul Skeens, that's the right pick. But I want the most talent possible. If they take a few more years, I'm fine with it. And hey, they could wind up being Connor Griffin. You never know. Connor Griffin was a pick that got ridiculed, and now all of a sudden he's the number one prospect in baseball at 19 years old, and he's going to be up here fairly soon. He should be in Altoona soon, by the way. Speaking of which, I think Ethan wants to trade Griffin. Going to take that call now. What's up, Ethan? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Jason, I respect you, man. You're doing good. I just have to ask you a question. Do you, yes or no, want to see them win with Paul Skeens in a Pirates uniform?
Yes.
Okay, then the only answer is to trade Connor Griffin. He's our most valuable person in the whole organization. You're going to literally rearrange the deck chairs by trading Tommy Pham and all those other no-names for other no-names. Mm-hmm. You need to give something to get something. If you want to win with Paul Skeens, you got to trade this bat for an actual bat instead of losing with Paul Skeens, letting Paul Skeens go to New York or L.A., and then we bring up Connor Griffin just so everyone forgets about Paul Skeens leaving. I'd rather see them win with Paul Skeens instead of wasting Paul Skeens and then bringing up Connor Griffin for the next era of Pirates baseball, which will just continue to lose. Thank you.
You got it. He's awful convicted for a take that's wrong.
Why can't Connor Griffin impact the major league lineup next year by this time?
I have no idea. And why can't you trade another pitcher for a bat? Why are you trading a bat for a bat? Trade a pitcher for a bat.
And what are you going to get for a guy right now that's a double-A prospect? Sure, he's the number one prospect in all of baseball, but what major league talent are you going to get for him?
Yeah, you might get something. I don't know.
You're going to get something, yeah. I mean, he's good, but I mean,
why would I trade I have the number one prospect in baseball who's a hitter. I'm a team that needs hitting. Why would I trade that?
And he's rapidly went through the minor leagues to the point where he should be in Double-A now. There's a good chance he starts in Double-A at the start of the year next year and is in Indy by the middle of May.
I mean, I would rather them start Connor Griffin with the major league team next year than trade him. No, I agree with you. The reality is probably what you outlined. That's what they should do. But I'm just saying, if you gave me those polar opposite things, I would rather have that happen. All right, we got to get to a break. We'll get some more phone calls on the other side of this. Some interesting Pirates discussion. That's what I wanted to do anyway, what this team's going to look like on the other side of the trade deadline. Limits and I also have to get to a fun topic about fan hosts rooming together. We'll do all of that and more. It's Pump and Joe Show. Jason and Austin in for the guys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are 20 minutes away from the second training camp practice at St. Vincent College for the Steelers. Next week at this time, it'll be the Friday Night Lights practice that the Steelers will be in anticipation of in Latrobe. More headlines are at 937thefan.com. And for more, you can go to 937thefan.com with our headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Looks like the New York Jets avoided disaster yesterday. Quarterback Justin Fields rode off on a cart after injuring his toe. Fortunately, he's reportedly day-to-day and should be fine. But it's a reminder of how wrong things can go at that position for this team. Aaron Rodgers tearing his Achilles, or think back to injuries with Chad Pennington and Vinny Testaverde. The former first-round pick is an exciting player. It'd be fun to see him at least try to turn around the fortunes of a team that is desperately looking for stability at the sport's most important position. I'm Andrew Perloff.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate. It's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Running a small business is tough. Protecting it shouldn't be. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free indoor camera and 3 free months of visual verification. That means if an alarm goes off, trained professionals can check your camera feed to confirm the threat and speed up the emergency response. No more guessing, no more false alarms, just smarter security that works when you can't be there. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera. Terms and conditions apply.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. One more segment here before we sign off. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Thanks so much for finding us. Make sure you check out the newest edition of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread. It's on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube page. Jack Hillgrove went to Gianellis in Greensburg to chat with his grandfather. Bill talks about his long career as a broadcaster. And in a special segment found on Saloni's Instagram page, Bill reveals the former partner with whom he would like to be stranded on an island. A great watch there for sure. A couple more of your calls, and then Austin and I have a quick bit to do where we talk about fan hosts as roommates and where the disaster would be. But let's start with Joe in Verona wants to talk about the Pirates. What's up, Joe?
Okay, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
First of all, we know Santana and Bernard. Now, we know the Yankees are desperate. And like one of your callers, too, calls back, you don't want to build the Yankees or the Dodgers up more than they are. But just say we would trade them to that team. Okay, but we got to get somebody that can come in and be in our lineup as a hitter for both of them. And I don't trust Sherrington at all. He'll get a double-A player, and it's the same old where the minor league clubs that give all these to the Dodgers and the Yankees, teams like that. And do not trade Keller. Keep him for next year. Go out, get 2 players next year, $15 million each. That's 2. You spend some money. All this bull crap about trading this guy, all those, KP has to go and spam. But you just can't trade your nucleus, and Keller's a nice, solid pitcher. And I'm just tired of the Yankees and all that getting, this. And if you get them, they better get somebody, and Sherrington should not be here. And I'm so disgusted. And that guy, you said, have patience. 30 years, man, that's gone. And so I'm just venting to you guys, Jason. I've talked to you a few times, but they have to not give their best and go out and get 2 hitters next year and spend some money. And
all right, Joe. Thank you very much, man. I'm going to cut you.
Right on.
I get you. We're in the repeats here. He said Bernard, KP, and Spam.
I think KP, he was trying to say IKF and got some letters mixed up. That was my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who KP is. Yeah, I got nothing.
Was he getting confused with KY, Kevin Young? Are they trading Kevin Young to a different
I don't want to trade Kevin Young. I like Kevin Young. Spam, I'd get rid of Spam.
I'd get rid of Spam. I don't disgusting. Like Spam.
Yeah. Bernard, it's like David Bednar and Eric Bedard combined, I guess. I don't know. I agree with him, though. Well, we're having fun, but I mean, he's echoing the same thing that we're talking about. Ben Cherington hasn't been trustworthy enough on the return. Harry in Plum wants to talk about the Pirates and trades. What's up, Harry?
Hi, Jason. You have a question here. O'Neal Cruz is going to be eligible for arbitration after this season. Number one, how much do you think he's going to be awarded? Number two, if they keep Keller and Hayes and then have to pay a lot to Cruz, doesn't that rule out getting any significant free agent next year or anybody that's in a trade that might be earning a bit of money?
It better not. Thank you for the call, Harry. I appreciate it. To answer the questions, I mean, yes, O'Neal Cruz will enter his first year of arbitration this offseason. He's making $785,000 this year. I'd imagine that he gets, $2, $3, $4 million, something like that. I don't think it's going to break the bank or be anything crazy, but he's going to get a raise. It shouldn't be prohibitive. At the deadline, it wouldn't shock me if they trade Ke'Bryan Hayes, and that would free up $7 million. So I don't think that is a consideration. I mean, obviously, you're talking about the Pirates and their spending habits, and there are considerations that have existed for years, but I don't think they're unique to this season. All right, let's go to Tomcat and Mount Lebanon.
Before we do that, Jason, we have a trade.
Who's on the move? Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
And it doesn't involve the Pirates, but it could be a potential trade partner, what would have been for Ke'Bryan Hayes. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN, the Yankees are acquiring third baseman Ryan McMahon from the Colorado Rockies. So one destination that was pointed to as a potential Ke'Bryan Hayes landing spot is now off the board. They have a third baseman, and it's McMahon.
Right as I was saying, trade Ke'Bryan Hayes, too. That's good.
So it would have to be somewhere else.
Yep. I think it still could be, but that's an interesting move. That's a good move by the Yankees. I can't criticize them for that. Loading up, Ryan McMahon is available. Good defensively, can give you a little bit with the bat. Yeah, that could take a spot away from Ke'Bryan Hayes. All right, couple more things to get to. Tomcat and Mount Lebanon, what's up?
Hi, Jason. I'm going to play armchair GM for about 60 seconds. First, I don't believe this roster is terrible or even bad. I think they're having a collectively terrible year, and I would not dismantle this team or even partially dismantle it. I would move the side pieces, but nothing major. First, I would approach IKF with the exact same deal he's on now to hold the seat until Griffin's ready, and then he becomes your utility guy.
He's not going to sign that, but go ahead.
I probably not, but I just think to move off of a roster that's just, I mean, if Reynolds just hit 250, if he was even decent, and if they had Gonzalez all year, if Horwitz is just a little bit more, if Cruz is a little bit more, all of a sudden this offense isn't so bad. And then just spend $15 million on one Brian Reynolds equivalent in the offseason and maybe move like Harrington and Ashcraft.
Yeah. Hey, Tomcat, I'm going to stop you right there because we got to get to a break and a couple more things in the actual show. They're not going to rebuild. You're not going to see that. That's just that is coming from a place of being informed. They're not interested in rebuilding, and that's the case that Tomcat's making, and he's right. There's enough things there that you need to fix the offense. You need to add to it. You need to figure out how to get better in 2026, but we're not looking at a rebuild. But thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. A couple minutes early with this, the 50-minute mark on the fans, brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. So you've probably seen online that Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, they're sweet mates. They're sharing a bathroom. There's a funny story on Yahoo about when they can flush the toilet. It's apparently very, very loud. One of them texted the other saying, "Are you still awake? I've got to flush the toilet." I guess they're doing the whole like yellow, let it mellow, brown, flush it down that Limits used to do back when he went to camp.
When I went to camp?
I don't know. I made that up.
Sure.
So which two fan hosts would make the best roommates?
Honestly, I could see a lot of the pairings that are actually here, like Doran and Crowley. I think would make good roommates. I think Pony and Muller would make pretty good roommates. I think Joe and I would be decent at it. Joe and Bob would definitely be elite as well.
No, they would not. No, they would not.
I think so, yeah. Bob and Joe, yes. I think so.
Be good roommates.
I think they'd be solid roommates.
I feel like they would annoy each other.
They would, but that just comes with the territory.
What would be the most combustible?
Probably Callis and Joe.
Yeah.
Maybe, actually, no.
I was thinking Pony and Joe.
Pony and Callis would definitely be number one.
Pony and Callis.
If Pony and Callis had to live together for a substantial amount of time.
Or maybe like Dom and somebody, too. Dom is a you-know-what stir. That would be...
Maybe Dom and Doran.
Dom and Doran.
Dom and Bob, probably.
Dom would end up in multiple pieces. All right. That does it for us today. What's cooking? It's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And the weather sunny today, a high of Aaron Smith, 91, with a 45% chance of rain starting at 6 p.m. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Thanks so much, Limits. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason. Have a good weekend.
You too. Talk to you Monday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mike Burrows is on the mound, 5:45. Our coverage begins, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Route 19 in Peters Township.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books. BetMGM Network. We're taking the under tonight's Mets-Giants game in San Francisco. For the Giants, there's no place like home. One of the best teams in baseball, hitting the under 60% of the time at Oracle Park. Logan Webb is on the mound for San Fran, 5-1 with a 2.33 ERA at home this year, and he's taking on Clay Holmes, who is 4-3 with a 3.46 ERA on the road. Tonight will be a pitcher's duel. Take the under between the Mets and Giants. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th, when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credit credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Donaldson's Crossroads, as Amaya's Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in a bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates are back tonight, taking on the Diamondbacks after their sweep of the Tigers. 6:40 first pitch, the leadoff show at 5:45. The Steelers are just beginning their second training camp practice in Latrobe. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a TGIF edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
My motivation is like getting out of bed each day. Obviously, God gave me this gift, and so my motivation is being the best I can be, and my motivation comes from doing like people said I wasn't going to do what I'm doing. So my motivation is just every day waking up. That's just motivation. It's just a part of me.
Calvin Austin III. I want to start with him because he was talking right before the Steelers made their way onto Chuck Noll Field at St. Vincent College. We have more wall-to-wall coverage today. Mark Cabali is our boots on the ground, and he's going to join us. He is livid with Malsey.
He's not so much livid with me. His son, I think, wants to inflict violence on me.
I know, but he was like incredulous that Donnie's back. Great to have him after his outstanding show last night at Dino's. He was pissed at you guys for not putting Hogan 1. He said the business would not be what it is today if not for the Hulkster. He should be 1 on every wrestler power ranking list.
So now Mark's telling me what opinions to have?
Well, he works for the WWE, so I think he fancies himself an authority on this stuff now.
Fancying yourself one and being one are two different things, Mark.
You can take it up with him when he comes on at 3:50. Did it come up with you last night, Donnie, or was it water under the bridge with Kaboom?
We talked about the Hulkster a little bit. I mean, he didn't really have that much of an issue with where I had him. I mean, the other two guys, and I said it yesterday when I popped on with you guys, you could have those three really in any order you want, but I just think that's like the definitive 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And that was Ric Flair
and Austin for him, and Rock and Austin for me.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe Mark sometimes when he texts likes to start things. So maybe the way he talked to me.
You think Mark likes to start things, that he likes to create drama? He sent me, the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning, rolled over and checked my phone, was a text from Cabali that said, "My son is pissed at you."
Yeah, he said his son wanted to take a baseball bat and beat your head over and over and over again.
He sent me the video of his son saying that.
Yeah.
And then I think it's, obviously it's Mark's wife, I believe, who's taking this video. Why do you want to do that? He said Hulk Hogan was a bad guy. Kid,
he did say that.
Kid, in about 6 or 7
On the
years,
day he died,
you'll
you
learn.
said that, Chris.
Okay, he was.
Well, couldn't you? I think you should have waited a few days until you said
the
that.
whole let's not speak ill of the dead thing is ridiculous. Take the gloves off.
Donnie's wearing a friggin' shirt memorializing the guy today. You got to know your audience.
I don't.
The day he dies, you say, you know what? Who cares?
Audience.
He sucked. I mean, come on now.
Pony, I think it can be an introduction to a new show character, Moral Malsey.
Oral Malsey.
I feel real good. I feel real good about where I stand morally and ethically on this particular issue. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Jesse Ventura, Donnie? Because Jesse Ventura thinks you could pretty much
they don't like each other.
Bury Hulk at the center of the earth.
Why do you have to always pick sides there, though? You're not allowed to like two guys who don't like each other? Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds never talk to each other. I'm sure Giants fans like both of those guys. They didn't pick one.
Hulk was a bad
I'm sure
guy.
During Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, I know fans here love both guys. So I don't really get that part of it. But we're not here today to debate Hulk Hogan all over again.
We're here to debate a guy who's about the size of Rey Mysterio,
Look,
Calvin Austin.
Let's be clear about one thing. If the Steelers don't win a playoff game again this year and their offense doesn't take off, they have absolutely opened themselves up for criticism again regarding what they did at wide receiver. And so it's on the shoulders of Calvin Austin and probably Roman Wilson to shut up skeptical Steelers fans who are like, okay, DK Metcalf is better than George Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, Calvin Austin / Roman Wilson is better than Van Jefferson. But we still don't have a wide receiver, too. In a passing league, this is not the 1974 Steelers.
How many teams, too, can say,
okay,
just can say, we have a tight end good enough that he's our wide receiver, too? How many situations can you actually point to and say, that guy is so elite? You can't even say it with Kelsey probably anymore because he's on the downside. Kittle, maybe? Who else? Like, because I'm sure they would
Brock Bowers.
They would say on some levels, like, hey, Pat Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith are our
is the
wide
Raiders'
receiver, too.
best receiver, and
Sure,
he plays tight
okay,
end.
fine. But my point is, they might cite, hey, we have Jonnu. He had almost 90 catches last year. We have Pat Freiermuth.
Yes.
We just gave him a big contract.
Well,
Still not wide receiver, too.
Here's a crazy idea. Build an offense where you have a good pass-catching tight end and two good wide receivers.
No, I know. It's
Do both.
Definitely why can't you have both? It's definitely that. And there are names out there. I'm not going to keep bringing up Cooper and just saying, why isn't anybody signing him? But there are enough guys out there that aren't signed right now that have a track record that make it a little bit questionable that the Steelers haven't been kicking the tires more aggressively and trying to address this, unless, like you said to start the show, they just believe that their evaluation of their own stuff versus what's out there is going to be correct. Because if you don't get a big year out of Roman Wilson in what amounts to his rookie year in the NFL, so I say that because I don't think there's reason to expect huge numbers by any stretch from him.
Yeah.
Then you're going to look like you have some egg on your face.
See, I think it would be the thing if their offense stinks or isn't up to snuff. Of all the things that could go wrong, that's the one that they should get the most crap for. You know, you try Aaron Rodgers. You don't run it back with Russell Wilson. You do something different there. Okay. You picked Broderick Jones in the first round. You're putting him back at his natural position. If that doesn't work, okay. Like, I'm not sloughing those things off, but I'm just saying, like, in this situation, they knew that this was an issue last year and were weeks away from them playing games, and it still is. It hasn't changed, and that's
because implicitly, though, until and unless they do something, Pony, their action or lack thereof suggests that they don't think it's an issue, or that they think they fixed the issue. That just a guy who the head coach was pretty like poo-poo about last year, Roman Wilson. Every time he'd get asked about him, they must have done like a complete 180 internally, man. I mean, didn't you come away from last year, like, just to go back to this, because he's clearly the guy they're pinning hopes on here, thinking, man, Tomlin might just, like, straight up not be a big fan of the guy? The way he would occasionally just brush it off if it ever came up made me think that he had...
He was in the doghouse.
Yeah, by getting hurt and then, like, with something else that must have happened, he had found his way into Tomlin's doghouse, and it's just weird to see them do a pretty big about-face on that player.
I have heard... from several people that are still convinced that the Aaron Rodgers, George Pickens thing would have been a recipe for disaster. So for the Steelers fans that are like, you should have just kept Pickens here.
Consider what happened with Garrett Wilson, who was known as like one of the ultimate in the newer class of receivers, like no drama guy. They couldn't see eye to eye.
Right. So that's
come on.
That's not the answer per se. But if Mike Tomlin had it in his head the entire offseason to trade George Pickens, then you could have done things in free agency and the draft before you traded him. Yeah, if it was a foregone conclusion that Mike, under no circumstance, was going to let Pickens back on the team this year.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you didn't have to trade him and then draft somebody to replace him, or trade him and then sign somebody. You could have backfilled before.
And then done it.
Right. And they didn't do that.
Nope.
So, I mean, I honestly don't think we're going to learn a lot from training camp and the preseason. I'm sure both of those guys will look good in this setting, and we'll get false hope. I mean, Jason Mackey, you just left him. I remember who just left here. Jason wrote a column last year that was, I'm intrigued by Van Jefferson. That was the crux of it. That's what training camp does to people. That's what the
that was why we had yesterday's, man, you can just see the burst with Caleb Johnson when he exits the hole and gets into open space.
There was a breeze that shot by people.
Caleb Johnson could be used as a renewable energy source if you just have him burst through the hole.
But that's why that St. Vincent virus infects
SVV.
people. Right.
You've got to keep your friends vaccinated against it, man. I'm with you. I think you're exactly right to start here. I think it's going to be Here's the thing about it that gets me.
It's just something that's going to reflect poorly on. I think Khan, more than anybody else, is the person that's going to have to answer to that. Well, even though we know Mike is really the button pusher, he got a contract extension. He's talked about twice now before seasons about how much he's liked the wide receiver room. Last year was a problem, and it looks like it could be again this year.
I'm sure he might say something like Jonnu Smith. It doesn't matter what your designation is, wide receiver, tight end. Jonnu Smith is a pass-catching weapon. Sure. Again, find me a wide receiver, too, unless you're going to build the Patriots' old offense under Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, and I don't think you're going to do that because you don't have Tom Brady, among other things. I would also say Khan is under the hot seat or under the microscope on this particular one just because with the other position we all acknowledge that they really don't have a starter at, depending on what they try to do with Jalen Ramsey. Free safety. He acknowledged he basically said, yeah, we have Juan Thornhill. He's a guy. Implying like, hey, we're probably going to be looking. You don't get that same sense with wide receiver too. You get the sense that they feel like they know something that the people like us on the outside don't. And I think that's a pretty big leap to make.
Donnie, do the Steelers still have a wide receiver 2 problem?
I think they do, yeah, because they are counting on 2 guys. One that had a nice little season last year, Austin, and then Roman Wilson, who played about 5 snaps. I don't think Robert Woods is going to be that answer. Robert Woods is just kind of the next rendition of
Van Jefferson.
Allen Robinson, Van Jefferson.
You're right.
Am I forgetting somebody in there? There was someone else, I thought.
It is fun, though, because we can call him Bobby Trees, so that's nice.
People love that nickname.
No, but you're right. He put him right square in that bucket. That's what he is.
It's just, I feel like if I were running a team, it's the one thing I wouldn't want to
skimp on.
No, I wouldn't want to be guilty of making the same mistake twice.
Well, you know what?
Because that makes you look extra foolish. Like, damn, this held us back last year.
Let's run it back the same kind of way. Let's leave it'd be like if you were a military leader and you got outflanked on one side, you go back to a similar battle. Let's leave that flank open again. Let's do that again. That didn't hurt us too bad. Here's the other thing. To go back to one of your favorite hobby horses, and certainly mine, how do you say you're all in if this is your receiver room? How as a team do you, there's been this implication, they're really all in. They're pushing their chips to the middle of the table to try to really make a push this year. Well, you have a guy who's functionally a rookie and a guy who probably profiles best as a really good slot receiver as your second and third players at that position.
And I don't look at Calvin Austin as a guy that's actually a wide receiver, too.
He's a wide receiver 3.
Nice third wide receiver.
That's what I meant.
Exactly.
He's the guy I talk about as the nice slot receiver. You have functionally a rookie who's built like a slot receiver as your wide receiver, too.
Well, what do you know? Coming up, we've got breaking news. The Steelers have filled a roster hole. They're practicing, but they've just made a signing. It's not a wide receiver. We'll react to this news next at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Brought to you by where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie has a headline. Then we're going to react to this breaking news on the Steelers next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And that news is that the Steelers have signed a former Raven, safety Chuck Clark, added to the roster as of about 2:05, so 10 minutes ago. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Awaken 180 weight loss. Love talking about Awaken 180 to you guys out there. I get asked about it still almost more than anything else, other than, of course, sports opinions. And I'm always happy to give a full volume endorsement of Awaken 180 because it's made such a massive difference in my life. When you lose 35 pounds that had basically been impossible to lose, and then you keep it off for basically 3 years it's been now, you're going to be pretty ebullient. You're going to be pretty glowing when you talk about something, right, that helped you do that. And that's what Awaken 180 did. My coach came up with the plan for me, okay, and then I executed the plan. And wouldn't you know it, week 1, like 10 pounds fall off. All right, that'll get your attention. But then the weight kept falling off steadily, 4 to 5 pounds a week for me. And it was a science and nutrition-based program that was, and I stress this, very, very easy to follow. If you have been trying to lose that weight and you get frustrated, you almost get down in the dumps because you can't, it's time for you to check out the long-term solution for weight loss. 844-346-1800 or online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. It's always a mistake to read too much into NFL training camp, but there have been some reports coming out of Chicago that Caleb Williams is having issues adjusting to new coach Ben Johnson's offense. Makes sense. It's a new system, and Williams is entering just his 2nd season. But it's also a reminder that nothing is guaranteed. The reality is, we don't know what the future holds for him. Hopes are high in Chicago, but there could be bumps in the road as this offense comes together. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Mike Rowe here with a name every homeowner should know. Groundworks. Now, I've spent time with these guys, and I'll tell you, they handle basement waterproofing and foundation repair like no one else. They're certified experts that are committed to making your experience great. You want to protect your home? The name to know is Groundworks.
Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Go to groundworks.com to schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the PM Team on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We've got breaking Steelers news. Safety has been an issue since the Minkah trade, even though Jalen Ramsey was practicing there with the safeties yesterday. A former Raven, Chuck Clark, signing with the Steelers in the last few minutes. Also a former Jet. He was an Aaron Rodgers teammate last year. The year before, he was with the Jets, but he tore his ACL and missed the whole season. So he, like Rodgers, rehabbed the entire 2023 season there.
More of a strong safety type than a free safety type, with Baltimore at least. Best years were more, as I would say, a guy that was making a lot of tackles and playing up, I think, more in the box.
Yes. Did have a game with the Ravens against the Rams where he picked off Matthew Stafford on back-to-back drives. That's pretty cool.
I feel like I remember. Wasn't that one of the better games of 2021? Because that's the only year he's even had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look. That's
back-to-back drives. Picked him off.
Oh, no, yeah, 20-19. They lost that game, though. That was part of them cratering, actually.
He also had a huge game. His career game was the Wednesday night game with the Ravens against the Steelers in the COVID year.
Come on now, Wednesday night. That was Wednesday afternoon. I remember because
Wednesday early evening.
We were on the air, sitting there, just in agony, going, "My God, there's a
Donnie,
game
were
on.
you
None
at
of
that
us are
game
paying
as a
attention."
season ticket holder, or were you not allowed to attend?
I didn't go to any games that year. I was here that day too.
Yeah.
I produced like right after that game ended.
December 2nd, 2020.
He had 13 tackles in that game.
And who was Donnie? Trivia. Who was Baltimore's starting quarterback in that game?
Thought it was RG3.
It was.
And then McSorley came in.
I was just going to ask you, and who was the other person to throw a pass in that game? And Trace went 2 for 6 for 77 yards and a tutty. That 70-yard touchdown
30
strike.
years old. He's a body. He's a guy that's got starting experience. Some good, some not so good. But
if he's healthy, he's better than Thornhill. But he's not. Again, he's more redundant with Deshaun Elliott, I would say, stylistically.
I would probably agree with that.
Whenever they play the Ravens,
all the write-ups on the guy says he's played just about everywhere as a safety, but his bread and butter is in run support and playing closer to the line of scrimmage.
When they played the Ravens, I always thought, oh, yeah, there's Chuck Clark. He's not a guy I actively hate, but he always seemed like a decent football player when I would watch those games.
He was a guy. He got replaced by Kyle Hamilton.
The NFL is filled with Chuck Clarks.
But they need a Chuck Clark. They don't have... Brian Batko said today that their second-team safeties were Miles Killebrew, a special teams player, and an undrafted free agent, Castro from Iowa, at practice yesterday.
Who? Castro?
Fidel Castro. Sebastian Castro? Isn't that the dude's name? Yeah. Clark told The Athletic that he was ready to get out of Baltimore. The situation I was put in, things that were said to me, and the position I had on the team, I felt I wasn't being respected. It was time for a change. So Mike Tomlin is going to welcome this guy with open arms and say, hey, go beat the Ravens twice a year.
Yes, one thing we know is that guys who are frustrated elsewhere and come to the Steelers expecting it to be the best experience in the NFL have not one time left disappointed in that ideal. It's never happened. They've never brought in a vet. Melvin Ingram, man, he thought this was the greatest place ever. James Harrison
already on the practice field. I'm seeing Nick Farabaugh tape right now. He's in uniform with pads on. Signed, sealed, delivered.
So he's in town last night, presumably. That's one where I feel like an Andrew Filippone would ferret that out and be like, that looks like Chuck Clark. Donnie, do you think you could pick Chuck Clark out?
Get
like if you had
the frig out of here.
You'd have seen the guy. He's 6 feet, 210 pounds, so he obviously looks like an athlete, but is not 6'5". He's not somebody who's going to jump out in the crowd.
Zero chance.
Could you?
No.
He could have been at Dino's last night for all I know. I mean, hell, if he's already on the practice field, he might have been.
What if he had came up to you last night? What if he actually did? He just said, hey, Don, what's up? I'm a huge fan. Didn't introduce himself, and you found out later it was Chuck Clark.
Doesn't Chuck Clark just kind of sound like an old school news anchor name?
Chuck Clark sounds like a guy playing linebacker for the Bears in 1961. Yes, but he would be Charles Clark if he was a news anchor. Good evening, welcome to the Nightly News. I'm Charles Clark.
I just have a weird feeling this guy is going to end up playing a bigger role with the team than people think.
I know exactly what you're saying about that. I feel like one of the few times I can get inside your brain and understand that thought process or that general gut vibe. I'm with you on that. He's just in a perfect world, he's like a pretty low-maintenance football player because you're not going to get a certain amount from him. You know not to expect a Chuck Clark-type player to turn your team in a certain direction. But by the same token, the upside of a guy like that is you can probably plug him in and expect him to be a competent, solid NFL player.
6th-round pick in the 2017 draft.
From, Donnie?
ACC
school. Enter Sandman.
Who do you think was the Steelers' 6th-round pick in the 2017 draft?
17, that was Holba.
That was Holba.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That was actually a very good draft, but then they just drafted a friggin' long snapper.
All right. Is that
the Ravens got a safety who's been in the NFL now for almost 10 years, and the Steelers drafted a long snapper who's never played.
I want to stress one thing. So we've talked about how late in Kevin Colbert's tenure.
By the way, for the record, Clark did get picked before Holba, though, so he wasn't on the board.
Wasn't available to them. Yeah. We've talked about how mainly starting in 2018 with the Edmonds first-round pick, Kevin Colbert's last few drafts were just not good, by and large. And I think that's just a fair accounting. Is it fair, though? And Fake John and Robinson, if you're listening, he's been a big long snappers need attention and love too, so that's been his bit this year.
What?
He's just been not serious bit, just joking around about it. I think there's a case to be made that's the worst pick of the Colbert era. He picked a long snapper and didn't even do it in the 7th round. I remember when that happened.
It's like the guy in your fantasy football league who takes a kicker in the 5th round. What are you doing, buddy?
Well, but I remember when they drafted him, Pony, you and I weren't working together yet. I think I said to Joe, what could they have seen in this particular player that made them think he's not only worth a draft pick, but better than a 7th-round pick, and ideally he will never do anything other than snap the ball and be the first person down there to down the ball.
He better be
the greatest athlete ever.
Time.
Well, no, the snaps are going to be static. He better be going down there wrecking people on kick coverage.
Donnie, you know who the Seahawks took in the 6th round of that draft? Pick 187, a few picks before Holba. Safety out of Cincinnati, Mike Tyson.
Nuh-uh.
Yes.
Mulsey, I heard he really packed a punch back there.
Mike Tyson.
Well, there's a Kobe Bryant that's out there.
There's two Kobe Bryants.
Yeah.
There's a guy who just signed again in the NFL, Michael Jordan, a guard.
And then there was Samuel Jackson who signed.
There's a lot of dudes. There was that run of guys named Shaq after Shaq came into the NBA. So I think it would have been what? Shaq came into the league in 92 or 93 or whatever. Mm-hmm. About circa 2013 or so, 21, 22 years later, there was a run on Shaq.
Chuck Clark went pick 186. Next pick, a guy named Mike Tyson. Wouldn't it have been hilarious if he was like the softest safety, too?
Pete Carroll said, we're bringing back the Legion of Boom.
I think it would have been funny if he talked like the hardest-sounding dude ever and then was just like the most soft, he's a total like positional player. He doesn't even like to tackle.
All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We'll see if Mike Tomlin has comments after practice, or I guess Clark will speak himself now that he's out there participating. Coming up, we got a Bucko Minute. A trade just got made in the big leagues that probably blocks a Pirates trade. We'll tell you what that is next. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos home for the weekend. A 3-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks begins at 6:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Mike Burrows gets the start for Pittsburgh. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. It's the place to go. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you? That's the mission assignment for the day. Go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and take advantage of July 4th deals that are still going on right now. And those deals, well, they start with the 7-passenger Outlander. It's an all-wheel drive SUV, so you're going to get great safety features, handles like a car. I drive one. I can say all this stuff. It's got all the tech, the bells and whistles that you'd want. And right now, you can get into one of those 7-passenger Outlanders with 0% financing for 60 months. Or you want to try the brand-new Mirage. It's already the lowest-priced new car on the market, period, point blank. And now you can take up to $2,000 off MSRP. If you go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, not only are you going to get the greatest inventory in the area when it comes to Mitsu, you're also going to get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Don't wait. Get your deal your way. What a great day at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Darius Slay, another cornerback, you say? Darius Slay joined the Steelers this offseason. Coming off 5 years in Philly as one of the best corners in the Eagles' history. With 28 career interceptions, Slay is a 6-time Pro Bowler and won the Super Bowl this past February. And at the age of 34, he'll look to prove that age is really just a number as he joins a budding Steelers secondary.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's a quick one before we get to a very important Bucko Minute. Going back to Chuck Clark, who just signed with the Steelers. His 13 tackles versus the Steelers in that COVID Wednesday game in 2020. How many games do you think Troy Polamalu had in his Steelers career where he had 13 tackles or more? You're going to be blown away by this number.
The number's either, how many games did Troy play as a Steeler? Like 100 or a couple, what? It would have been like 180, roughly, 170.
He was here from 05 through...
I thought he was here from 03.
03, my bad. Odd numbers.
03 to 13.
03 through 13.
Yeah, I thought it was 13 was his last year.
Yes. Yeah, because he was not on the team that lost to Baltimore.
This isn't going to... 14. You're right, the 14 team. 158 games, so we weren't far off. Games with at least 13 tackles?
Yep.
That's combined, like solo and assists, you mean?
Yeah.
I bet you he had under 5 of them.
Donnie?
I'm going to say 1.
0.
Yeah, I feel like 0 is usually the good answer.
Clark
here.
was more of like the tackle compiler, I feel, out of those two. But Troy, make no mistake, was the
Troy was everywhere.
Player.
Troy also led football in number of plays he would blow up without actually making the
I'm just
tackle.
surprised he never just had a crazy game where he was in on everything.
But don't you think I just said it though? He would make a lot of plays where he would blow up the play but not actually end the play, but then somebody could swarm the ball carrier. That was I always think of him making big interceptions.
Old heads would actually dock him for not making quote form tackles and using his arms.
I think of him doing a couple things. Obviously, huge hits, big game-changing interceptions, like a pretty good knack for picks. Ultimately, 32 of them in his career, and just disrupting like a massive number of plays.
So this is a Bucko Minute. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The New York Yankees have made a big trade. By the way, we need the sounder.
Oh, yeah. Where is that thing?
Do we have it?
We need that.
We got on
Our
Dom
friends
for
at
this
Globe.
yesterday.
Hold on, Donnie. We got to find it.
You guys caught me completely flat-footed here. I was out the last 2 days.
Are you aware that it exists? That there's a sounder for deals? I can always just do the read.
Yeah, do the read.
Man, what a tone that took.
Now I have to find it, so we'll actually have to wait on that.
I mean, I'm
this is really well executed.
No, I know they're thrilled here. I'm gonna try to bail this whole
parking.
thing out.
It's out near the airport. It's awesome. I've used it a million times. They do a tremendous job. They take you to the airport so you don't get expensive airport parking, and they'll even have your car detailed and cleaned and washed if you want, which we've done several times.
Really?
Yes. So props to Globe.
Who's on the move?
Whoa!
Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
Look at Donnie putting his finger up there like he's Hulk Hogan and he just won the title.
Blew everybody's eardrums out, but it got played, so that's fine.
Well, given what you keep your headphones at, I'm surprised you can even hear now.
The Yankees have traded for Rockies third baseman Ryan McMahon.
No relation to Vince,
30 years old, probably not. Not mourning Hulk Hogan's loss, just like you. 16 homers, 35 ribbies, leads the league in strikeouts. 217 hitter, 717 OPS. He's been better than Hayes offensively, as most hitters are. Not the defensive player. Also probably Coors Field aided. But that's where the Yankees have decided to go with their third base hunt. Ryan McMahon, not Ke'Bryan Hayes. So
it's pretty funny to see
who
a guy
is going to take Ke'Bryan Hayes on? Who's going to take that contract?
The Yankees were the only team that seemed to have the glaring need of get a third baseman and might not care if the guy played good offense. Man, it says something about how ridiculous an environment Coors Field is. Just let me get on my soapbox. OPS plus, we say it a lot. 100 better than is good player offensively. Under 100 technically a below average player. The guy's hit 20 home runs or more in a season 5 times. Basically every full season he's played. He has not one time had an OPS plus over 100. Not one season. Because it adjusts for, I think, ballpark factors
adjusted.
And league play factors in general. Not one time. Man, if I were the Yankees, I think I'd rather have Hayes.
Get the heck out of here.
I'm just trying to get Ke'Bryan. I'm just trying to, will it to happen. Get him out of here. I don't need to watch it anymore.
Let's see if the guys who went to the Rockies in this deal are top prospects. Has that part of the trade even come out yet? I'm trying to find it.
So I'm looking at MLB Pipeline's top 100 here, and I'm just going to make sure. I can't imagine a guy like that's getting a top 100 guy. Can you?
No. It's a rental, too, I think.
Okay, the Yankees' best prospect on the MLB Pipeline top 100 is George Lombard Jr., who's a double-A middle infielder. He's only 20. Then they have, I'm going to be very careful about one of these names. They have Carlos Lagrange. He is a righty pitcher. And then, hold on.
2 minor league pitchers went.
And then Cam Schlittler, which is why I'm being
pitched the other day.
Very careful. He's in the league, but he was their other guy.
2 minor league pitchers went to the Rockies. Griffin Herring, Josh Gross. Are they on that list?
No, because Schlittler and Lagrange are 96 and 95, respectively.
Herring has recorded a 1.71 ERA in A-ball this year. 16 starts, was a 6th-round pick in last year's draft out of LSU. So he was a Paul Skeens teammate.
But hold on. If I'm going to be I'm not going to say the Yankee or the Rockies gave up or got some huge return here. Shouldn't a guy coming from college, especially a place like LSU, who's in A-ball, be whooping ass? He
is whooping ass.
No. But I'm saying if you subscribe to the theory that college baseball is roughly double-A, which I've heard a lot of people say, if you're talking about level of competition, they think high-level college baseball is essentially double-A baseball level of play. I've heard that before. I'm not making that up. Shouldn't a guy who played for one of the best teams in college baseball, who's already that age, 21 or 22, shouldn't he be whooping ass against 19 and 20-year-olds? 18-year-olds in some cases? Connor Griffin is 19 years old, and he's probably the best player in all of A-ball. He's the best player in the minor leagues prospect-wise. That's what I mean. He's barely younger than Paul Skeens. I'm not going to fall all over myself saying, wow, look at a return the Rockies got for Ryan McMahon.
He's a lefty, too. I would have taken him for Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Because that's a lottery. It is a lottery ticket. I'm pooh-pooing it, but, yes, you look at the numbers.
Due to the 1.71 ERA, he was left-handed.
Is he striking out a lot of guys? Is he striking out a lot of guys?
He's got, in 89 innings, 102 strikeouts.
Okay. I mean, that
intrigues me. Would you have made that trade, Donnie? Ke'Bryan Hayes for this dude and some other schlub pitcher?
Or would you have wanted Cam Schlittler?
Oh, yeah, just to say his name a million times and pray to God I didn't mess it up.
man.
I feel like they're going to have a hard time getting even that. So I would take that.
This
for Hayes.
Carlos LaGrange is interesting. He's 22 years old in Double-A as 95th overall prospect. 6'7", 248? That's a horse. Ha 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 ha.
I actually lied. There are 2 more years on McMahon's contract.
So he's not a pure rental.
Yep. So $16 million a pop.
Still, the guy they got back is not even a top 100 guy. And the Yankees only have 3 top 100 guys, and one of them's already in the major leagues. So.
All right. That's our Bucko Minute.
Move. Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
There you have it, Globe. Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers plays the most important position in football. But he's not the most important player on the Steelers roster this year. That man talked today for the first time at training camp. You will hear him next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Christmas in July happening right now. Listen up, all you DIY types, all you contractors, all you people who are about to be hiring a contractor to do work in your house, to do maybe a kitchen renovation or a powder room or a man cave where you're building out a dry bar. You need a lot of storage space. You need cabinets is what I'm talking about, right? Well, it's Christmas in July at Choice Cabinet, where you can take 10% off their already low prices for any sale under $12,000. If you need a lot of cabinets and you're going to go over $12,000, then you get 15% off what is already 60 to 70% off retail pricing from Choice Cabinet. And they know at Choice that you can't wait for cabinets. Average industry wait time right now, it's literally 8 to 12 weeks, which is 2 to 3 months. At Choice Cabinet, delivery is available in as little as 3 days. That's because they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, all wood with 10 different paints and stains. So plenty of variety. Folks, now is the time to strike here. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM BetMGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers' second practice at St. Vincent College going on right now. Chuck Clark, former Raven, a Jet last year with Aaron Rodgers, signed to play backup safety. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's really just a feel thing for me, just getting back comfortable on that side. I feel, if I lock in, just focus on what I need to do, it shouldn't be, too bad for me moving. Because, I've been swinging since I've been here, so, it's just, I just got to lock in on the left side and, just continue to do what I can do.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Right now, it's 86 degrees in Latrobe, where the Steelers are going through another training camp practice. 7 shots, which is a hallmark going on right now, which is basically 7 two-point conversion tries in
It's
a row.
over. It was very dramatic. It was Game 7.
Who won?
Offense. 4-3.
Who made the winning play?
A tie-breaking score and win, Aaron Rodgers. 2, Pat Freiermuth. Did we ever get clarity from the man himself, Donnie? Has he ever said
It's
my name is
Muth, and I just
name is
can't.
Muth?
I never.
He said
fix
it's
it.
Muth.
I never.
Freiermuth.
I've never gone back and changed it for me. I still say Muth all the time.
So that's like a Mueller-Mueller situation in reverse for him.
Yeah. Remember when Bill Miller in the big league spelled his name like you?
Oh, yeah.
That must have been like a bitch, like every time he had to tell someone about his name. He'd say, my name's Miller, and they'd start to spell it M-I-L-L,
Sure.
and he'd have to stop and say, actually,
It's got to be the only time.
M-U-E.
Yeah, it's got to be the only time
That would get
UE
annoying.
has ever sounded like I in any word.
You know the guy we're talking about, Donnie, played for the Red Sox, Bill Miller?
That guy had Mariano Rivera's number, baby.
I knew you as a Red Sox head, you were going to say that. He did. Didn't he hit like 370 off?
Didn't you want to
Had a
claim
big
him as a
walk-off
Muller
home run,
when
then he
you
had
were a kid watching baseball? Didn't you want to?
No, we always just let because I have an uncle named Bill, and we would always just mess with him and call him, oh, it's Uncle Bill Miller. How are you, Bill? Just goofing around. But no, the only time that last name has ever done me any good as far as people getting mine right was the guy Robert Mueller doing that independent investigation. He's the only time I've seen somebody who spelled it like I do, pronounce it like I do. So then we'd call him Uncle Bob for a while, like that. Bill Miller. What did he hit off Rivera for his career? I want to find, Donnie, throw that one in my ear later. I just randomly want to know. And what I'm doing right now in this show is distracting from the fact that we just heard from Pony's choice for the most important Steeler this year. And it's a guy who I have pinned my very sterling reputation as a takesmith on his performance.
How about this against Mariano Rivera?
Yes.
5 of 11. He hit 455. On base was 500. Slugging 727. OPS was 1227.
He was Barry Bonds against Mariano Rivera. That's awesome.
He had the single that tied the game in Game 4 and turned the series around.
And a young Donnie Chedrick was just marking out like Hulk Hogan had returned. Anywho.
So, look, quarterback, edge rusher, wide receiver, and offensive tackle. Those are the 4 highest paid positions in the NFL. The person who gets to the quarterback, protects the quarterback, and catches the ball from the quarterback are the 3 spots after QB. And you've invested a first-round pick in a guy to play this position. We're in year 3, and so far, it's looking like a bad pick. And it's not all Broderick Jones's fault because of the way they messed with him. But just rewind the clock to last year at this time. Everybody was healthy. Fautanu, Dan Moore, and Broderick Jones. And they thought what was best for the team was to play Moore at left tackle, insert Fautanu at right tackle immediately. No, none of Mike Tomlin's let's play games with rookies and make them earn a spot business, funny business.
Mm-mm.
And
he was a guy who prototypically didn't even have the length for the position where, he might have been a guard for other teams, Fautanu.
And the idea was to ask Broderick Jones to be, he said it in that clip, to be the swing man, to play left and right. Donnie, when you think of swing tackles over the years with the Steelers, who pops into your head?
Like the Zach Banner type.
A Zach Banner, a Jonathan Scott, if you will.
Who was the dude who they got from Miami in a trade to be a swing tackle who looked like he just covered
Davis?
Yeah, he was like covered in Flexall 454 and ace bandages. He looked like one of those dudes.
Would you say Trey Essex was a swing tackle?
Yeah, I'd put him in that category. He was kind of guy that could play anywhere.
Everywhere.
Starks always ended up playing left, but I felt like they thought he could play both if need be.
But they
took a first-round pick and said, we think
you're better served to be on our bench
as
a utility guy.
I'll straight up say it. There's a couple things here that I will admit as a big Broderick Jones backer that appear to be pretty clear right now. And we know that they're not perfect as a team with, like, motivation and guys being professional. Kevin Dotson got traded. Now he's a $20 million man almost as an interior lineman, and they're playing him in position in L.A. But I'm not saying that to absolve Jones here. A couple things are obvious. He could have just made everyone feel better about this by being way better at right tackle after Fautanu went down last year. If he just steps in, he's like, all right, I got the message. I'm here to kick ass. And, like, it's going to become a story that I was so much better at right than Moore was at left that people will be champing at the bit for me to get over there. That never happened, right? Like, clearly. He was just mediocre last year. I can admit that. Also, I thought he was pretty good when he finally broke into the starting lineup as a rookie at right tackle. I thought he gave them a little jolt, even if, like, I remember we argued about this with PFF, with Steve when he was over there.
PFF's never liked Jones.
They never liked him. And Steve would try to explain to us, like, hey, I didn't think he was terrible, but this is why he was graded this way. I thought he was decent, but here's a fact, like, that I can say as a fact just because their actions suggested it. And I think he's even alluded to it. He didn't seemingly take being a pro seriously enough. There have been a lot of comments about not a bad guy at all.
Dulac wrote that.
Not
they
a
like
bad
him,
guy.
But he needs to take his job more seriously. That's what he said.
Malicious, immature player like Pickens could be, but like I'm a kid here in a bunch of grown men attitude-wise situation. Would you agree?
Which is also ironic because at times he would have to be the guy
grown
that
up who
calmed
got
down
Pickens.
George Pickens.
Yes. Some of the most mature things he ever did were grabbing him by the collar and being like, stop going insane right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, as his official like spokesman and biggest backer, he hasn't checked two of those boxes that he had a chance to check. And so now this year, it's all on him because they have to make a decision after the year about the fifth-year option. He's playing the position he was drafted to play finally, and now we see, A, does he make them look bad for the last 2 years by not putting him over there, by being good? And B, does he actually show that he's ready to be a professional in every sense of the word? And I can't answer either of those with yes confidently. I can say that.
If he's good, great. You've got your
next
left
8-year
side,
guy.
you've got the blind side protected, and that gives Aaron Rodgers a chance to have a much better year. If he's not constantly worried and anxious that he's not going to get protection that he can't from the angle that he can't see. If he's bad, what do you do?
If he's bad, I think then 2027 still has to be.
No, but what if he's bad in season?
You don't have a
choice.
You've got a bunch of the brothers Anderson. You've got a bunch of Andersons and a McCollum.
I mean, I guess you could flip Fautanu and Jones mid-season if you wanted, if you valued left tackle more than right tackle, because that's where Fautanu played at Washington, so he's no stranger to the position. I mean, that would probably be the doomsday scenario.
That would just feel okay. That would feel desperate. That would feel like we've got to salvage this year because we have put a lot into it in terms of outward appearances.
But not only that, Chris.
But you would be. But Pony, hold on. You would be moving him. Say it was 6 games and he just didn't look like the guy you thought he would look like.
Right.
You'd be pulling the plug on it after not having given him a chance to play the position.
I know, but if he's getting Aaron Rodgers killed, who's 41 years old, what other choice do you have?
Rodgers at that point would probably go to you and say, you've got to swap these guys or do something else. I can't keep getting clobbered.
I mean, obviously he can do things on his own, and so can the play caller where the ball is just out super duper fast.
But then you become
don't
a worse
want to do
offense.
That. Yeah.
We saw that with Ben when he didn't want to hold on to the ball. It limited their offense. It limits any offense. No, I mean, he is the most important guy because if he anchors that side and Rodgers can sit back there and say, I know I've got, let's say, 3 seconds, right, to get rid of the ball every time, and I'm not going to get backside pressure. If he turns into a mountain over there, it's a massive win for them. It's short of Rodgers rediscovering 2021 Aaron Rodgers, it's like one of the biggest things that could happen positively for them.
Can you guys think of anyone who's more important to them this year?
Do you count Rodgers? Because, still it is. I know that his performance is tied to what Rodgers is capable of doing. I get that, but
here's my argument against Rodgers.
Well, I'll say this about Jones before you get to your argument against Rodgers. You could say Watt needs to earn his new contract and Rodgers needs to go out on top. Both of them have a track record. Rodgers has been a 4-time MVP. Broderick Jones is an important guy who's never proven that he can be trusted yet in the NFL. That is, again, hurts me to say. I ran around this building when they drafted him because I was so pumped about it. He hasn't proven that he should be trusted.
But I think they can still win games with Watt not living up to his contract. You know, as long as he's not out of games, like their record is 1-11 when he doesn't play. If he is the guy he was last year, I mean, that would be a killer. But it's not. I don't think it now completely. It shouldn't ruin their defense. It's the highest paid defense in the league. You still have Hayward. You still have Ramsey. You still have Queen. You still have a lot of guys. With Rodgers, my argument against him not being the most important guy is simple. There's no future with him. Even if he's really, really good this year, what difference does he make? He said it himself. He's going to retire.
So you're saying this under the guise of he's important. Jones is the most important guy for this year and 5 to 8 years in the future.
Yes.
Okay. Well, with that caveat,
it's
it's a no-brainer.
It's now and later. Remember those candies? I hated those.
Well,
now and laters.
Oh, they're the worst.
Man,
you want to talk about that on Halloween? You should have been allowed if you got those dumped in a Halloween candy bag to whip them back at the person. They might have broken jaws. Pony. The only guy I think here, I'll make my case. There's one other player, given the way they are talking about this player and given the way they are seemingly putting stock in this player, it's Roman Wilson.
I thought you were going to say Chris Boswell, because if he's not elite like he was last year, then 3 games might go from wins to losses.
What did we just talk about in the first hour of the show, though? Do they have a wide receiver 2 problem? They don't seem to think so because they feel this guy who couldn't get on the moving train last year is going to look like the best receiver drafted by just about anybody this year.
Donnie, do you agree that Jones is their most important player?
I would say outside of quarterback. I still think even though Rodgers is only here for 1 year, I mean the quarterback is just always going to be the most important guy.
Let me put it this way. I sincerely mean this for both you guys. If you could only pick one to have a good season this year, Jones or Rodgers, who would you pick?
Well, that's easy, though.
Is it?
It's easy because of your caveat that you put in about Rodgers only being here this year. I would much rather the guy I thought was going to be the best left tackle in franchise history, to have a really good year because that suggests he's on that trajectory.
Because some people think if Rodgers has a good year, the Steelers can end their playoff win drought and maybe do better than that. So I don't think it's cut and dried that way.
I'd rather Jones have a really good year because I'm still taking
Donnie's gears are moving in his brain.
I know.
I think I'd rather Rodgers have the big year, but I mean, that would mean you're punting on Omar Khan's first round pick. Because if he's not good, that's it. Like this is a potentially career altering season for him.
For Jones.
Yes.
Yeah. Of course. I don't think there's any debating that.
Well, I mean, he could always go somewhere else and turn into the player we thought he was.
Like Kevin Dotson?
If he's mediocre this year and they say, well, you've got to prove it in year 4, the problem is he goes and has a huge year. If he doesn't want to play here anymore, the only way you keep him is tag him. Because you haven't picked up that fifth year.
The position is so important, and based on how they felt about him, they obviously thought he was vastly inferior to Moore. They thought Moore was a much better player. There's no other way to look at that.
I'm going to throw in one other thing, though, about Moore that is relevant when you're comparing him and you're thinking about how they would have felt about him versus Jones. I just got done saying Jones clearly did not have the, be a professional part down pat, the focus, whatever, the seriousness. The one thing they all, to the point where you and I got sick of it, Donnie got sick of it, man, Dan Moore, what a professional.
That doesn't trump a guy as a first-round pick, though.
It clearly did for them. They love the professionalism of a guy who was still getting turnstiled.
I not to say that they didn't have put some value in that. I think they just thought Dan Moore was better. And here's the thing that is inarguable. If Broderick Jones had become a free agent at the end of this year, he wouldn't have gotten more money than Moore. I think somebody would have, given him a shot as a starter, but probably, I don't know. It's
because he would have.
Who else would have said, let's make this guy our left tackle when he's given you no reason to think he can actually do that very difficult job?
Well, yes, because he hadn't played it. Because, yes, they felt Moore was better. God, I still feel like I've seen Crowley say Caleb Johnson's going to get a second contract already. I've seen Kabali say like some wild stuff already. I forget what his was. I bookmarked both of them. Maybe I need to put my my foot down and say I still think Broderick Jones will be a better NFL left tackle than Dan Moore when it's all said and done by a lot. Maybe I should put that out there into the world. It's just, I can't separate how he definitely deserves some of the blame for how his career has gone so far with how they have jerked him around since the second they drafted him.
I know, Chris,
in service of a guy in Moore who I think is going to be revealed as a huge free agent whiff this as early as this season. I think Dan Moore stinks. Good for him. He got money. I always like it when guys are able to make a living in this league because it's unforgiving. But, like, the guy stinks.
I agree with that.
And I think Jones is going to end up a lot better.
And the Steelers thought it was a no-brainer that he was better than Jones. Jones is tasked with occupying one of the biggest jobs on the team with, like, literally no insurance policy. The only insurance policy I can think of is if midstream they just said, screw it, left tackle's so important, we're going to put Fautanu there and put Jones back on the right side and see if Fautanu can hack it as a left tackle. And if, I mean...
But then that's just continuing to move guys around from your stated intentions.
I know, but what if Fautanu actually play? They think Fautanu's their best tackle. So
which I also don't get because did you think he looked very good till he got hurt last year?
I mean, he only played against Denver. So.
No, but even in the preseason when he was out there, I was
no, he had a bad game against.
I was very underwhelmed.
Or was it Buffalo? One of those two teams. If Jones has a bad year, how much you want to bet Fautanu's their left tackle in camp next year? Don't you think they'd move him?
Yeah, and you know why? He's older than Jones, for one.
Yep.
And two, I'm just going to go back to the thing that I think continues to be a through line here. I think they look at Fautanu and say he's a much more serious, feet planted firmly on the ground professional. And go back to Dotson, man. It wasn't just that they played him out of position. Didn't Tomlin hate him? He went on with us once when I was still working from home, and he was like this great interview. He was this engaging guy. And I think Tomlin felt like he ran his mouth too much.
They also felt like he didn't work hard enough.
Well, I think that's part and parcel with Jones. Like, they know he's talented. He knows he's talented. They don't feel that's part of the whole being a professional thing. Oh, look, Kevin Dotson goes somewhere else and plays his correct position and kicks ass? Huh, funny.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text. And Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Donnie Football Debrief in 3:30. At 3:30, we're about 40 minutes away from Mark Kabali for a full hour. Aaron Rodgers practicing right now. How is he doing? And he did crack one door open yesterday. What was it? What is it? We'll talk about it next. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are just 6 days away from an NFL game, the Hall of Fame game, Thursday night, 8 o'clock. The Chargers and the Lions. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Mitsu by the Mall. That's where my guy Tim Ferraro, the general manager, and my guy Corey Davison, the general sales manager, are doing it big. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills. Red, white, and new. Nobody does it like Mitsu by the Mall. July 4th deals to make you a proud Mitsubishi owner for the best possible deal. 7-passenger Outlanders. They're all-wheel drive, of course. They've got the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs at Mitsu by the Mall. The Outlander available right now with 0% financing for 60 months. You get all the tech you want. You get the styling. You get the great safety features as well. It's an awesome buy on a great vehicle. Brand new Mirage is also available up to $2,000 off MSRP, which is pretty awesome because they're already, before that $2,000 off, the lowest priced new car on the market. Now is the time to strike to get your deal your way. What a great day, and find the Mitsu that fits you. At Mitsu by the Mall, you know it, it's Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A New Jersey Little Leaguer was suspended for a game in their Williamsport State Tournament for a bat flip. Thankfully, a judge stepped in and allowed the boy to play last night. Now, I'm a rules guy usually, but sometimes logic and sympathy matter more. Organizers should have relied on those and let the boy play long before his family had to bother the courts. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th, when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just crazy being, now that I got A-Rod behind me, going from Russ to A-Rod, it's just crazy. It's two good quarterbacks, that you never think you'll be blocking for that I have a chance to block for now. So, I just got to keep them upright all season.
Headed to camp, cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite, and meet Donnie Football broadcasting live at Sharky's. So he is going to Sharky's.
I went and checked that last night. I happened to go and look to make sure
Sharky's
I found
also
the other
a phenomenal
locations.
joint with great wings and beer.
Donnie, the first thing I thought of was,
From
man,
6
did
to
Pony
10,
get
July
bailed
30th.
out? Man, was Pony bailed out yesterday when he mistakenly said them first. We were like, boy, we hope Sharky's is involved
Training
with this.
camp coverage on the Fan, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by our friends at Miller Lite.
Donnie, would you say that you got the People's Champion type reception out in your home turf, Westmoreland County? Other than Arnold Palmer and Rocco Mediate, I mean, who else we got? Some guy in the NFL who's from Youngwood, PA, Blanda maybe?
Caballi said he signed 3 autographs there last night. Is that a work, or is he being serious that he was getting
That wouldn't
hounded by
surprise me.
people? Really?
I bet Caballi might sign more autographs than some of the 4th and 5th string guys at camp this year.
Well, now he's got the McAfee shine,
Yeah,
so
and they'll
people
be
probably...
there. They'll be there on Wednesday.
I saw that.
Cool. Kids
Good for
today...
them. He's going to get carpal tunnel and probably bitch about it.
Oh, he will.
Good line.
They teach in cursive anymore at schools? Do kids even know how to sign their names anymore?
I don't know. Very good question. Just teach them how to plug everything into AI. That's what I would do.
Did you know there was a meme going around today? Some woman goes, I can't believe I just discovered this, but the calculator function on her phone on your phone has a history, so it sees everything you plugged in. And she was like, I'm really embarrassed that I found out that I was asking my phone, how much is 10 times 10? How much is 66 times 1? Like, really disheartening stuff for the future of America. Bad stuff.
We'll get a full recap from Caballi on day 2 of Steelers practice when he joins us, not Pat McAfee, in about a half hour. In the 7-shot drill, which is 7 plays, offense versus defense, that mimic 2-point conversion tries, Rodgers threw 2 passing touchdowns to DK Metcalf and Pat Freiermuth. The touchdown to Freiermuth was when the score was tied 3-3 offense to defense. There was an errant snap that started things where Zach Frazier snapped it too low for an old man to catch or scoop up. He did just moments ago hit Calvin Austin for a 30-yard play downfield, which Brian Batko called the longest completion by far through the first 2 days for Aaron Rodgers. Richie Walsh just orgasmic over the amount of zip that was on that pass from those who were there at practice.
Oh, boy.
Look, Rodgers did walk back a little bit what he said on McAfee. He said on McAfee that this was it, that this is his last dance. But he was
Well, he said pretty sure back then. He did even hedge then.
He was even less committal than that when he talked yesterday. May I ask both of you guys, what could Aaron Rodgers do this year that would want you?
That would have you
wanting him back? Yes.
Win a Super Bowl and win the MVP award? I'd still want them to draft a quarterback in the first round next year, but
yeah.
Win a playoff game and play like a top 10 MVP candidate.
Okay. So top 10 quarterback and win a playoff
All right,
game.
if we can all agree on that on some Don, I'll let you sound off here in a second. If we can all agree in some way, shape, or form that his quarterback play resembles 2018 Roethlisberger, the last truly great Roethlisberger year, any disagreement there on that evaluation of Ben?
I didn't think 2020 was that bad.
Come on.
But if you say truly great,
where
fine.
he
I'm
looked
not
like a big dog
yes,
out there.
I'm not going to be argumentative.
If Rodgers gives you that level of quarterback play and they win at least a playoff game, I'd still want a quarterback drafted in the first round next year to maybe sit for a season. But then, yes, he looks like old Aaron Rodgers and it's that level of production. Sure, bring him back.
Don?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that I'm under like the same barometer there. Like, have a top 10 year.
Right.
They win a playoff game. Maybe they even look like a threat in another playoff game.
Okay, let me give you this specific scenario. Let's say Rodgers does turn back the clock, throws 35 touchdowns. There's only 5 or 6 interceptions in there. They somehow make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But he sucks ass in that game. Then what? You value the 17 games, or do you put so much stock in the playoff game where it's like hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more?
I'm giving him Cowboy Joe West. Get out of here.
Wow.
Cowboy Joe, baby. Get him out of here.
I mean, that's like a near MVP level season where he just falters in the playoffs, which we've seen him do.
Yeah. And Mulsey is still saying, don't let the door hit you.
Actually, I just really wanted to do the Joe West bit. If he was that good, it would be almost all the more justification. Just draft a first-round quarterback.
But I'm saying he's brutal in the playoff game.
Like we talking Jake Delhomme, 7 interceptions
What
in a
Justin
playoff
Herbert
game?
did against the Texans last year. 4 picks, something like that.
I'd let him come back if he wants, but yeah, I mean, nothing stops you from still taking a quarterback.
Is there anything, hold on, maybe this is a question, I'm hijacking Pony a little bit here, but is there anything he could do this year that would have you, as a person who wants to see the Steelers do the right thing, not want them to take a quarterback in the first round next year? I think my answer to that is no. There is literally no outcome Aaron Rodgers could produce where I'd be like, you know what? Quarterback's not an issue for a little while now. They have to.
I disagree with that. If he, again, this is like a crazy scenario.
Well, that's what we do in the middle of July.
If he has a kick-ass season and they win a playoff game and lose, and he wants to come back next year, I'm going to want them to use a first-round pick on a player that can help them get over the top, not trade a bunch of picks to move up or just take the quarterback that falls to them in the late 20s. I'm not going to want that.
Man, I still think you need to be planning for the future.
If he has a big year and you think you're all of a sudden close,
he'll be 43 early next season at that point.
Well, then run it back with him, and then if he stinks, draft the quarterback the year after. Why would you settle to take a quarterback in the 20s when you've been on your high horse?
You can still trade up. I wouldn't be.
You can move from 26 all the way to 5 and give up 2 future first-round picks.
If there's as many good quarterbacks in this coming year's class,
but if you
might
think
not have
you
to be
can
a
win
top
with,
5.
I don't know about that. If you think you can win with Rodgers, man.
I just got a text that said, I don't care if he wins the Super Bowl as the Steelers quarterback. I would draft a guy in the first round next year at quarterback. I don't know.
With the 32nd pick.
I'm just trying to. Cool. No, I'm probably trading up. I feel like that's what a smart team would do.
Yeah, you're right, because you trade up, and all of those teams that actually need a quarterback that are picking ahead of you are just going to be obliged to let you leapfrog them and trade their pick. The Saints and the Browns and the Jets, maybe. Sure. Yeah, come all the way up from 32 to 3. We'd rather pick 32nd and not get our quarterback and let the Steelers have him instead.
I just think it's funny that you keep saying they have to move up to 3 or 5.
Okay, where do you want to stop it? are consistently good quarterbacks getting picked after,
11th,
I don't know, 10 or 11?
11th, right where Roethlisberger was picked.
Okay. So you're going to have to go from, I don't know, 20-something to 11? They moved up to get Devin Bush without giving up a first-round pick, so I guess there's that.
I do feel comfortable saying all these things because I think the chances that he has anywhere near the kind of season that we're all hypothesizing about are like
what if he has Baker Mayfield's season?
Throws 41 touchdowns or whatever?
16 picks, but they lose in the first round of the playoffs. You want him back?
Yeah, but again, under the same conditions that I've set that continue to annoy you.
Which is you get everything.
Well, just as more of a bridge. You let him be the bridge for one more year. He was fine doing that with Jordan Love in the end. He'll be even more fine doing that at 43 years old. And you don't maybe have to rush a guy into the starting job. You can have a real actual plan, something Mike Tomlin struggled mightily with Kenny Pickett.
Well, you've come a long way from he needs to win the Super Bowl and be the MVP to be back as their quarterback next year in the span of about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
now it's like, yeah, if he's the 13th best quarterback in the NFL this year, run it back.
No, Baker Mayfield was better than the 13th best.
No, he wasn't. Not if you go by things like QBR and stuff last year.
I go by my eyes, which are infallible.
Yes, the Mueller eye.
The MET, the Mueller eye test.
The Mueller eye test. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. 5 minutes away from a Donnie football debrief. Then Mark Caballi joins us in studio. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Diamondbacks start a series tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Mike Burrows on the hill for your Buccos. The pregame coverage on the Fan starts at 5:45, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thanks, Don. Bet Parks. It's a big Friday with Bet Parks. The Bucks hosting Arizona tonight, and live betting Bucks baseball is better on the Bet Parks app. You've got Burrows on the bump tonight for the Bucks. You can bet game combos, player performances, and more on Bet Parks. Here's a combo wager for tonight, the game combo wager. Bucks to win tonight, and for there to be under 9 runs scored tonight. $25 wager on that combo pays $57.50. if it hits. BetWire also live right now inside the BetParks app. It is a live feed with quick videos, hot takes, predictions, and more from betting content creators across the country. Plus, new games on the BetParks app like the Flintstones and Money Horse. New casino users can get up to $1,000 cash back. See betparks.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland for the BetParks app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Totter Ridge Golf Course, Drew Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, Hickory Heights Golf Club, MHI Roofing, and Brookline.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavor. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Steelers have left the practice fields in Latrobe because of thunderstorms. Unclear right now if they're going to call it a day or if they're just going to delay things and pick things back up later. Regardless, we're 20 minutes away from Pat McAfee, Steelers insider Mark Caballi joining us for a full hour. 3:30, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Also time for a Donnie football debrief. Donnie's biggest football story of the day brought to you by Saloni's Italian bread company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie?
The debrief, July 25, 2025. This coming down from ESPN in the last half hour. At least 100 players around the NFL from roughly half of the 32 teams, they don't know the teams yet, will face fines and possible suspension for allegedly selling their allotted tickets to this year's Super Bowl above face value in violation of league policies.
Mike Tice got in trouble for that. The old Vikings coach. $100,000 fine for scalping his Super Bowl tickets back in the day when he was Minnesota's head coach. This is something they don't mess around with.
They're not very happy about
because the way it works, every player gets 2 tickets. If you're an NFL player, you get 2 tickets to the Super Bowl.
I was actually naive to that. I thought it would just be like the teams that
no,
were
every
going
single
to make
guy.
it.
It's like in the union contract.
That's in the CBA.
So wait a minute. How many players are active? So there's 53 active roster members. So if you're a practice squad guy, you don't get them though, right?
I don't think so.
Okay,
no,
so let's just say
50.
53 times 32 is, just do the quick math, it's like 1,600 players roughly.
Yeah, that's not a lot when you think these stadiums seat
so it's
70,
only
80,000 people.
32 to 3,300 tickets.
And then I think every team employee gets one too.
Just one ticket?
No, gets 2.
Gets a pair. All right, so up that to maybe...
How far do they go down that ladder?
That I don't know.
So let's just... How about we round number this? 10,000 tickets might be spoken for if we include, enough team employees.
Like, here's a good one. Does Pomp get 2 every year?
Hell no. No.
He's the Steelers' preseason play-by-play
I feel like
voice.
we would have known that by now, though.
But who's... Yeah, I was going to say, Pomp would have...
He would have gone to at least a couple of those games.
Smell you later, Joe.
Yeah, probably not.
Pomp! You get 2 tickets and you haven't taken me?
Probably not.
You imagine if he took Bechtold over Joe, if he did get them?
But all that... that would never happen. Ugh.
No, I mean, it's...
All the assistant coaches get them.
I think like it's safe to assume that if like you go every assistant coach, probably like your strength and conditioning.
Sure.
I would think traveling secretary, the people who actually like.
When it's all said and done, maybe 3,000 people.
Does our buddy Bert, PR director, has to?
Yep. I think he does.
Because like Bert's helped out at Super Bowls, hasn't he?
Yep.
As like a working member when the team isn't even there.
Pretty sure.
Like, because they recruit a lot of the PR staff to try to help with the crunch.
And I don't know. Like, I just think about if I were in that situation. I have 2 valuable tickets. I'm a football coach or player. I don't want to go to the game. What am I going to do with those things? Of course I'm going to sell them.
The only other thing I would say is, do you have people in your extended family and you want to just do something nice for them? Hey, boom, here's the tickets. Just find your lodging.
Yeah, I mean, how many NFL players are like, oh, I really need the money. I'm going to scalp these Super Bowl tickets.
Well, to be fair, I think
a lot.
It still might, especially younger guys on rookie deals. I think it's more than you would think.
A lot. I think guys always want, especially if it's for something they know they're not going to use, why not try to make money off it if it's that easy?
Does Richie Walsh get 2 tickets? Dude, you wouldn't believe it.
Pomp's not getting 2. Richie's not getting 2. But how would they track it? If
you knew a broker and you just sold them under the table to the broker.
Well, not even that. Maybe I just go to, I find out this person wants to go to the Super Bowl.
Give them the tickets.
And get cash back. There's no paper trail. How would...
So, if you... See, here's where I would be confused, and I think we're heading down the same road.
Anything over face value, you get
busted
for.
So, say you sold the tickets to your buddy, right, for face value. Because you knew he wanted to go. He's not a close enough friend where you're giving him the tickets and you're a player.
Yeah.
And then say that player takes the tickets, which maybe are marked by the NFL, or they know the sections in the seat where they're giving away to
and
players.
And that person sells them?
Right.
Then you would get in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can't make a cash transaction there because you've got to have some record for the league, you would think, of, hey, man, we need an electronic transcript here of me selling these to you for face value. You do with them what you want, but my ass is off the hook. That's what I would want. Cash there would be, in fact, not king, according to our friend Rob Pratt over at AM 1020.
Well, unless you knew for sure that the guy was actually going to use the tickets.
But would you assume that risk? I wouldn't. I would be like, I'm selling these to you for face value, and we're making a paper trail so I don't get busted.
Depends. What's the penalty?
Fines, right?
Yeah, it would be fines and a possible suspension.
No friggin' way are they going to suspend NFL players from actual games for this.
I would think this is something that's like a $2,500 fine or something. Like, for most of these guys, what should be a slap on the wrist, don't do it again. Suspend them. Hey, your star wide receiver's not able to go to play in the AFC, or in this Week 16 game of big importance. He sold his Super Bowl tickets and made a 10% profit.
And the follow-up here.
Does the same apply really quick, Don, to, is it just players or does it apply to owners and people like that too?
Well, they can't get, I guess coaches can get suspended from games.
This is saying.
You just said Tice did it.
Yep.
Under the agreement between the league and the Players Association, players who violated the rule will be fined 1.5 times the face value of the ticket, lose their allotted tickets to the next 2 Super Bowls.
So 1.5 times the face value of the ticket or tickets is probably about $25.
If they happen to be playing in the game, they will have a chance to purchase their own seats.
Here's a question for Donnie. You get done with the show at 6. You get home around 6:30. Sarah's either got dinner ready or you're going to go out and have some dinner somewhere. When that's done, let's say it's about 8:30. You going on to Netflix and watching Happy Gilmore 2?
I'm watching that tomorrow.
I have something for you right now.
You have a planned Happy Gilmore 2 watch.
Yeah, she's out of town this weekend. I got some boys coming over. We're watching Happy Gilmore 2.
You got on my case for being excited about it, and you said, let's not get too
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm still worried about it.
Pony, I'm going to stun you beyond, recognition here.
Yeah?
Alex and her best friend, Lauren, she tells me this morning, she goes, oh, Lauren's coming over tonight. She'll be here by the time you get here. We're going to watch Happy Gilmore 2. I said, you know what? What the hell? Let's have the whole neighborhood up and let's all watch it. And I'm going to sit there and subject myself.
Happy Gilmore 2 watch parties. I'm working with 2 guys who are both having
I don't think it's going to be good.
Happy Gilmore 2 watch parties.
My neighbor Chris and I were talking about this morning when I was out cutting the grass, and he said it best. If you look at the trailer, all Sandler's doing here is essentially taking the exact same set of jokes and style of jokes and updating them for 2025. The one where his caddy,
it's gonna be great.
His caddy's the guy wearing the waiter's uniform, I guess, and he carries the bag without the strap. It's just he's just doing the same bits.
All right, here's
updated for 2025.
Here's Rolling Stone's review.
This
It's
movie
already out.
sucks.
No. The role for sequels is give them the same, only different. Happy Gilmore 2 adheres to this concept beautifully, along with doling out enough blatant fan service to choke a one-eyed alligator. They liked it.
There's no way that was Peter Travers reviewing that.
No, that was David Fear from Rolling Stone.
Peter Travers was their big guy for a while.
Here's Variety. Sandler's desire to go low had always been an aesthetic choice, a conscious embrace of the elemental in himself.
Oh, God.
He was American screen comedy's first and greatest cathartically disruptible Jewish punk rock comedian. And Happy Gilmore 2, he still is. A thumbs up.
Who wrote that review?
Owen Gleiberman from Variety.
I've actually heard of Owen Gleiberman. That is
Sandler still got the fastball,
No,
baby.
but that's everything wrong with film criticism now is that sentence or whatever the hell you just read is Owen Gleiberman wanting people to know that Owen Gleiberman is smart and can write a very complex sentence.
I know, but Variety and Rolling Stone, two
I know.
leading outlets for film review, are both saying it's a good movie.
The problem here is long departed, our boy Roger Ebert would have been the North Star on this one. Because Roger Ebert was not above giving good ratings to movies everybody else hated if he was entertained.
I thought he was still alive.
Oh, give me a
No,
break.
hold on. There's still a Roger Ebert website.
He has a brand called RogerEbert.com that
But it's not him?
Roger Ebert had like a bad sort of cancer that basically took away part of his face.
Okay, Chris, I'm sorry. I haven't been keeping
Yeah,
up
he's
on
been
Roger
gone
Ebert.
about a dozen years.
He outlived Siskel, though, man. Siskel went
know.
kaput very early. But no, Roger Ebert, I always felt like, for how, obviously of a big deal he was, had a sensibility where he would review a movie and be like, is it the greatest movie in the world? No. Was I entertained? Yes. 3 out of 4 stars. Donnie, did you ever read the Roger Ebert Smackdown on Rob Schneider? Rob Schneider got all jammed up because somebody gave Deuce Bigelow European Gigolo like a horrible review, and Rob Schneider's like, who's this idiot? So then Ebert sends out like an open letter to Schneider, and it lists all of his own credentials, and he goes and he concludes by saying, all of that means I am qualified to review your movie, Mr. Schneider, which sucks. Just an unbelievable
I was going to say
put-down.
that should not have gotten good reviews.
Andrew Lawrence in The Guardian. For the generations who still quote summer comedies from eons ago, Adam Sandler's second round of Happy Gilmore offers a refreshing trip down memory lane.
But here's the reviews that matter. You've read Gleiberman and all these other people. Here we go. This is YouTube comments. Ready? Michael, expect to be underwhelmed by Happy 2. We've got this other Michael, Josh Z. Is it watchable? Michael, it's on Netflix, but don't waste your time. Tim, it was not as good as the original. Well, obviously.
Okay. That's like every sequel.
Coasterholics. All the cameos kind of ruined the vibe for me. Having Bob Barker in the OG was fine, but this movie, he got everyone to have a cameo. Looney Allen, 3 stars for Happy 2.
That's not bad.
DPJ, it's worth it for the nostalgia, damn it.
73% popcorn meter on Rotten Tomatoes. So of the audience and not the
I have a theory
snooty
on some
film critics.
Yeah, I have a theory on the film
almost
critics.
Almost 3/4 of them say good movie.
I have a theory on some of these film critics. I bet you a lot of them, even though they fancy themselves highfalutin and I am a judge of cinema, were like 15 when Happy Gilmore came out and were like, this is awesome. My neighbor, the accountant, probably a great golfer, huge ass. They probably laughed like hyenas at that.
Here's who we got in this movie.
And so they have a soft spot for Sandler.
Julie Bowen is back as Virginia. I like her.
She's aged like
I think
a fine
she's still got it going on.
She does still got it going on.
Christopher McDonald back in the
hold on.
role he was born to play.
They needed
Shooter
him.
McGavin.
If they didn't have Shooter, it would have been tough
He
to
doesn't
watch.
do anything else.
To
That's
be
the only role he's ever played.
To be very clear, I think Julie Bowen has it going on more now than she did in the original
I agree
when the
with
movie
you.
came out.
30 years ago.
She's beautiful. She
Ben,
really is.
Ben Stiller back as Hal.
Hal-El.
Oh, I'll also say that Shooter is the best character in the original. It's like Shooter 1, large gap. Like, very large gap, and then whoever you want, number 2. Probably Chubbs or Mr. Larson.
Boys, it wasn't an internet rumor. Paige Spiranek is in Happy Gilmore 2.
I'm just reading this YouTube comment right now.
Find out what time she's in it, and at that point, tell Alex and her friend to go make some more popcorn.
I'm just reading this comment.
He's got he has all Mr. Malsey's neighborhood coming down, Tony.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I just am going to read this comment apropos of nothing, which has nothing to do with Happy Gilmore, from Andrew on YouTube. I'm a simple man. I take my crinkled up $5 bill to the old adult video store on Route 22 out past Murraysville into Delmont, and I'm set for the whole weekend.
Oh, God. John Daly's in it. Scotty Scheffler.
But I think there are
Rory,
too many cameos.
Bryson DeChambeau.
You don't need all
Brooks
that.
Koepka. Why? Why not?
Because, I don't know, because they're not actors, and most of them can't pull it off like they think.
Dan Patrick.
Well, Dan Patrick's
He's in
been
all
in a
these
ton
movies.
of his movies.
They needed to get Costas like the South Park guys did for basketball, where he said, "You think you're excited? Feel these nipples."
Costas and Michaels.
That was great.
The fact that those guys got Costas to read that
Man,
line
how about
is an all-timer.
Speaking of that movie, basketball, and the people that made it, how about the buzz this South Park episode is getting? Holy
Because they just signed a huge $1.5 billion deal with Paramount and then just completely went on the offensive on Trump, man. Who is the whole saga there is that he's pressuring Paramount, which is the parent company of CBS, to dump the Colbert Show.
And there was a 60 Minutes
and there was like a $16 million
Have you seen it?
situation there.
People are buzzing about this episode.
I haven't seen the whole episode. I haven't watched an episode of South Park in a while.
Same, in
which
like
is a
15
shame.
years.
But
all right, good talk.
They did a thing.
Those guys are
Donnie,
incredible at pulling episodes.
Oh,
like,
they can turn them
yeah.
around in like a day. They did one that felt like a series finale where it seemed like they were burnt out, and I stopped right after that, and they've done 12 seasons since. It's ridiculous.
All right, that was the Donnie Football Debrief.
A lot of people saying you are just way too much of an HGQ right now as a grown man for Paige Spiranek, as much as she's gorgeous, that you're a little bit, you've gone full goon mode, they think, in the YouTube comments.
Well, I'm not allowed to say as a married man that she's a very attractive woman. Sorry,
she
guys.
is, but I
My
think
bad.
Donnie and I were a little
Sorry
more
for
classy
pointing out
about
she's
Julie
pretty.
Bowen. Right, Donnie? I think we had
Well, with
there
all
was a proper
offense,
amount of class.
with all due respect to Julie Bowen, she ain't in Paige Spiranek's area code.
Isn't she?
Paige Spiranek's Mahomes, and she's like
Tom Brady. She's been doing this for 30 years.
yeah.
She's playing better as she gets older.
No. Mm-mm.
Listen to him.
I got to stick up for my
It's a
girl
very
Paige
strong
here.
opinion.
Yeah, and the right one. All right, Mark Caballi joins us next. His biggest takeaways from day 2 of Steelers training camp. Right now, we're going to talk about Weather Seal Home Services. Sign up today with Weather Seal and take advantage of their affordable roofing replacement program. It rained again at practice. You got a leaky roof, water damage sucks. It does big-time damage. Don't want to have to call the insurance company and have to clear that up or clean that up. Get in touch with Weather Seal today. Gutters come free of charge. No payments necessary there. No payments on anything for 2 years. No interest payments for 2 years. That's Weather Seal for you. 4.8 rating on Google. A+ accredited rating with the BBB. So they have sterling reviews. So many people have called Weather Seal, and they are raving about the work they've done. They've helped me out twice. 855-351-SEAL is the number. That's 855-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, expect showers and thunderstorms. Some may produce locally heavy rain and strong wind gusts, then cloudy overnight with a few scattered showers and patchy fog late. A low of 72 degrees with winds light and variable. On Saturday, a few scattered showers in the morning, then scattered to numerous thunderstorms expected in the afternoon with a high of 86. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payment starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
I'm Bopper, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's time for the Crosstown Classic in Chicago. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Both Imanaga and Hauser have been efficient starting pitchers this season, but I believe in offense tonight on the south side and think we get over this 8 at BetMGM minus 110. Let's hope the bats come to play. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. And please, gamble responsibly.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades,
eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway East heading inbound, traffic stacks at Edgewood Swissville as you make your way towards the Square Hill Tunnel. Outbound stacks at 2nd Avenue and Technology Drive as you board the Oakland on-ramp. I'm Lonzo Anderson.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers cut practice short because of thunderstorms in Latrobe. No Jonnu Smith again today. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Friday PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Thunderstorms in Latrobe. They had the call it a day. They'll be back out there tomorrow afternoon at 1:55. Same thing Sunday for Steelers fans who will be making the trek to St. Vincent College. That is fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Pat McAfee Show, Steelers Insider, 93.7 The Fan Insider, Mark Cavalli. Mark is waiting on Mike Tomlin, so he will leave us to go listen and possibly doze off to Mike at any given moment.
Easy.
What happened today with you and Terrell Austin?
Some young lady passed out or had some kind of heat issues on the sidelines, and she went down, and they're calling for the trainers. I believe she's okay, but about 5 minutes later, Tara Austin comes over and looks and goes, "Hey, Mark, I thought that was going to be you when I walked over here." I'm like, "What's that supposed to mean?" I think he was calling me out of shape.
Didn't you get the cart once and you made a face on the back of the cart that made people think you were in distress
That
at
was
Steelers training camp?
Roundtree. That was me playing the gimmick right there, like I was going to fall off, and here comes the rain out. All this time they've been canceling practice or postponing it. It's just starting to rain right now. But, yeah, that happened a couple of years ago, but I wasn't falling off of anything like that. So
that's good to know.
Ricky Walsh is actually in the rain right now. Let's see how his hair.
I was just going to say, how's his hair holding up?
I don't know. It's going to be great.
It's a catastrophe, dude.
Richie saw that 30-yard pass from Rodgers to Austin at practice today and reportedly went erect. Is that true?
Yeah, the problem with that is there's one little issue with that. First of all, it was a good throw. It was a really good throw. I think Aaron Rodgers turned it up a little bit of a notch today, made some a lot better throws, and Calvin Austin made a nice play there. However, T.J. Watt would have sacked him, and T.J. Watt made it known that he would have sacked him if it was a contact drill.
What side was he on, Mark?
He was on, I believe he was on the left side at that point.
Okay.
That's where he came from. And after he threw the touchdown, T.J. did his celebration basically in Aaron Rodgers' face. And nothing malicious or anything like that. Just letting it know if this was a real game, Aaron, your butt would have been on the ground. So you have to take those things with a grain of salt. It looked good. It was a nice play. In real game action, it probably does not occur.
We just wanted to know what side, because Broderick Jones is obviously a big discussion point right now. Do you agree with Pony, and ultimately me too, because Pony did convince me of this, that actually Broderick Jones is the most important player on the Steelers this year?
Oh, if he's not one, he's 1, 2, or 3 right now. I mean, I think he's the linchpin. That's what I've been calling him, the linchpin of that entire offensive line. Because I like the offensive line. I think they're talented. I think they're going to get better. I think they were not that bad last year. But it can all go downhill really quickly if Broderick Jones does not play. He doesn't have to play all-pro caliber football. He doesn't have to play Pro Bowl caliber football. He just has to be a solid tackle. May I say maybe a step ahead of Dan Moore, a Dan Moore-like. I know people don't like the Dan Moore comparisons there, but if he's able to play that, I think the rest of the guys will improve. I mean, Zach Frazier is a stud. We know that. McCormick, I think, his ceiling's unlimited. Honestly, I think he's really, really good.
Ceiling's unlimited, which means if he could be a Hall of Famer one day. That's what unlimited potential means.
Unlimited, no. Maybe a little bit down. I could see him being a Pro Bowler. Maybe a better version.
Could he reach David DeCastro status?
No, probably not.
Well, then he does have a ceiling.
The ceiling is below David DeCastro. By definition, which makes him below Alan Faneca.
Well, yes, but when you say unlimited ceiling, you leave open the possibility it could be great.
Could he be as good as Ramon Foster?
That's what I'm saying there. Ramon Foster, now I love Ramon. I thought he was very good. Maybe a click ahead of that. So quit taking all these words I say literally. Unlimited was just a fancy word of saying he's going to be good.
You are also the biggest Troy Fautanu backer I think that there is, Mark. And here's why I have a hard time with that. I didn't think he had a very good preseason game before he got hurt. He came back and played one game. I hear people talking about him like he is, Pony, name for me the best right tackle you can think of.
Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson, thank you. I think I need to see a hell of a lot more before I even start to feel remotely good or confident in Troy Fautanu, because I don't have much of a body of work to go on here. But Mark, you and other people talk about this guy like he's already an established stud. Put him in ink. Don't worry about him. He's going to lock that side down.
Yeah, he missed some early practice last year, but even so, they were pretty much willing to give him that right tackle spot over Broderick Jones. That's how quick of a learner he was. And he was a little bit ahead of Broderick Jones with his college resume. But the guy is different than Broderick Jones, and I'm not going to try to rip on Broderick here.
Well, it sounds like you might be about to do exactly that.
Yeah, I am. Probably are. I mean, Fautanu is a very smart individual. He's a very dedicated individual, and I think he has a ton of talent and a ton of experience at a high-level college right now. And for him to see what he did in such a limited action last year, sure we're taking a leap of faith here and saying he's going to be the next star, but I think he has the potential to be a really, really good player this year. That's the last of my worries on the offensive line. My bigger worry, obviously, Broderick's number one. Number two, maybe the
depth
health of Sam All.
Oh,
honestly.
okay. Yeah, well, give me more on that then.
Depth.
Give me more on that.
It seems like he's always nicked up. I don't know how nicked up he is, soft tissue, but he's a guy that's in his 30s now. So I would be more worried about him playing 17 games rather than, anything else right now. The depth is what it is. Look across the league. The depth is honestly, nobody has depth, because if you had quality depth, guess what? He's playing on another team somewhere as a starter. The only way you get depth along the offensive line in the NFL is you draft one and you develop them.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, look at your Trey Essex and Doug Legursky's and guys like that. I mean, they were good depth
drafted
players.
him and developed them.
Okay.
Drafted him, developed them. I'm talking about guys like Spencer Anderson. I'm talking about guys like Ryan McCollum. I don't think they drafted him. Those are guys that, those are guys that you have to rely on. You can't
Well, how about Herbig before he got hurt? That was good depth.
Another one, but he was a 7th-round pick? He was a late pick. They liked him as well. I'm not quite sure why they got rid of him, to be honest with you. He would have been a nice swing guy, but he was a little bit older than Spencer Anderson, and he could have did the same thing. So what I'm saying is, I don't think you can just look at the offensive line and just say they haven't done their due diligence. There's just nothing out there, man. And who would want to come to a place, if you think you're good, to be a swing tackle? I mean, there's no Jesse Davises around, those guys from a couple of years. Those are the guys you get. You're hoping to get the Legurskys, the Spencer Andersons, and they were probably pretty lucky to get a guy like Calvin Anderson, who played his share of snaps in Denver as well. So you're
why
just
are
not
there
going
so
to cover
few,
all their bases.
Mark, why are there so few good depth guys? Because I think you've beaten this drum before, that this is a long-running trend in the NFL where the sheer number of capable offensive linemen is continuing to dwindle.
College. I mean, what are they asked to do in college? Go left or go right? I mean, break it down to the basics there. They're not asked to do a lot. There's no pro style for the most part. I guess unless you're in Iowa.
Well, you would think that there would be a run on Iowa linemen every single year, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know how much those guys really want to play that type of position anymore either. They like to be the athletic running type of guys, and I just think it's just a total. I think it's a total difference between the college and pro game. That's where it comes from, and I think that's the simplest answer
Mark,
there
let
is.
me ask you one more about their line before we transition to some of the other stuff from practice today. If Jones were to struggle at some point in the season, could you see them moving Fautanu to left tackle where he played in college and put Jones back at right tackle? Could you see that?
Nah, I think there would be more of a bench if it gets to that point, rather than just switching him back right there.
Who would go into left tackle then?
Probably Calvin Anderson.
Okay.
At this point right now, I wouldn't think that it would do that at all.
So you don't think there's a chance Fautanu becomes their left tackle of the future at any point? Even though he played there in college?
Well, I guess he could. Now you think about it, if this is Broderick Jones's money year, so I like to call it. If you don't perform this year, you're not getting picked up next year, or you're going to be a free agent.
Yeah.
You're probably going to be gone. You're not going to pick up
What's their biggest issue with Jones? Is it basically that he's not been enough of a true professional athlete off the field?
I've heard his technique is horrendous. From people
what's the
that
deal
actually
here?
cracked that watch the tape and know line play.
Yeah, technique. It's between the years as well. I'll give you a heads up. I think Tomlin is coming in right now. So
all right, we'll let you run.
Let me see. I don't know. Let me see. I'm not sure. Yes, it is. There he is.
All right, we'll see you, Mark. We'll talk a little bit. Thanks. Goodbye. Mark, goodbye.
So technique bad.
Yes.
Which I would think is hand in hand with does not go
I'll read you a
does
tweet.
not take his craft as seriously as he should.
I'm not going to say who this person is, but
a tweet. Somebody sent this to you publicly.
A text, not a tweet. My bad. A text from. I was texting back and forth with a former NFL offensive lineman, and I said, "Do you see any hope for Broderick Jones?" His response: none. You can't be that lazy and inconsistent with your technique and have success at that level.
So this person also thinks he cannot change, i.e., will always be this player, laziness-wise.
I've had multiple people tell me that.
That they don't think he has any prayer?
Yeah. But, I mean, it's here's the thing
It's
about...
weird, though, to hear a guy get buried to that degree when he has barely been allowed to play his position, which makes me think it's personal.
Well, my issue is people that have actually watched his tape who play offensive line rip the guy. But I, who have no offensive line experience whatsoever, come back to what you just said. I want to make excuses for him. He shouldn't have been jerked around the way that he was. He shouldn't have been put at right tackle. I want to hold out hope for him because I feel like it's not all his fault.
Batko just wrote something, I guess, in the PG that said, so far, now I remember when Jones was lighter, when we saw him at minicamp, people said it was so he could get heavier as the season went on.
He said that,
Batko wrote that he has so far kept the weight that he lost off, that he still looks slimmer. Now, does that mean he plans on getting heavier throughout camp?
I think he meant throughout the entire season.
Well, yeah, I know, but, I don't know. If you're slimmer and maybe it helps you, why would you want to bulk up again? I guess if you're a tackle, you got to be a certain level of bulk. You can't be 280 out there in the NFL.
Jeff Hardings was at Steelers practice today. Steelers posted a picture. Another guy that when you get done playing, all of a sudden you turn into a normal-looking guy. A lot of offensive linemen have that happen to them.
Faneca's going to be the gold standard of that,
Pouncey's one of those.
Well, Pouncey's probably 215 now. He always, though, looked like a guy that was trying to keep bulk on. Pouncey never looked like a guy that was going to be blowing up after his playing career. Hardings looks like he's maybe, 205
Villanueva looks like a normal dude. Don, have you seen pictures of him lately?
He's 6'9".
No, but I mean, looks thin. Looks thin.
A ton of those guys end up like that.
DeCastro, I heard, has lost a ton of weight. They look like regular guys. You know who does? Stark still looks the same.
But Max was like a massive human being at all
times. Well, these other guys we're talking about were mostly massive human beings.
For some of those guys, though, they'll tell you that it was actually work for them to keep that weight on. I think Hoke has told stories before where...
Waking up in the middle of the night to eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, things like that.
Oh, no, not the jelly, though. He would only eat, the peanut butter. Yeah, Hoke...
I'm actually on his side there.
Really?
What? You're anti-jelly?
I mean, I'll have it on there.
Take it or leave it?
Yeah.
Well, I think he didn't do it because of the sugar involved, maybe.
I think peanut butter's the main attraction.
Here's a great sandwich. Peanut butter sandwich, if you toast it, also good, and chocolate milk to cut the peanut butter richness. I mean, that you want to put weight on, brother. Let's talk about that.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. There's never a fee unless they get money for you over at Edgar Snyder. All right, we'll check back in with Mark when Tomlin's done yapping. Get more of his observations from day 2 of Steelers training camp. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Diamondbacks start a series tonight. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Mike Burrows will be the man to throw it. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. It's summertime, the beach, the boat, the lake, the pool. Turn that downtime into fun time with the BetParks app. Hey guys, it's Donnie for BetParks, the only casino app I use and the only one I recommend. Enjoy the thrill of the casino and the rush of sports betting wherever you are this summer with the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook. Introducing BetWire, an all-new live feed with game picks from all across the country. That's right, a live sports betting feed right inside the BetParks app. Plus these new games. With the BetParks app, Huff and More Puff, the Flintstones, Money Horse, and more. You always have blackjack, craps, poker, online slots available as well at your fingertips. And new users can still get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus credit if you are down in the first 24 hours. See BetParks.com for details. You must be 21, and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 540 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Carl Dukes with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Everyone's talking about the passing of Hulk Hogan, who died on Thursday at the age of 71. There's no debating. As a performer, his contributions helped usher in wrestling into the mainstream. But his legacy also includes racist remarks. Most of you will remember Hulkamania running wild. But sometimes, when we get caught up in the personas that become more important than principles, we all lose. I'm Carl Dukes.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you even more peace of mind. Get a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. That means when an alarm goes off, trained professionals can access your camera's video feed to help verify threats in real time. Fewer false alarms, faster emergency response, and smarter protection for your home. Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Cloudy with thunderstorms tonight, the low 71.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Fan wants to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools and their students who are gearing up for another school year with the PPS Backpack Drive presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping the one off at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson. We've been there before, and great place. Also, the Northway Mall location. For details, go to 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, annuities, and member benefits since 1892. At 4:15, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. All right, we'll get back into it with Caballi. You'll hear Mike Tomlin later on the show. He has thoughts on the Steelers pickup. Chuck Clark was with the Jets last year. Before that was a Raven. Started a number of games against the Steelers. The scouting report on him from New York that I'm hearing is there last year. He was a Jag. He was just a guy. But that was pretty much the entire Jets defense outside of Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. It was a horrible year for everybody in New York for the most part, including Aaron Rodgers. And so Chuck Clark did not differentiate himself at all in that way. Oh, we have Mark back. Okay, cool. Hey, Mark.
Pretty quick remarks from old Mike.
Mark, perfect timing. We'll have you look at that hat.
He looks like Grandmaster Sexy's hat from the old Too Cool tag team. What are you doing? You going to come out with Rikishi next and do a dance?
I've been called Gilligan from Gilligan's Island.
Is that a red and yellow hat?
It was Pro Bowl 2017. The Steelers coaching staff was coaching that game. They had about 7 or 8 Steelers, so they had a lot of extra garb, and they tossed me a bucket hat. So on days like today, we pull out the bucket hat.
Well, Malsey doesn't like it because it's red and yellow, and he despises Hulk Hogan and said as much on the day the man died.
That's what it said. Here's your buddy Mike DeFava. I heard you and Pony are good buddies.
We are buddies.
All right, cool.
All right. All right.
What do they think of your bucket hat?
What's that?
What do they think of your bucket hat?
Malsey doesn't like my bucket hat because Malsey doesn't like Hulk Hogan.
You gotta cut the sleeves off that shirt.
Don't worry about my sleeves.
Okay, are we?
All right, well, let's go. He left.
Got to cut the sleeve. Yeah, your son said he wants to hit me with a baseball bat because of my dislike of Hulk Hogan, huh?
deservingly so too, man. You can't be.
Tell him you're well past
You cannot be talking about.
You know what? Can DeFabo get a pair of headphones? Is he going to participate in this interview too? There's room. We'll get a quad box here if DeFabo wants to jump in.
He went to the bathroom. He went to the commode. But, yeah, he was not happy with you. Apparently they were listening to it. I don't know where they were going.
Yeah, I said Hulk Hogan's a bad guy, which he is, or was, because now he's not here anymore.
And Wyatt Cabali said he was going to grab that aluminum slugger bat that his dad used to
I
hit
didn't realize
19
his name
Little
was
League
Wyatt.
home runs, and he was going to beat you over the head with it.
Yes, he was. Because he says Hulk's not a bad guy. That guy's a bad guy. So how about that one?
Did you name him after Bray Wyatt?
No, his middle name is Austin. So how about that?
Named after Terrell, I'm assuming.
Not after Cabali's run-ins with Terrell Austin today. What is your take on the Chuck Clark signing, Mark?
Well, Mike Tomlin just talked about him, and basically he's familiar with him, like the way he did his work in Baltimore. So I wouldn't consider him a guy that's going to come in and start.
Can he beat out Thornhill?
I don't even know if that's an option right now.
What do you mean by that?
I think we're looking at it a different way here. I just don't know how much you're going to use free safety, to be honest with you. I think Jalen Ramsey is going to play in a multitude of positions if he needs to jump back into free safety spot from time to time, they're going to allow that, especially in, the sub-package defenses. I think the time you'll see him in there, Thornhill, is when there's a lot of three wide receivers, base defense. You want to prevent the deep ball over the top. So I think we might be just viewing it a little bit differently because we have a certain way we think about free safeties. I think they're thinking outside the box a little bit here. So I'm not saying Thornhill's not going to play, but I don't think he's going to play as much as, say, Minka and or Elliott did last year at that position.
Okay, so let me try to figure out if I'm pulling at the thread correctly here and interpreting this. Are they looking at this more broadly like, hey, our top 4 defensive backs on this team overall are Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., Jalen Ramsey, and Deshaun Elliott? Is like that how they're actually looking at this?
Yes, Tomlin said that, Mulsey.
Like, and they're just going to kind of rotate that around and just figure out how they want that to look then? And it's going to be positionless football back there?
What it looks like is going to be Porter and Slay on the outside and Ramsey going where he needs to go. If he needs to man up and travel with Jamar Chase, so be it. If he needs to play the slot, so be it. If he needs to shift back to safety, so be it. He's like the ultimate chess piece. He's sort of
so if Jamar Chase lines up outside, just humor me for a minute, and then what happens to either Porter or Slay in that situation?
We have not seen that yet. I'm not 100% sure how to answer that question right now. Maybe that is where Beanie Bishop and or
Brandon Eccles
it comes in at the point right now, but we haven't really seen that yet. But right now, the thought is those top 3 guys are going to be on the field at all times. It's up to the defense coaching staff to put them in position to make sure they're on the field at all time because they feel that those are, maybe arguably the best trio in the NFL. I mean, those are my words, not his. But
what sticks out about Ramsey through the first 2 days of practice, Mark?
He's still got it, man. He's still a star. Let me take my head off here. Oh, jeez.
Sorry.
The great Angela wants my pass, and she's killing me here.
As long as you're not on air.
No, he is on air, Angela.
Angela, hi. He's very much on air. Thank you.
Provide concierge service.
Yeah.
Well, at least she seems to have her heart in the right place, unlike DeFabo, who was just in here trying to submarine me.
What was I asking now?
How has Ramsey looked in practice?
You said he's still got it.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you look at his age at 30 and think that he's lost anything. I think he might be just better because I think he could play the multitude of positions. That's what he wants. He wants to play that 3 position, 4 position. He wants to blitz off the corner right now, and I think he's still very, very talented. So that's why when that option of being able to trade for him came up, they pretty much said, whatever you want. I mean, if it's Minka, it's Minka, because this guy is still an elite cornerback in this league, and you can see it. I mean, normally you don't see guys that can play that many positions at that high of a level. And we haven't even really seen him so far yet, just straight up man coverage, press man, follow a guy around yet. And that's just arguably his best attribute. So I don't see anything negative about the Jalen Ramsey acquisition. Now, get him for cheap. You dump a high salary that you're probably going to dump next year anyways. And they love him. I mean, Mike Tomlin's probably still 10 feet away from me, but he is. But he absolutely adores him.
Do you like him more than Minkah? Because we heard that Minkah was basically the extension of Mike's will on the field, and clearly that relationship didn't sour maybe personally, but professionally their opinion of Minkah did.
Yeah, I mean, I think they realized, and I think maybe you're the one that always was on this bandwagon. Malsey is safety is just not a position of need. Or were you a linebacker type of guy? I can't remember.
He says it
No,
about
I
both.
say it about safety and inside off-ball backer, that it's generally not a position of high value anymore.
I think that they've realized, maybe not realized that, because Minkah was at a different level when he was really, really good. So, but I think the Ramsey part of it just adds a different layer to what Minkah can do. And I think, do you really need a free safety other than prevent something over the top on certain situations? I'd rather much have a guy that can play multitude of positions, and if somebody shifts, I can go with him. I'm not out of position. I'm not having matchup issues because my guy can't play X, Y, and Z. They want to play man coverage. And that's why I said TJ Watt might get 20 sacks this year, because they're going to do press man. They're not going,
I believe he dropped Mike. I think you said on Twitter he's going to lead the league in sacks this season. You're very emphatic
I'm telling you,
about
this is why, because they're going to press man. Those easy balls that they get away from the sacks will be gone. The dump offs, that just get rid of the ball type of situation, because they're in zone so much that allows those edge rushers just to, go get some. And we saw it today. I mean, Aaron Rodgers might have thrown that 40-yard touchdown pass to Calvin Austin, but TJ Watt was right in his face. I think you're going to see a lot of that based on the coverage.
Follow us on Twitter. Sorry, Mark. Follow us on Twitter.
I'm saying you're not going to be able
to. Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We got the point. We got to take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more Mark Kaboly live from camp. We'll see who interrupts him in the next segment. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just about a week away, 6 days from an NFL game, the Hall of Fame game, the Chargers and the Lions next Thursday night, 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. You're headed over to the ball game tonight. Might be a little bit of a delay because the rain that swept through. Good time to bide your time and have a couple of beers before heading in is over at Mike's Beer Bar. The price is right over there, too, I may add. Also at Mike's, what an array of dining options with steak on a stone, wings, wraps. Bring your appetite. And also, you don't have to worry about the games being on. Mike's wait staff, bar staff does an impeccable job of making sure the games are on. You don't have to beg someone to watch the games you want to watch. So meet me at Mike's today. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th, when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Kohl's friends and family, listen up, because this one's for you. Right now, you can take an extra 20% off during the Friends and Family sale. Save on summer must-haves for your home, comfy everyday outfits for your family, smart favorites for back to school, and so much more. Yep, it's your time to save. Shop Kohl's Friends and Family sale today. Select styles. Offer ends July 27th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speed and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits, all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Talking with Pat McAfee, Steelers insider Mark Cabali. By the way, McAfee will be at Steelers training camp Wednesday of next week. Mark will be featured prominently on that program. Looking forward to that. Mark, the Roman Wilson buzz from minicamp, has it carried over into training camp these first 2 days?
Well, today was pretty abbreviated, so they cut it short by 20, 25 minutes. They still had a couple team periods. I really haven't noticed it much at all. They're doing a lot of installing stuff now, so they're a lot of underneath stuff, quick stuff, screen stuff early in camp here, so that's not really what Roman Wilson does. So you really haven't seen much of him or any of the receivers. I just don't think they've had enough field time yet to make any determination. He did look great in the offseason in the spring, but it doesn't really matter when you get here. But at least Calvin Watson made a play, so that's a step in the right direction right now. But I really haven't noticed Roman Wilson that much.
I mean, how much do you think, like, if I give you three options for how you think they view their passing game and their receiving targets specifically, Mark, what do you think is the most likely? That they just really like Wilson Austin as kind of running buddies with Metcalf. That's option one, what they've got. Option two, they're going to go out and find a more appropriate wide receiver two that might be out there or might get cut, as unlikely as that seems. Or option three, it's really Metcalf, the two tight ends that they have now, and then Austin and Wilson, and they're going to make more of a tight end-oriented passing offense.
Well, the tight ends are going to be prominently displayed. I mean, that's not all just talk. You saw that the first 2 days of practice. These guys are going to be involved heavily in this offense. I know Jonnu has not practiced yet, but guys like Washington and even J.J. Galbraith have stepped in, and you could tell that a lot of stuff is dictated on what they do. So they like the tight ends. He's going to get those guys involved as well. I think they're just going to wait and see. What did Omar say 2 weeks ago? People criticize us for being patient, but we think patience is our best virtue. I think that's how they're looking at the wide receiver right now, even though patience wasn't a very good virtue last year with Ayuk. It come back and bit him in the butt. But I think they're going to see what these guys can do. If Calvin Austin can be that legit 2, and you don't need legit 2 numbers.
Does this have the Mark Kaboly stamp of approval? Do you trust in their plan right now, or are you snake bitten by what happened last year?
I mean, everything they've done so far in the way of planning and developing the team seems to make sense. So I don't know if I can sit here and say that he's making a mistake by not going out and getting somebody. I mean, the Amari Cooper stuff, his name hasn't been linked to anything, and that just makes me wonder if he even wants to play anymore, right? I mean, that's what it looks like. That's what it screams to me. I haven't heard anything like that, but you would think that he would at least get a sniff or his name would be mentioned somewhere. If they wanted Gabe Davis, they would have had Gabe Davis already. So I don't think that's an option.
And I heard he looked terrible. He invited himself to their facility. He looked kind of bigger than they thought, and he didn't really move that great, Mark.
It was sort of, okay, come visit. Come on. And that was about it. I mean, I don't think they're worried about the knee injury that he suffered last year. So I think they're willing to wait it out and see what Calvin Austin does, see what Roman Wilson does. And if you got to go that free agency route, then what are you going to get? Really? Let's think about it. If somebody else is cutting the wide
That's what
receiver,
I mean. Like
is he going to be better than Calvin Austin?
No one cuts guys at that position because it's so important. But they've treated it like, no, we traded for Metcalf. We've got this guy who's functionally a rookie, and the other guy is a slot receiver. We're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's happening behind closed doors. I'm sure they're trying something.
Do you think they tried for Tyreek Hill? He looks miserable right now in Miami. He looks like he's dying to get out of there, and Tua didn't exactly try to paint it with a pretty picture or brush.
Well, I mean, Tyreek takes shots at Tua every chance he can get, so I can understand why Tua's not very happy with him. But, I mean, one thing that has been noticeable and has been brought up, pretty much behind closed doors is the eradication of some of the problem childs over the last couple of years. Of course, I don't know Tyreek Hill, and you just go off of what you hear. Would they really want to bring him in and stir up the pot?
I mean, they brought Ramsey in.
Yeah, Ramsey's not exactly a shrinking violet here.
True, but Ramsey seems to be. He came across to me as more a very humble guy, unless.
You'll forgive me. Well, Mark, you're going to forgive the cynicism here if we're talking about a very hot, maybe like a very proud veteran coming in here and saying it's just going to work because Mike gets the best out of these guys. When we've seen this movie before where sometimes it blows up spectacularly and what they think they're getting into isn't what they're actually getting into.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an option there is. I mean, Ramsey's doing everything, saying everything the right thing right now, but what happens week 8 when something happens, and all
what happens in week 4 if he doesn't like the way he's being used? What happens if he doesn't like the way he's being used a month into the season? Like I'm not wishing for that. I don't hope that happens, but you have to acknowledge it's possible.
It's possible, but how Mike Tomlin grins around every time he sees him and every time his name's mentioned, I think that Jalen Ramsey is going to be able to do what Jalen Ramsey wants to do. And then, I mean, that is to play multiple positions. That's what he always wanted to do. So I don't think they'll back off of that anywhere. But yeah, I guess you're running a risk to some point here. But as for Tyreek, I mean, I don't know if I would want to bring him in here at this point. You got a pretty clean locker room right now, I think. Deshaun Elliott can get hyper at times, but it's a good hyper. Juan Thornhill, who knows? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Hey, speaking of their locker room, let me go back to where we started here. Do they feel that one of the things that might help Broderick Jones, because I know one of the issues, yes, it's technique, but also it's like overall professionalism, like not being so, I guess, he almost like struck me as like too happy-go-lucky, I think, more than a malcontent. Do they hope that having Sayamalu next to him, like the ultimate stoic, terrifying professional, helps him come along in that way?
I think by default, maybe. I mean, but I think Sayamalu does that. Everything you hear about Sayamalu is he does speak up. I mean, Pat Meyer sometimes can't get through to some of these guys, and he says, Isaac, tell him what I mean. And Isaac lays it out like, this is what I need you to do. And so I don't think that just moving positions would change that whatsoever. I think the issue with Broderick has been his consistency and his ability to continue to pay attention for a 70-snap performance.
Mark, it seems like it's a little bit of a problem that the offensive line coach outsources getting the message across to a veteran player because he sometimes struggles to get these guys to hear what he's
There's
trying
a
to tell
different type of player here, man. This is Isaac Sayamalu. When you walk by him, you say, sir, and
I understand that, but if the
you
coach
act like
can't
you're
get-
afraid of him, like he's gonna ninja kick you.
Absolutely, I'm afraid of him.
If somebody said Mike Tomlin can't get through to so-and-so, so he asks player X, Y, or Z to do it for him, I would say, that seems like it's part of the job description of being a really good coach is getting through to the player.
No, I mean, I don't want to take it out of context. I think it's just be able to put it in. It's just maybe the age gap. I don't know. But Sayamalu has been there, done that, has a ring, is a veteran of 8-10 years in the league. Sometimes that voice resonates more than the 60-year-old coach as well. But that's just not the offensive line coach. That probably goes throughout all coaches, right? I mean, if you're looking at Zach Azzoni, the wide receiver coach, some of them are probably like, what am I listening to you for? You're 25. You're 30 years old. So I think that works both ways right there. But Sayamalu has that aura around him where he doesn't have to say much, but you better believe they're listening to him. So I think anybody else he probably wouldn't defer to at times, but Sayamalu is just a different cat.
Let's go back to quarterback. You said that Aaron Rodgers turned it up a notch. How have the other guys looked? Mason Rudolph, Will Howard.
Well, Mason Rudolph looked really good yesterday. Today, limited snaps, of course, because it was abbreviated. It was kind of surprising, underthrew a receiver down the field. One of the few deep throws of past 2 days. But Will Howard, he doesn't get enough reps to be able to get a good grasp on what he's doing right now.
Batko says he already looks better than Pickett ever did. What is he talking about?
Pickett didn't get much opportunity that rookie training camp.
So a sixth-round pick is getting more opportunity than the first-round pick did a couple of years ago?
I can't remember what was the pecking order? Trubisky, Rudolph, Pickett?
Then Pickett jumped him like 2 practices in.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the first one. I mean, Howard, once again, I keep saying that, man. I don't know why everybody's in such a hurry to get him on the field. The guy has a golden ticket in front of him. It's Aaron Rodgers, man. He can sit back and wait and learn things that you probably couldn't learn for any quarterback coach in the league. Why are you such worried about getting him in there right now? I'm more happy to give him that opportunity next year. Give him what they didn't give Mason Rudolph, coaching his rookie year, and give him that opportunity to really compete next year. But Rodgers, I think Rodgers might have completed 7 of his first 8 passes, and one of them was a drop by Freiermuth. Once again, these are short passes. These are intermediate curls, stuff like that. But he was more on target today and threw the ball a lot more. I think they're just ramping him up. They're not giving him a ton of throws as we see tomorrow and the next day. I can see that being more down the field type of stuff. But he definitely looked better today than he did yesterday.
Are you one of these guys who's observing these practices and saying, oh, my God, Caleb Johnson looks like the second coming of Franco Harris? We have some of your other insiders saying you feel a breeze when he runs by. He's moving so fast.
No breeze.
He's breathtakingly burstful. We're seeing things like that.
I would like to know who said that.
Faribaugh said the burst. There was a noticeable burst.
I thought that was Kozora who said noticeable burst.
Yeah, we had noticeable burst. Right. That was Kozora. You're right.
Well, if he says it must be true. But no, honestly, what you do notice, and you saw Najee for 4 years, is he pretty much plodded his way through the line of scrimmage, looking for his holes and whatnot. Johnson goes from 0 to 100 really quick, and that's very noticeable for people. People that saw Najee Harris's 1,000 carries or whatever it is over the past 2 yards are used to him and how he runs the ball. This guy's totally different. Like I said, he can go from, I mean, I hate to say it, it could be like a Lamborghini, man. You just punch it and he goes 0 to 100, boom, that quick and get through that line. And that's what you need with this type of offense. One cut, outside zone, reach blocks. You got to make it quick. You got to be decisive, and you got to hit it quickly. And I think that's why a lot of praise is coming down on him, because it's very noticeable compared to the
If he
last.
was that size and was accelerating like a Lamborghini pony, don't you wonder why he wouldn't have been picked right around Ashton Genty and Omarion Hampton then?
Well, he had bad 40 time.
But apparently that's just because they weren't letting the Lamborghini really out on the open road.
Should I say Bugatti?
I don't
Could
know.
say you said Bugatti and not another word that sounds like that we've had issues with.
Vinny and Cook, huh?
Yes.
I just looked that up the other day, and I was sending it to people, and people were like, you tell me you never heard that? No, but sometimes I just need to hear it again.
Mark, we learned yesterday that DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers share a bathroom. And we've also learned that there's someone who works at the station who, when he was rooming with someone else, that someone else would go shower.
No. That someone else would be showering, and that this person who works at the station would just walk in and take a dump and talk to him like it was no big thing.
While the person was showering. Have you ever done something like that before?
Was this T-Bone?
No. We're not going to reveal who the person is. We're not going to reveal who the person is.
I'm trying to deduce this here.
You won't come up with
No,
it.
that's freaky.
Okay.
That's freaky. That's absolutely freaky. You don't, unless it's Paul Alexander, it could have been, right? He works at the station.
What?
Yeah,
What
there's
a
just things
stray
some
for him
off
to
limits.
catch. What the hell was that? It's not him for the record.
I'm just
It's
trying
not
to think
somebody
who
you
works
would
at
know. It's not somebody you would know, but the person would just go in there and sit on the commode and do his business and have a completely, what he thought was a completely normal conversation about sports. Like, would just throw out a casual sports opinion.
Yeah, that's not right. Well, when we stayed up here in the dorms, we had like an 8-room pod, and everybody had to use the same bathrooms, and there was literally 4 bathrooms. And
Who was the
couple
messiest
showers.
guy? Who was the grossest?
Oh, Mike Byer. Mike Byers would always pee all over the floor, I think.
What?
But there. But here's the
Is that
thing.
like a Beaver County thing?
There was a handicap. There was a handicap stall that was designated for number 2, and you could not break that. You had to go into that because the potential of other people urinating on the floor. It was kind of disgusting, but we had a separate 2 bathroom. So
Gotcha. All right, Mark. Thank you for that important information. We'll talk again
Horrifying
next
visual.
Friday.
Oh, you asked.
I didn't know.
We did. We sometimes you ask questions and you don't know where the answer's going, and this qualifies.
I'm not blaming you for that. All right, we'll talk next week.
By the way, wait, real quick. What did Crowley do the other day that got him in trouble? I heard you talking about.
Oh, yeah, we never got to that topic.
Maybe we'll do it in the hodgepodge. You'll have to listen like all of our listeners will.
Thank you, Mark. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah.
There you go, Mark Cabali with his bucket hat on from the Pro Bowl.
He looked like kind of like a DJ who should like Skrillex or something, doing like house music over there. He's about to do a session on the turntables with that hat on.
He looked like Danny DeVito in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He looked like a guy that was just kind of...
He looked ridiculous.
He did.
Also, the color was all washed out, so it all kind of looked like the same color. You got Angela in there, like, getting his lanyard. You got DeFabo.
Angela from the Steelers.
Angela from the Steelers. She was trying to do something nice. You got DeFabo just coming in there. You know, he was on with Donnie last night. I guess he wanted a return appearance on the station, right, Don? I don't know.
All right.
What are we doing here?
Mike Tomlin, you're going to hear him coming up in our next segment. His thoughts. What's going on with Jonnu Smith? He was practically gushing when it came to one important aspect of Steelers practice today. We'll tell you what that was. By the way, this is really cool what's happening in Milwaukee right now. They're playing a baseball game at 3:47 local time in Milwaukee on a Friday, which never happens, because after this game, they're having a Brewers alumni home run derby. And that's why they're doing this early. So all the fans there are going to watch a home run derby with Ryan Braun. Niger Morgan is in it. Carlos Gomez.
Braun get any delivery couriers fired for anything before this one?
Jeff Jenkins. Jeremy Burnitz. Ricky Weeks.
Prince?
Giovanni Gallardo is in it.
Dude, he was an awesome hitting pitcher.
No Prince Fielder?
He's in it too, yeah. I kind of buried the lead.
Well, you
there.
know,
He's
Cookie.
like the headliner.
Oh, Gallardo's going to be the pick. You gotta get Gallardo money.
How about this name? A blast from the past. You have to be
Robin Yount.
No, he's like 70-something. You have to be a really hardcore Pirates fan to remember this guy. Keon Broxton.
I remember
in
him.
the home run derby.
Man, he had a cup of coffee.
With the Buccos.
Yep.
I love those. You know what? Well, since you brought it up.
Broxton in the derby.
Donnie, have you ever seen those clips of, like, who's the one dude? He was at this point, like, 76 years old. He played in, like, the 20s and 30s or whatever it was, hitting an old-timer's home run off of, like, I forget who it is. He was literally, it was like hobbling around the bases at RFK Stadium. The fence was probably still 300 feet, and he just popped one dude in one of those old-timer games.
I think it was before the 1985 All-Star game.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
You
know the video I'm talking about?
I do. I think I do.
God, he was an infielder.
Luis Aparicio.
No. It was just like not a Latin player. God, it's going to drive me nuts, and I'm going to think of it during the break. But he's wobbling around the bases, but he puts bat to ball. He could teach the Pirates a thing or two if he wasn't dead.
They should have gotten Carlos Lee.
El Caballo.
You're right. I don't know what happened there. They dropped the ball.
He was a big horse.
I think Richie Sexton's in it.
El Caballo, pretty good nickname for a player.
Yeah, I like that nickname.
Eric Thames, remember him?
Oh, that dude was jacked up.
Wait, I thought Mark.
He looked like he was playing in 1999.
He was very yoked up.
Two other former Pirates.
Did they ever have what was it? Russell Brandon ever come through for the Brewers?
He's not in the. Yeah, he was, but he's not in this. Corey Hart, former Bucco.
Wear my sunglasses at night.
Casey McGee.
Oh, I
former
love McGee.
Bucco in this. Also,
Luke Appling was the guy in the old timers game.
Chris Carter.
All he does is catch touchdowns.
Reporter.
How many Chris Carters are there out there?
Remember the big dude they had? They had a big guy named Chris Carter back in the day.
Is he like first base?
Yes.
Just thinking if there's any other random hilarious Brewers that could be. Is Carlos Gomez or is he still
Yes,
playing?
I already said that.
Oh, you said him? Okay.
Junior Spivey.
Holy crap, dog.
Junior Spivey Jr.
Wouldn't that make him Junior Spivey the third?
I get it. Good one, Melzy.
Dan Spivey. Remember, he was one of the skyscrapers in WCW, Donnie. Do you know who he was a skyscraper tag team member with?
You guys are so
you
bad.
got me on this one.
All right.
The Undertaker.
Coming up next,
Mark Callis.
You'll hear Mike Tomlin will react to his thoughts on Steelers training camp. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th. Come see the unforgettable Days of Morgan, only at Cheerleaders.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problem